watching some Kansas State highlights. What up, y'all? It is your guy, JG. That's me right there. I'm the publisher / Commodore at auburnsports.com, and we are in the, what I would call the early witching hour for college football. You got the Oklahoma State-Arkansas game is tight. This Cincinnati-Pitt game is tight. Kansas State-Tulane is somewhat tight. Texas-Michigan, not as tight maybe. Looks like Texas, I don't have that game on, but it was 31-6 the last time I saw, and it was pretty funny because Michigan people, much like Tennessee people that we know better, just think that they, basically made the game of football, and they're not allowed to lose at home like that. Word, it's great to have you guys here on another beautiful Saturday afternoon in the southeast portion of the United States, the best part of the best country in the entire world. The Auburn Tigers, of course, 1-0, going to be taking on the Cal Golden Bears at 2:30-ish inside Jordan-Hare Stadium, where we have a bunch of correspondents there. Brian Matthews, Brian Stoltz, Caleb Jones, Henri Patton, and also Robin Kahn, our outstanding photographer, are there reporting on the bunker at auburnsports.com and also on the Twitter as well. We've got some super chats we got to go through here because we love these guys and we love everything that they stand for. War Eagle 0008. Oh my God, sound effects off. Dang it. Let me go one more. Hey, come on, bro.
Super chat.
Thanks, War Eagle 0008. Says, War Damn Eagle family, let's get this W today. Here's to hoping the offense keeps it up. Auburn, of course, was outstanding on the offensive side of the ball, really on both sides of the ball last week against Alabama A&M, but it was Alabama A&M. Just they don't have the depth and they don't have the talent to hang with an Auburn team that's equipped properly. And Auburn's getting there from a talent standpoint, from a personnel standpoint. Thank you, War Eagle 0008. Also one from Dion Jasko. He says, Dzień dobry, and War Eagle JGT, which I believe in Polish means good morning. It's great to have you here, Dion, and thank you for being part of our show. I know you were here last week, and you've been here a number of times, but I know for sure you were here last week as well, so thank you. And if you are, in fact, in Poland, word, and if you're not, word also. Big super chat coming through from CDF, who's an absolute stud. We love this guy. One of our bunks who's a long way from home these days, but I know that he loves the Auburn Tigers, and he's happy to be watching them compete on this beautiful Saturday. He's in a more beautiful spot than I am, believe me that. He says, War Damn Eagle, let's continue to build QB1 up, and let's dominate up front on both sides. War Damn, I think we'd all get behind that one for sure, to have Auburn dominate this game on both sides of the ball. I do think that Auburn's offensive line is going to be able to do that. Watching the game, Cal's game against UC Davis last week, they had a much better second half, but they're prone to kind of getting into some funks, and they need blitzes to get pressure going. And I think when you do that, they're going to have to play man-on-man, man in the back. And I think Auburn's got the skill and talent now at wideout to take advantage of that. Defensively, it's just always going to be Auburn's rotations. Auburn's got really three deep at all spots up on the front, so maybe they don't have the superstar players, but they do have a lot of guys to rotate in, and that in and of itself is kind of a problem. So we will keep an eye on that, CDF. Thank you again for your support and the super chat. One coming from Feel Like a Stranger, who's always with us here, both here and on our Bourbon show that my wife and I do. War Damn Eagle, LFG, word up, much love Drainers, Swoogans, and Tates. Falk gonna eat today, Keldrick Falk, number 15, a young man from Highland Home, Alabama, who had a terrific game last week and really was playing and performing at a very high level all the way through camp. So you're expecting him to have one of those really, really outstanding seasons, that he's been building toward for a long time. Got a couple of messages coming in here. Oh, my goodness. Let's take a look at this. CDF just sent me a text here. Also texted J-Head about talking post-game. And he was saying he's hoping he's going to be able to make it work. He's got a work thing going on, but he seems optimistic. I'm inferring from the tone on that he seems optimistic. This, by the way, is what our man CDF is working on right here. He's doing a little cooking, a little grilling, a little production on the food end. Looks absolutely delicious, and he passed along to say that's 40 pounds of butt. That looks delish, man. I wish that I could come over and have some, but you're a little far away from me, G. Thanks for passing that along and getting me excited. Well, you know what I mean. In an appropriate kind of way. Thanks, Feel Like a Stranger. Cleveland Brown, my man, says, stay hydrated, JG. WDE, Hawk, Cal. We love it. I'm going to stay hydrated with my Body Armor Flash IV today. Grape flavored. And I also have water somewhere around here. Yeah, I do. But I'm going to try some of this grape. Did a little drinky poo last night. Getting ready for my wife's birthday, which is going to be on Monday. Monday, are just boring. Monday birthdays are boring. So we're trying to spice it up a little bit and have some parties during the weekend. Ravin, one of our Hall of Famers, says, coming to you live from Jordan-Hare Stadium. Let's go, Ward Amigo. Have a great show, JG. Catch you in the post game, my man. We love Ravin, and we love his wife, too, whose name I'm not going to say because I'm not trying to out him, but he's using his own name. But anyway, absolute legend. Looking forward to hanging out with him and his lovely wife sometime soon. They live a little far away from me, and they also live in a city, I don't want to say where, that has the worst traffic in the world. Whale Driver in the house, Dre number 2, Dose. LFG, Whale Driver, appreciate you being here with us again. Big part of the show last week, and obviously going to be a big part this week as well. Thank you for the super chat, sir. Yes, indeed. We got Spicy P with us as well. Let's see. Dion says, I'll be in Poland during the bye week. All right. Obviously familiar with Polish. A language, for sure. Jay Robertson just says, howdy, Jay. What up, Jay Robertson? I think Jay Robertson's one of our Ole Miss friends, which we always welcome warmly here at auburnsports.com, or at least on the Brain Train, even though I had to permanently log out from Rebel Grove from people saying mean things about me. But Jay Robertson was not one of those people, and I appreciate you being here hanging out with us today. And good luck to the Ole Miss Rebels as well. I pull for them all the time unless they're playing Auburn. I even pull for them against my alma mater. My experiences with Ole Miss people, with the exception of some of the people on Rebel Grove, which are not representative of that population, have been outstanding. I love hanging out over there. I like the people I've met over there, and they're just quality individuals. And I feel like Auburn people and Ole Miss people should be, friends. One man's opinion. So Ed D gives us an update here. Let me go ahead and get us onto our end game. Ed D gives us an update on the Arkansas game. It's all square with 2 minutes to go. That's a game where Arkansas was up, I believe, 21-10. That's right. And then Oak State hit a field goal to get it to 21-13. And then I don't know what's been going on since then. I've been working on the show and that kind of thing. But, hey, I'm going to reload this chat because I don't like it when it's in that Bama red. Yeah, I just don't like that Bama red. I can't control the colors. So hopefully the next color will be a lot better than that Bama red. There he is. Jay Robertson says he's an Ole Miss fan in Arkansas. Enjoy hanging with y'all. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you for being here, G. Stu Pub jumps in with a super chat. A guy who's been insane. There we go. It's orange now. Who's been insanely supportive of our channel from the very, very beginning. He was here for our first show, and he'll be here for the last show. I guarantee it, whenever that might be. All right, Coach Hunter's going to be out for halftime. Stinky. He's got some stuff going on, so that sucks. Anybody who's looking forward to Hunter, which is me, number one, we're going to have to go without today. Shane jumps in with a super chat as well. Says, let's go, JG. That's a...
Wow, what a super chat.
Appreciate your support, G. I know you were here big time last week, and you've been here for a long time, so glad to have you here. Let's see. It's D Lucky in the house, one of our Hall of Famers. This is a Spicy P confirmation from BMAT. Eagle did indeed fly good with a buzz of the Lego blocks in the sky. Oh, I wish I could have been there for that. Of course, for those of you who are uninitiated, the Lego box, the flying Lego box is the press box at Jordan-Hare Stadium, which, while we're not complaining about the press box, we're just complaining about the aesthetics of it because it kind of looks like ass. I'm still watching this Pitt-Cincinnati game just because it's what's on before the Auburn game. I personally would like to have Pitt win this game, but we'll see how it goes. We don't always get what we want. That's what the Rolling Stones taught me. Let's see. Russell updates us with a score that I'm going to find very satisfying, that Texas is ahead of Michigan 31-6 with 1 minute left. Sounds like they're probably filing out of the big house now. You hate to see it. Well, no, you love to see it, actually. Let's see. Aaron jumps in to say Oklahoma State almost in field goal range at the 2 minute warning. I hate leaving games to kickers, but you know how it goes. So Coach Hunter's out. I think we'll end up getting Jay Head after the game. Alex Kozan, the legend himself, who we didn't get last week because he was kind of out in the boonies. It looks like he's going to be a go today too, so we'll have him at halftime. And maybe we'll try to pick up BMAT or a Salty at halftime and see what's going on for that. Let's see. Hornatius shows that he's sacrificing for the draining for my kids' cello lessons. Now that sounds like a good time, man. And I mean, wow. I feel like we should give you one of these.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
I don't know. There he is, Aquan, also known as Quan, the legend himself. Told one of the great stories in Drain history about his grandma, I think it was, just giving up on the team. This is back when Harson was shit in the bed. One of the truly great moments of all time. And a fellow Montgomeryan, Pitt quarterback who's not fast, but he got away. They still got a shot here. Wait, I bet you, is he tricking me? I'm going to have to switch over to this Arkansas game because I care about this. I got friends that went to Arkansas. I went to high school in Tulsa. And Tulsa's like halfway between Oklahoma State and Arkansas. So I had friends that went both directions on that one, so to speak. Proverbially, guys. All right, back. We got an Oklahoma State player taunting Arkansas. Guys, you're not even ahead yet. Let's not do that. Hayden jumps in with a super chat to say, let's get after it, JGT Ward. I'm Eagle Hayden. Swam in here around the time of COVID, and we've been better for it all the way through. So appreciate you, Hayden, being part of what we do here and just kind of hanging out with us. You definitely make it a better place. Appreciate that. Aaron makes a great point. This is something that I've gotten used to. The YouTube TV's multicast is so clutch for days like today. It's awesome because, at least in my experience, Aaron. Now a lot of times I'm on the air when this shit's really in the high volume moments, but they have several different multi-views. So like you get 4 games here, and you can pick another one that has a slightly different version of the 4 games. So maybe you can add if you want to watch some screwball like SMU's playing or TCU or something like that. You can get that in addition to the Florida game or the Tennessee game. It's really, really cool. It kind of messes with my ability to focus a little bit, but it's awesome to be able to keep an eye on all those games. And you can click on the box to get the volume or the sound feed from that particular game. It's badass. Terrence, my man, he words this in a way that makes me think he is not himself a Raiders fan. What is your outlook for your Raiders this year? I am optimistic that they can win. Honestly, for this year, I think a 500 record would be great. We just really don't have a quarterback. We have Gardner Minshew's fine. We got Iron Aiden O'Connell from Purdue. He's fine, maybe a little bit under fine, and then there's really nothing else. We should have gotten C.J. Stroud, and we didn't. We tried to trade up for Jaden Daniels this year and couldn't do it. They wanted a first-round pick, and they wanted Devontae, which they ain't getting. So we're kind of without a quarterback. And if we start out shitty this month, I think we should just suck and just go ahead and get a quarterback. Terrence says he's a Browns fan. I was a Browns fan. I was kind of like trying to be a Browns fan back when Hugh Jackson was there and they were terrible. And I just couldn't get along with Baker Mayfield. And he's the most frustrating, I'm sure you would agree, an incredibly frustrating player to watch, and I just quit on him. And then since then, we had an official vote here on my street, and we all just became Raiders fans. And this is my, I think, 4th season now. Yeah, my 4th season as a Raiders fan. We need to get this. Who was it on the chat that said, "Get Pitt off my television at Spicy P"? I need this game over because I got Auburn Tigers to watch, and that's that. Sam H. with a great point. Minshew is the league's best backup quarterback. I completely agree. He's probably better than, he's exactly what he should be. He's a quarterback for a shitty team. He could not be, in my opinion, a quarterback for a top half team, but guess what? He don't play for one. He plays for a bottom half team, but at least we do it with style and grace. Okay, not grace, but style. Let's see. Uncle Ob says, lock in, boys. War damn Eagle. I like that. Great attitude. It is getting to be that time. And whatever we can do to get Pitt off the TV would be terrific. I'm still watching this Arkansas-Oklahoma State game, but just because I feel like I have a vested interest in this. Arkansas just cannot have this game go away. They've got to have this one because they had it. Let's see. Whale Driver with an updated prediction here that Justin Fields is the best backup in the league. It's probably true now that Minshew's a starter and Justin Fields is no longer a starter. Oh, Tarrant says he's originally from Cleveland, so he's cursed. Oh, man. Cleveland's a great town, though. I've been up there. I was there in 2005, I think it was, and was shocked by how much shit there was to do there. Like, it was cool. By the way, I'm going to be drinking this Pursuit United, which I chased for like 6 months to get my hands on. This is the one that's finished. It's like it's a finished version of their Pursuit United standard, I guess, in some toasted American oak barrels. I remember this one being particularly delicious, and I really like this brand. They do a terrific podcast if you're into like bourbon. It's called Pursuit United. No, hold on. It's called Bourbon Pursuit. Excuse me. Their company is called, or their other expression is called Pursuit United. Bourbon Pursuit is the name. I'm a big fan. They're out of Louisville. They're blenders, and they do a really good job. So here's to you guys. And I wouldn't mind to see a 40-point Auburn win today. All right, let me switch back over to where I need to be here. You guys just let me know what Oklahoma State does here. I expect them to shit the bed. Okay, so we've got Pitt going for this a field goal to put them ahead with 20 seconds to go. High snap. That kick is through, so Pitt is now ahead. They've come back nicely in this game. They were down probably 3 touchdowns at one point. You guys might know a little bit more than I was. Let's see. G-Dub says, JGT, you're missing a good game in Kansas State versus Tulane. The Tulane quarterback is really good. Wow, they kept, after Michael Pratt left, they got another one, huh? That's pretty cool. Let's see. Russell says, Four Roses small batch or Woodford today. I have to make up my mind. I would personally go Four Roses. If you're feeling a little sweeter, Woodford to me is a little drier. I, for whatever reason, among the really popular bourbons, I find Woodford Reserve to be bottom half for me. But it's not bad, and it's a beautiful place to go if you guys ever have a chance to tour. You decide you want to go to Kentucky and go to some bourbon distilleries and tour the grounds. To me, Woodford Reserve is probably the second most picturesque behind Castle and Key, which is very close nearby, and they're on the same road, really, on Old Frankfort Versailles Road out of Lexington toward Frankfort. They're probably only 5 miles apart, but nothing can beat Castle and Key from a picturesque perspective. But Woodford is on kind of like a horse farm. It's rolling hills and pretty fences and beautiful grass and all that. Castle and Key's kind of in a little ravine with a little creek running through it, and it's really something. Let's see. First lead of the day for Pitt, Matt says, as they took their first lead with 17 seconds to go. Hey, man, as long as you're leading at the end, that's all it takes, right? William says, neat or on ice. I don't know if that's a question for me or for Russell. For me, it's always neat. I despise ice in my bourbon. I don't judge you if that's what you do, but that's just not how I do it. I was so confused. They were showing Brock Vandegrift, and I thought they were like previewing the UK South Carolina game, but they're saying that's going to be on a different network, so whatever. Why just put the Auburn one on? Just show what's going on in the Auburn game. One man's opinion. I'm going to go ahead and switch this over to first quarter because we're damn near ready to start this game. Predictions for this one. I've got Auburn winning this game by 18. I believe I had it officially as 35-17 is my expectation. I've only watched one game of Cal's only played one game this year, and I feel like in these years more than other years, you need to watch the tape of this season because these teams are changing so much year to year with the transfer portal being the way it is. And Cal, in particular, has a lot of transfers that they're using. I think their whole linebacker core is transfers, and the linebackers really stuck out to me in that game against UC Davis. The thing about Cal is that they have a hard time getting pressure on the quarterback. 1 second left in this Pitt game. Let's see. Wargle 0008 says he thinks it's going to be 45-10. Man, That's a lot of points. Spicy Piece is 38-23. I can probably get behind that. I mean, yeah, that seems pretty good. My man, T-Park in the house. Second straight week with a super chat. This guy comes in and gets it done. Let me get to one of these.
Super chat.
This is game 2, baby. LFG, the JGT. I just confirmed KI, he's friends with Kenny Irons, are heading to the barn for the Oklahoma game. Wow, that's a hard ticket to get, too. But I have no doubt that you can get that done. By the way, T-Park and Kenny were together with us at the Bourbon event that we had in Atlanta back earlier this year. And my wife was just smitten with Kenny. Kenny is such a, and you guys remember Kenny, but such a infectious personality. He's just like so like giddy all the time and positive and tells funny stories. Kenny's one of my all-time favorites. And he really, he came along at a time. He started his career at South Carolina, and then he had to sit out a year back in those days. And then when he got on the scene, man, he was such a rambunctious runner, man. Uh-oh, look who it is. You wouldn't necessarily know the name, but I do. Cloche Merchant. That is Pipe Layer Nick right there. Pipe in the house. House. Let me give you an applause for that one, Pipe. Pipe, of course, our friend from the greater Cincinnati area. He's a fan of Purdue. He's a graduate of Purdue University. And he's pulling for the Purdue Boilermakers in all cases, which would include Aiden O'Connell if he's playing. Darkside's calling this game 73-3. You think you're one late, but you would have been right on it, brother. 1 week ago. Runner 24 says Kenny ran hard. Golly, he sure did, man. He was a rambunctious runner. Him and really Ben Tate was that way too. Both of those guys were just very physical, and you just had a lot of spirit to him. Rudy Johnson was the same way, although I think Kenny was, in my opinion, more talented. Ball, and Pitt wins the game. So that's going to do it. Spicy Pieces, Auburn's going to take the field first. I'm looking forward to it. Look at Pitt, man. They're really fired up. They want to talk that junk to all these Cincinnati fans. Bearcat Nation, you guys just got facialed. All 15,000 of you guys are just never going to live this one down. Formerly coached by Tommy Tuberville. Senator Tommy Tuberville, I should say. It says the Auburn game is currently on ESPNU. I'm not even going to try to switch that right now. I'm hoping they're going to come right on over. Caleb says War Eagle J. War Eagle to you, Caleb. Glad to have you here, G. Let's see. Whale Driver says I was at the LSU game in Red Stick where we went nuts and we lost. I'm gonna need more. I'm gonna need more information than that, G. I've seen a few of those. Oh, where he went nuts. Sorry, I'm sorry, I misread that. Where he went nuts and we lost. That would have been, I guess, the game that the kicker missed like 5, right? The kicker that never missed like 5 in that game. I can't remember his name. I can see him, but I can't remember his name. All right, so Auburn's got the ball. 2nd and 9 is the first play I'm going to see here. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that first snap, so. Oh, Jesus. Please, God, don't let that be a live football. Guys, there's no way, man. Is that really did that really just happen?
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
All right, so I was saying something in my scouting report about this kid, Cody, number 0. I was like, this kid is so active. I loved watching him play in their UC Davis game. So he had the scoop and score, and he had some big plays in their game against UC Davis as well. Number 10 is their other linebacker. Teddy is his first name, and I love the hair, by the way. All right, so Hugh is arguing, as he should, that this is an incomplete pass. I don't really know what Peyton's thinking here. I feel like that's going to be an incomplete forward pass, right? Because it's a throw forward. It's a poorly thought out idea. Let's give him that. But I still think that's going to be a forward pass that's incomplete. Right? All right. Guys, thank goodness. Yeah, your defense better stay out there. Those uniforms are pretty sharp there. They're kind of LSU vibe, but they're better. Caleb says, what happened? So Peyton was rolling out, and he just kind of like pitched the ball forward to Jarquez, and it was a shitty idea. Jarquez wasn't ready for it. That wasn't what the play was designed to do. And he kind of bobbled the ball, and then it hit the ground, and then they picked it up and ran it in for a touchdown. But it's now being reviewed, and now it's been reversed. It's going to be an incomplete pass. So Peyton got away with one there, and we good. Yeah, so it's going to be, we're back level 0-0. Auburn's going to have a 3rd and 9 now. Spicy pieces. Do we suck again? My man. Super chat coming through from the legend himself, Cassidy P. from the greater Atlanta area. Says, just tuning in, Drainers. What have I missed? Oh, nothing really. All right, 3rd and 9 is what we got here. Peyton feels like he's got something, and he does indeed. A throw to Rivaldo Fairweather for a 20-ish yard gain and a first down for the Auburn Tigers. They're out to about the 40. It's been spotted at the 42 is what I've got here. Daniel says, I don't blame Thorne for trying to make a play. That wasn't a risky throw. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with you, but it doesn't mean that you're wrong. Yeah, Peyton, you could tell he was really confident with that throw right there. That's the throw to Rivaldo. On first down, they looked like an RPO, and they just kept it and got a yard. I did like that throw, Ryan, for the first down. 2nd and 9 or 8, maybe. Auburn got a good blitz pickup there from Jarquez, and the man Cam Coleman with a snatch. It's going to be about a 40-yard gain. A really nice throw from Peyton. That was a touch pass. And Jarquez had a critical blitz pickup in that one. Critical. The play does not happen without Jarquez picking up that blitz. Terrific play. I have to remember that one for the camera eye. And Peyton just kind of lofted one deep down the left sideline, and Cam just went up and got it. Made a really nice play and stayed in bounds. So Auburn's going to take over at 1st and 10 at the 15, I believe is where they're at. Looked like a kind of a scramble play there. Peyton kind of saw something, and then I don't know what it was. I couldn't see it on the view, but he thought he saw something down that right side, but he ultimately decided to just kind of eat the ball. Oh, they're showing the throw to Cam Coleman. Hey, man, that's a really nicely placed pass, guys. My man Pipe says, if you order a blitz board this weekend, we are offering a free hand job, but he actually misspoke. He just said a free carry case. I mean, it's basically the same thing. The blitz board, of course, is a terrific tailgate game where you can play that anywhere you want. A game that Pipe and his neighbors have kind of gone into business together to do this. I have one here. It fell down during the summer, and I need to get it put back on top there. But check that out on the Facebook at Sensi Blitz Boards. Check them out. It's a really cool tailgate game. Courtney and I played it some downstairs. We're not at a tailgate. We're at the house. So check them out again on the Facebooks, the Facebookeries. I support him just because he's a friend of mine, and I like to see the hustle paying off for them. All right, 3rd and 10 from the 15 is what we're looking at here. You really want to see them do something here in the red zone. Looked like Dre Lambert was. Oh wait, is that a touch? I thought he dropped the ball.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
He's out of bounds. He stepped out of bounds. Oh, but they're gonna rule that he was forced out of bounds? I'd accept that. Yeah, that's exactly right, War Eagle 0008. That's what I thought. So when I thought he dropped the ball, it was actually the referee throwing his hat down to indicate that he had stepped out of bounds. But if he was forced out of bounds, that's okay. Man, that's big time right there. Dude, the Peyton Thorne haters are having a tough go of it right now because he is playing some good football. Aside from that kind of weird forward throw to Jarquez, that's a hell of a drive right there. Made a really confident throw to Rivaldo for the first down early on in the drive. Made a terrific touch pass to Cam Coleman to get them into the 15-yard line or whatever. And then makes a really, really clutch throw there on third down at the 15 to get the ball to Dre Lambert. And that window is small, man. He's throwing the ball. He's confident right now. Whale makes a good point. This Thorne kid looks pretty good when he has better than FCS wide receivers. It's true, man. He definitely has stepped up there. So what a terrific drive right there. And Auburn really didn't do much on the ground. Didn't need to. Every time they needed something, they had a good pass play. I'm trying to think. I don't know what down that throw to Cam Coleman was on, but that's two absolute clutch third down throws from Peyton. So that is terrific. William says, just how bad were our wideouts last year? A lot of people say, and we've talked about this on the rundown before, man, that was one of the worst groups in the SEC. And I was like, SEC? Shit, that was one of the worst in all of major college football last year. Just nothing. Like, Caleb Burton and Cam are the only ones really left at all from last year. And they're like bit performers, you know? So, and I'm always pulling for Cam because he's such a nice kid, but, you know, he is what he is. Cassidy pieces suck on that, James Franklin. Get you some of that, big boy. Dre Lambert, of course, coming to Auburn from Penn State over the offseason. Jolly Llama, my man. Let's give you one of these.
Super chat.
Says Ward M. Eagle, hell of a first drive. Appreciate the drain, J. Appreciate the drain, J. That's after I was just talking about Dre. Thank you for that. That was a tongue twister, Jolly Llama. But thank you for being here, and thank you for your support of the channel. Sam H., the man himself, one of our Hall of Famers, says, look at Razor Ramon directing traffic. Yeah, I know you and Cassidy P. love the Razor Ramon angle. Ambitious Engineer says, Mike G. swore receivers last year were not the problem. Hey, man, I mean, you guys know how I feel about Mike G. I'm not going down this road again. I like him. I think he's a good people. But some of his takes are hard for me to understand. They're hard for me to understand, but he is a very high-quality individual. I don't care what anybody says in this. Not that you would ever say this, Ambitious Engineer, but some people try to say it's a racist thing, that some of the stuff that they do. I'm like, come on, man. Come on, man. That ain't what it is. But some of the takes are horrible. Oh, my God. Wizard D says the Arkansas game's going into overtime. So Oklahoma State was right. I thought they were in position to get a field goal there. Oh, well. Caleb says, is Ott playing? We're going to see. They haven't taken the field yet on offense. Now, he had a good game last week. Was really the difference for them because he's such a factor in their offense all the time. He's a good running back, just carrying the football, but he's also a threat out of the backfield. Kind of a multi-purpose back. He's a smaller guy, but he runs in the middle of the field. He ain't scared of that. So to me, he's like a better version of Brad Lester. What a snatch, guys. They're showing a replay of Dre's touchdown. Unbelievable, man. Oh, my God. Spicy Pieces, Jay Nod is going to play number 1. He might be number 0. I can't remember what number he wears. But they ride him. He plays a lot of snaps. They do have a backup that plays a little bit, but Jay Nod is their bell cow. No doubt about it. Little RPO action. Hit a soft spot, and it looked like it's a zone coverage back there. And they get a first down right off the bat. This is they play 2 quarterbacks. Number 15 is the guy they go to the most often. He has probably the most arm talent, but he's not much of a runner. They have a guy that they they got from a transfer. I think he's from North Texas, number 7, that they switched in and out in the Cal Davis game, but you could tell they liked 15 better. I mean, he's the one that is the more secure passer. For sure. Spicy Pieces, our secondary may be ass, fellas. Hold on now. It's only, we're like 3 games into this defensive game. Let's see what happens. I'm going to pull this out. Hopefully this continues to work. Matt says, Mike G. There we go. A little negative play for the Auburn Tigers defense. Mike G is good people, but Mike G is all about hot takes. He's trying. Yeah, a little bit. He is trying, though. He cares a lot about doing a good job. So, I mean, look, man, that's all that matters to me. I know his heart. I know what's in his heart. He's doing it for the right reasons. And I'd say the same thing about Ike, too. They're just good dudes. I think Caesar and B. Will are cool too. I just haven't hung out with them nearly as well. I've never met Caesar, and I've only met B. Will a couple times, but he seems cool too. A little drag for their tight end. I believe, is that Dyches that caught that ball? He's a transfer from. No, I take it back. That's number 11, different guy. They have 2 good players that run those inside routes, and their tight end Dyches to me look like a big slot guy rather than a tight end, but. So they're hard for me to discern. I feel like I'm gonna choke or something. 1st and 10 for them. They're on their own 48. These snaps have been questionable. Oh my God! Oh, you're gonna talk that much shit over a catch? You guys haven't even scored yet. Somebody was bull rushing on the right side of Cal's offensive line and absolutely demolished somebody. We got to go back and see this. The right tackle for Cal literally got door stopped, and then whoever it is bowled into the quarterback, but apparently he was still able to get the ball off. Hell of a job by him, really. J-Mac with some really nice backside pursuit on that rundown of the quarterback. And also that means there's good coverage downfield as well. I don't think we've seen that. Haven't said that too much yet. All right, 2nd and 8. You want to try to, get them into a 3rd and long here if you can. This to me looks like an inside zone type run. Oh, we got an offside on that left guard. So that's going back 5. Jolly Llama says, DBs, yikes. Let's figure this out on D, guys. Fair. Just give him a little time. DJ, Auburn's got a huge advantage, I think, this year with DJ out there. As a defense coordinator, I think he will make the adjustments that are needed. We haven't seen it yet because they didn't really have to in the last game. But I think they will this game, and we'll just kind of see what they're able to do. Auburn was going with 3 down linemen again. This is the 2nd straight snap for that. Cal not really running the ball very much at this point. Little hitch, stop route, and Keontae was all over it. Beef O'Brady there's talking shit again after a 6-yard catch. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess that's a big deal for you, but doesn't really help your team a ton. Cleveland Brown says, Arky gonna Arky, SMH. Did they screw this up? All right, so we got a 3rd and relatively short here, maybe 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2. You're thinking they would try to go inside zone with their bell cow tailback here. They're running an RPO instead. They're going deep, and it's caught. And fucking Scooty did not play the ball. He did not play the ball.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you, jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
All right, nice little RPO run by them. I like it. It was kind of an ambitious play. And they went 1-on-1, 13 against Scooty out there, and Scooty didn't play the ball, period. didn't look for the ball, didn't play the ball, and he's got to turn around. He's just got to do that. Sam H says secondary blows. Let's just see how it goes. Scooty's their third choice at cornerback. You know, he's in there as a reliever kind of, and he got worked on that one a little bit. Oh, man, you hate to see that. He's just doing this shit. You know, come on, you got to play the ball. All right, so we're all square, guys. 7-7. One drive each for Auburn and Cal, and both have come up with touches, as the kids say. Let me get some of these stats updated. That's always important. Peyton on that first drive was 3 of 5 for 72. And a touch. Great throw to Keandre. I mean, great. Third downs are 2 of 2 and 2 of 2 for both. How about that? That's something DJ ain't going to like. Cal was converted both of their third down situations on that drive. And Cam has that one catch for 41. One catch for 41 for Cam Coleman. And also Jarquez has 2 carries for 3 yards so far. So the stats are now fresh and updated. We do not have a drop yet, which is fine and dandy with me and you. And also, if it comes to a point where we don't need to be doing drop counters anymore, just come up with an idea for what else we can put in this little box for drop counters. Sam H says just got burned. He did. He just didn't. He didn't have an opportunity to play the ball. GW getting the cart before the horse says fire DJ Durkin at halftime. As Will Muschamp once said on one of those things from SEC Media Days years ago, I would like to meet this person. CJ says we all got 8. We Auburn got 8 alive there. I hope that's not how the game's going to go. Let's give him a little time, CJ. That's still a very young player in his second game at Auburn. You know, just getting used to things. He's the third cornerback in a 2-quarterback system. So, but he's got to be better. There's no doubt about it. Oh, Brandon J says pay Naeem offered his 7 figures. That is what I believe he's going to try to get. And at this point, I feel like Oregon is the only team that has been semi-open to paying him that much money. It's a lot. That's quarterback money for a defensive back. Let's see. Cleveland Browns says dime counter for when Peyton throws a long ball for a touchdown. I'd be willing to go with dime counter. It's kind of a cool idea, actually. And if we were doing that, I mean, I would say he's had 2 dimes in the first drive. I mean, the throw to Cam was an absolute dime. There's no arguing that. And I think the throw to Dre was just as good. It was such a small window. And he was able to just zip it in there. Wizard D says, we are getting pressure. I agree, man, that the long pass before the touchdown, maybe 3 plays before that, somebody just absolutely annihilated their right tackle. And was just, a quarter second away from ruining that pass. But, hey, man, it's a quarter second here and a quarter second there. I'll win you a title, you know what I mean? All right, Sean Jackson was out there to help return that kickoff, but the ball went out of bounds. All right, so both teams missed field goals in overtime, and the game's going to second overtime for Arkansas and Oklahoma State. Fernando Mendoza is number 15 there. I wonder if they'll even go to number 7 in this game. Maybe they were just trying out a transfer last time. Fernando Mendoza's been a guy that's been at Cal, and he's kind of waited his turn, so he's got the respect. I call this a 40 formation right there with the 2 tight ends flared out. And Auburn decided to run inside. It was kind of a cool deal where they both folded inside, and then the run follows those double lead blockers. Ended up getting like 4 yards, but there's a flag on the play. We got a personal foul. Hands to the face. I don't know who the guilty party is there. It's a D Wade left guard. I really like this play. Look at the big splits there between the center and the guards. Gives you plenty of room for Luke and Brandon to get in there. A good read from Jarquez. I didn't see the hands to the face, guys, but that didn't mean it didn't happen. I just wasn't watching. I like the blocking on that. Cassidy pieces. Fernando Mendoza looks like a flautist. Guys, that's somebody who plays the flute. If you guys didn't know. All right, 1st and 22. That's an unusual down and distance. Auburn. Okay, that's cool. I like that. You kind of had double wheels coming around the horn there. You had Luke out in front with Brandon behind him. So that's two consecutive plays with 2 tight end sets, and I liked both of them. It's cool shit there. Brandon Frazier, a kid that, man, he has endured some shit now. He's been here a long time, toiled in obscurity for years. There's that 40. I call this a 40 formation again with the 2 tight ends flanked off both tackles. There's an RPO throw and a fucking rocket, man. I like that throw right there to Dre Lambert on a slant. They're trying to he's trying to flesh out one-on-ones, and he's getting them right now. It's obvious that Hugh feels like his wideouts can win in one-on-ones, and they've been doing it so far in this game. For absolute sure. Terrence says, your boy Frazier, I thought he was going to be a bigger star than he has been. For sure, coming in from Texas when they got him, he was nuts in high school. But this is exactly where Auburn wants Cal. They're having to load up the box right. I thought this was a broken play. Peyton just getting away with his life there. I think he was surprised. I thought he was going to be a bigger star. He's ended up being just kind of a serviceable tight end, but he's a great story, and he really gives a shit about being a quality player and a quality individual too. There's your revamped receiver room. Sam Jackson, what a stud. I love talking to him. Cam's a great kid. They're all good kids. But Cam he's special, man. He's like the football version of Mustafa Heron. I mean, as a person. It was a very spready look here for Auburn. Oh, nice tackle. He was ready for that one. You kind of see that one coming, right? Super chat coming in from Sir Cassadp. Super chat. Says Encino Man with the reception. All right, 3rd in a good distance here, probably 8. We got an encroachment, got to be. There you go. It's free play, might as well. And that ought to be a PI too. No, they do not call PI, but they are going to call the encroachment. So it's going to be 3rd and 4-ish, 3-ish, something like that. Cleveland Brown was with me. He said, I expected more from Frazier as massive as he is. He's a good athlete, too. Sometimes I wonder, like, and I don't mean this as a criticism of Brandon. I like Brandon a lot, but he's just a nice person. Like, maybe to be great at that position, you have to have a ferocity about you, maybe, that he doesn't have. I don't know. I'm just talking. I mean, Cam Coleman's not ferocious, but I feel like he's a major, serious competitor. Yeah, that looked like an illegal formation to me, but now it's not. Definitely not now. That ball's got to be caught, guys. Fuck me. That ball's got to be caught. That ball's got to be caught on 3rd and 2 and you hit him in the hands. Come on, man. A little bit behind him, but it's definitely within his catch radius. That's got to be caught. 4th and 2. Are they going to go for this? Good call. I like this choice. CJ is confused about the lack of a PI call on that deep throw down the left sideline. I'm the same way, brother. It looked like that to me, but it is what it is. We got Brandon out there again, number 87, playing some big snaps right now. You got Robert Lewis out there. You've got Dre on the outside. You've got Cam Coleman on the outside. So this is your number 1 group here. And they call a timeout. They did seem a little confused about that. My guess is that Peyton knew that they needed a different look and then got a slow response from the sideline, so he called timeout as far as what the backup play would be. In a lot of cases, when they signal a play in, he's got an automatic second choice that they can go to that's already called. But sometimes you don't, and I think that's a situation where they didn't have the second call included in the original call. And at that point, you've got to get a signal from the sideline, and just it kind of broke down a little bit there. Not a big deal. SC, man, I so want the I'm a big poster on Wall Street Bets on Reddit, and there's a GIF they have of no balls. It's the Pepe the frog, and it says no balls. He's holding up a sign that says no balls. I really want that on the bunker. I want to be able to post that, but unfortunately I don't have it here. No balls. No balls. Ed Deese is not a drop. Is this about Rivaldo? Yeah, Wizard Deese is 3 drops for Fairweather this season. I wonder if that was officially declared a drop. I don't know that Stat Broadcast keeps that stat. So that's usually one I get from PFF. Just kind of updating some numbers here. Peyton is currently 6 of 10 for 108. Dre is the leading receiver, 2 catches for 30. Cam has 1 for 41. Rivaldo 1 for 18. Frazier has the 1 catch for 16, and Jarquez has a 3-yard catch. So currently they have thrown the ball 10 times and run it 3, but some people get a little caught up on when coaches, specifically Hugh Freeze, talk about a balance with play calling. They don't mean number of plays. They mean the way you use them in certain situations. When I was a young reporter, I used to get real hung up on it, like, well, Tommy, you ran the ball 40 times and only threw it 33. How do you explain that you want 50-50? And he's just looking at me going, JJ, come on, bro. What are you talking about? Like, I'm not going to run the ball on 3rd and 15 because I got to keep it at 50%. I'm going to throw the fucking ball. And I'm going to do whatever it takes to win the game. Frozen Heart says, got to stop face guarding and run the damn ball. It would be, I think Auburn might want to try to run the ball more. I think they look at this game, Frozen, and they think we've got a huge advantage one-on-one outside against these defensive backs, and he's trying to accentuate that. And really, they've been pretty successful. Oklahoma State beats Arkansas 39-31 in 2 overtimes. Thank you, Russell, for the update, G. That's a tough loss for Arkansas. They were playing too good. Solo Tigre says the CEO for Domino's is named Russell Weiner. Seriously? Dude does a hell of a job, man. DPZ, their stock is great. Trades in the, I don't know where it's at right now. It's in the low 300s, which is a hell of a lot for a pizza company. They're run really well, I think. And I formerly was an investor in Domino's. I'm not anymore. Not really for any reason. Not because I think he sucks, but it's a really well-run company, I think. Not that anyone asked me about that. What are your thoughts about Brian Nickel leaving CMG to go over to Starbucks? Big deal, huh? Wonder if we'll start getting some more consistent food allocations at Chipotle now. All right, 4th and 2. Auburn's going for it on the 48 of Cal. They're lining up that line of scrimmage. This looks like an advantageous look for Auburn to the field side to throw the football. We'll see. Dre is open. He decided to go deep for Cam, and that's incomplete. Really didn't give Cam an opportunity to even play that ball because Cam had outside leverage on that defensive back, and he threw it inside. Dre was open. Dre was open on a slant or a drag. He had his guy beat by 2 steps, and I just think I respect that you would – I understand why you would lock in on Cam because he's such a playmaker, but he needed to throw that ball to Dre. Jonathan, it was there, man. Dre had it. That ball, if he throws the ball to Dre in stride, he may go the distance, but no matter what, he's got a first down and plus about 10 or 15. It was just not the wrong read by Peyton, period. It was just the wrong read by Peyton. That is a dangerous play, and a missed tackle from J-Mac lets them get out of it. Fucking A, man. Sloppy. Peyton is currently 6 of 11 for 108. Let me update that. All right. They've got a 2nd and 5-ish here. Just a little bit past midfield. Oh, Auburn's defense was fucking all over that. J-Mac, Malik blocked in the man-child himself. Eugene Asante in there as well. Just absolutely overwhelming the left side of their offensive line, and they can't run this kind of shit when Auburn's doing that. That's how you stop running right there. It's just, but look at Malik Blockton, man. I cannot believe you've got a true freshman out there playing 3 technique, and he plays at this level. It's just I'm not sure it's ever happened. I'm not sure I've covered an Auburn player like that. I mean, DeMarco McNeil played really well as a true freshman. I don't know if he played this well. Maybe he did. I don't know. It's just a long time ago. Not enough pressure from Auburn there. They let him get away for a first down scrambling. That guy's slow as hell, too. Fuck. Man, 24. Got to do better than that, bro. That's Kieran. Kieran Crawford's got to get that, man. He's got to get his hands on the quarterback there. All right, 1st and 10 for Cal at the Auburn 41. This looks like inside zone to me. 1-by-1 wideouts. And they just ran offside for absolutely good. Oh, my God. This is why I could never coach, man. If you did that to me, I swear I would take you off the field and say you're not playing again. The team was literally doing the meerkat thing, looking over to see what the play was going to be, and then he ran offside. Like, what the hell? Guys, my game just froze. Did your game freeze? No, it's back now. Number 10. Dude, they're looking for... What are you doing? That's the craziest offsides I've ever seen. What happened? They weren't even trying to run the play. Oh, I couldn't do it. I'd have an aneurysm. All right, 1st and 15. I'm not mad about it. I'm just saying I couldn't do it myself. There's an inside zone run. Auburn is there's just no way. Cal is absolutely out of their mind if they think they're going to run the ball to the left right now. It's not going to happen. They cannot run the football right now. They just can't do it. I mean, I hate to use this kind of language, but they're getting their shit packed in over here. I mean, they just have this. It's just foobar. Keldrick Falk, a man making the most of his considerable athletic talent, stand-up defensive end right now, right there at the midfield, right at the Auburn logo, coming in. He's trying to bull rush his way in. Did not keep his eyes up, though. And Cal they're 1 yard short of a first down now. Beef O'Brady with the catch. I'm starting to hate this kid already. I have no reason to hate him, but I do hate him. 7 of 7 for 89 yards is their quarterback right now. That tells me that Auburn is not getting him off schedule. He's a rhythm quarterback. He's got to be in rhythm to throw the football. And so far, he's been able to be in rhythm. I have been happy, at least somewhat happy with the pressure, but it's just not, they haven't quite gotten to him yet. They're forcing him to do things and move out of the pocket, but he's been able to keep his head up and make plays. They got the first down on a run there. They only needed like a yard. Got 2. Isaiah Rake's in there. I haven't noticed him yet. I'm sure he's been in there before. Number 22. He's a big guy. Kind of a weird number for a nose tackle. I feel like a stranger says his 8 kite. It is indeed. He usually goes by Spoody. Spoodie. Spoody kite. They like him a lot because he's really talented, and when he's on, he's really good. But he's not consistent from play to play. You've seen a lot of this 3-down lineman thing from Auburn today, which I'm not used to. There's a great tackle from Keontae Scott right there to shed a block and make a play. That was great. If he doesn't make that play, I don't even know where that ball's going. It's going to go way the hell downfield, though. Let's see what else we got going on in the chat right now. A. Robinson says the defense is terrible. I feel like they're terrible in the wrong time, the wrong opportunities, and generally been playing pretty well. I mean, they're only putting 5 guys in the box right now, and they're still getting great pressure. Boy, that quarterback got absolutely licked right there. I hope that's not going to be a penalty. It's not. End of first quarter, guys. That's 1 quarter down. A quarter that, in general, is pretty damn even. Solo Tigre says J Cam, whose opinion I respect at all times, says the tackle, Keontae's tackle, saved the touchdown right there. And it was a very complicated, a tough technique play for him because he was getting blocked. Shed the block, made the low tackle, did a hell of a job. And that's why I don't think he should ever be on special teams because he's too valuable to the defense. I'm talking about Keontae Scott. Let me make sure I got some of these numbers updated. The third down numbers are probably a little bit out of date. Cal is 4 for 4, and Auburn's 2 of 3, so that's something that's going to really piss DJ off. He went a whole quarter with no third down stops. It's not good. And then Auburn is 2 of 3. Excuse me. I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Yeah, I was right. Let's see. Feel like a stranger says he thinks the Kite's playing off too much. I usually think of him as kind of a presser guy. So if he's playing off, it's probably something he doesn't want to do. And Cassidy Pete says it's going to be about whoever rises up, either Razor, Ramon, or the flautist. The flautist. RX Eagle says Auburn makes random QBs look elite sometimes, drive me nuts. Yeah, look, man, just give him a little time. I agree with you, though. He's been great so far. And Auburn, again, pressure's been okay. They just haven't actually gotten to them. He's 8 of 9 for 95 right now with a quarterback rating of 214. Peyton is 6 of 11 for 106. Rating of 165. Neither team running the ball a ton here or being successful running the ball. Auburn has run total plays, 14 plays for the Auburn Tigers. 3 of them were runs, which is unusual for them. But again, they feel like they have a huge advantage one-on-one outside. Yeah, total yards is a 114 to 109 right now. Cal ahead, but just barely. Time of possession, definitely in Cal's favor. They're at 4 minutes right now. But again, it's 1 quarter. Yeah, just got to get him off rhythm a little bit. He obviously is a player that when he's in rhythm, he's going to make some good throws. Hornatius in the hizzle says, I am an accomplished skin flautist. Wow. It's a lot of information there, G. Young Bezos, one of my favorite rappers. Adjustments. Let's see what he comes up with here. You got to give him a little time to get this done. GW says, who knew DJ Jurkin was the second coming of Ted Roof? Ted Roof, who we like to joke about, but also was part of the national championship team. And there's no coach, with the exception of Will Muschamp, that I would rather drink a beer with than Ted Roof. Every guy in the bunker would love to hang out with Ted Roof, but I understand. We're not talking about his beer drinking. We're talking about his defensive coordinating. There's the great Lego in the sky behind Justin Wilcox there. If you didn't have a chance to see that. We joke about it not because it sucks, because it does suck, but we joke about it because it just doesn't fit the aesthetic of the stadium at all. It's ugly. I was thinking about this earlier. Sam says CBS doing their featured game today is Iowa against Iowa State, which I find odd. See, Auburn gets the quarterback running on, he's running for his life, and then he makes a great throw to Beef O'Brady again. Now he's 9 of 10. Keontae in coverage there, and I can't fault him too much. I mean, he's right on it. I mean, you'd like it to be maybe half a step quicker to be able to defend that pass coming in, but I mean, I don't know, man. Jonathan Taylor says Scott's getting whooped. I don't know about whooped, but you're right. He got beat on that play a little bit. They can't run the football right now. So we're talking about Auburn's defense being shitty. We're not talking about the defense in general. We're talking about specifically the coverage has been the problem. Defensively up front, I think they've been good. And Auburn's only put 5 or 6 in the box at some points, and they're still getting good enough penetration to disrupt or not even disrupt, to destroy the run game. They got Dabo Swinney Jr. playing there, number 76, playing center for the Cal Golden Bears. A little bigger than his daddy, I guess. That is daddy. Yeah, he's Diddy. More pressure on the quarterback, but he gets the ball off and makes the throw. Nice punching there from J-Mac, trying to get that ball out. I like it. I do like it. Champ Anthony was coming in too. Ready to make a play. Spicy Pieces, Keontae's a nickel. The fact that we just assume he's our top corner is laughable. He's a real good nickel, though. I mean, whoa. This camera work is a little iffy. All right, 3rd and goal from the 11. Just cannot allow a touchdown here. Just can't do it. And Cal knows is a big snap here, so they're going to take some time to talk it over. I support that. Michael W., I think you've got a new photo now, I think. Since we can't be too disappointed, we are still another class of top recruits away. I would argue that Auburn might be 2, but one would be good. It's looking like it's coming together. This incoming defensive line class that we have coming in is going to help, yeah, for sure. And Jordan Crawford, I'm telling you guys, keep an eye on him. He don't get a lot of love for reasons that I don't understand, but that dude is an absolute beast. They're saying on ESPN Fernando Mendoza's 10 of 10. Stat Broadcast has him as 10 of 11. So, just for the official stats have him as 10 of 11. Stephen says, pull Keontae Scott and put in Griffin Speaks, LOL. He'll get it. He'll get you. Griffin will get you going. He's actually a good player, but I know what you mean. It's probably not the solution. I don't like Auburn playing this far off on these receivers on the bottom, but that's fine. Whatever. I swear Isaiah Rakes is bigger than the guys blocking him. Man, another mental error from California. I believe that's their 4th penalty so far. Yeah, they're 4 penalties for 20 yards right now. And 2 really clutch, really weird offsides calls. There's Deishes, the tight end that came in from Maryland. Former battery mate with Rico Walker in Maryland. Both of them were tight ends together with the Terrapins. They're going with a doubles formation here. Lord have mercy, another missed tackle on the outside there. Fortunately, it wasn't a total deal breaker because it was 3rd down and goal, and they're only to like the 4. That's just a bad play from Kane Lee. It's a bad angle, and it's just a bad idea. It's just not well played. It was just not well played. So the people who have concerns about the secondary, I agree with you. They're not playing well tonight. Holy shit, he missed his kick. Hit the uprights. Auburn's field goal defense, guys, I'm telling you, we talked about it last week, is unbelievable. They do everything, man. They fart on them. They burp at them. They put a hex on them. Like, they do all kinds of stuff, man. They dabble in the dark arts. And it just, sometimes they're just really good at it. Ambitious Engineer says, awfully. Yeah, terrible. There's a crime. Clapping for that missed field goal. Edgar Allan Coe with a missed field goal there. And SC says that's the Saban School of Kicking. My man, I like that. And Damon coming in says, yes, best field goal defense in the country. Like, give Tanner Burns credit, man. Auburn's special teams coordinator has found the secret to field goal defense. Sam H said that it hit the flag. It looked like it did, actually, didn't it? Hit the post and then into the flag, maybe? You should at least get a point for that. That's tough to do. Madison says, huge break. Come on, guys. It's flex time. All right, everybody flex. I know. I'm just kidding. It's all good. And Decatur Tire says the right hash claims another kicker. Young Bezos says long drive ahead of us here. You're right. Got a long way to go here. And Spicy Pieces, give name offered $100 million bazillion dollars, please. That seems a little high. I think $1 billion would probably just be enough, but we'll see. Might be able to get him down to just $100 million or whatever. Oh, yeah. Ambitious Engineer says, where's our run game? Hugh gets too pass happy. Let's see if I bet they come back and run a little bit on this drive. And force Cal to really think about how they're going to defend the run. John D says that the South Carolina quarterback is injured, and now Robbie Ashford is in the game.
The danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany. This is where your car gets keyed, you get a bunny in the pot, your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail.
Shane jumps in with a super chat. Thank you, bro. Not your first today. Says Java making an average quarterback look like the Heisman candidate. You're absolutely right. Happens all the time. It seems like it's a really frequent thing that happened under Gus. It happened under Gene. It happened under Harsin, of course. And now it's happened a little bit under Freeze, too. GW thinks the brother Oliver needs to make a comeback. I love it. D. Lucky says a lot of these are RPOs. We need to call some running plays, some straight-up run. Oh, no. GW says Jordan Love is out for the season. I saw the injury last night. I was really hoping it wasn't anything bad. I was hoping kind of like his ankle got caught under him, and I was just hoping he was going to be all right. Oh, that's tough. I'm not a Packers fan, but that sucks for them. I guess that means Malik's going to be the guy for them going forward. Scotty P loves that soundbite. The danger zone. your redhead, your strippers, your girl's named Tiffany. No, my God, Cam Coleman's got to catch that ball. Oh man.
What in the fuck is this game?
Pass to Cam Coleman, tipped up, snatched by John Williams, the famous movie score director, and he returns that like 20, 25 yards inside the red zone. I think, oh no, Jester says Jordan Love will return, a sprained MCL. Okay, got a little ahead of myself there. Guys, that ball should have been caught, right? We're going to have to call, that's a drop. I'm sorry. We're going to call that one a drop. SC says, okay, so that was not Peyton's fault. Oh, man. Not much you can learn from, really, on that one from a Peyton perspective. I mean, the ball's on time. It's where it's supposed to go. He kind of led it a little bit and just didn't catch it. He didn't catch it. He let it hit off his pads. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and give that one a drop. So they're going to take over on the 21. They're going to try to run the football, and it's going to end the way you would expect it. They got about a yard and a half. Bobby Jameson Travis inside there. Isaiah Riggs in there, helping to make that play. Try to run the ball again. Jay Knott got crushed out there by Sly Smith, making a play. Second-year player out of the greater Anniston, Oxford area. Diego says run the ball, man. Auburn didn't even have the ball. But I know what you're saying. You're saying that you're getting a little crazy with the passing. Edgar Allan Coe ready for a field goal attempt here. 3rd and 2. Auburn lining up on the line of scrimmage here. I like that. Oh, goodness gracious.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Hunter with another snatch, another touchdown snatch. Again, Auburn had good pressure, or they were forcing him to move a little bit, but he makes a great adjustment and throws the ball. And it's caught. Now, I understand why you'd be celebrating now. It's another touchdown. You guys are ahead halfway across the country. Well, all the way across the country. I mean, that's good. I understand that now. No hating. Edgar Allan Coe with the extra point, and they're now up one full touchdown, 14-7. Auburn again, defensively not quite where they want to be. They're 6 of 7 on 3rd down right now. DJ Durkin's going to be not happy about that number. And let me see what Razor Ramon is up to now. He is now 6 of 12 for 106 still with the pick. Francisco Mendoza is now 12 of 13 officially for 133 and 2 touches. 6 of 12 for 106. I have it as 108. My eyesight's not as good as it used to be. I have to add interception there for Peyton, man. Jeez, man. A lot of good stuff here in the chat. Cassidy B says DJ had Cal on the points. And he don't mean Calipari. Diego says Auburn secondary making this quarterback look like Joe Montana. Yeah, he's been great, right? Alan says every year someone says that teams improve the most from week 1 to week 2. And every year Auburn doesn't look as good in week 2. Yeah. Freeze just says defense is sketch. William just says maybe the DB should have taken the stairs. Crawdaddy says Edgar Allan, what a poet. He's a great kicker, and he's also a fine scribe as well. He's the poet in my heart. Cassidy P thinks we're merely snake bit as a program. Jolly Llama says, I need more alcohol for this bullshit.
Yeah, on Monday, I won't make it on Monday because I got someone calls on Monday.
Hey, by the way, after that soundbite of Beetlejuice from the Stern Show, I saw Beetlejuice yesterday on opening day, I guess. Really enjoyed it. It was not what I thought it was going to be. It's not as campy as the first Beetlejuice, but it's probably more wholesome and more of a well-rounded film. I enjoyed it. Had like more of a point, I guess. You know, the last one was just kind of like Michael Keaton being like, "Hey, fams, how you doing?" Like, but it had more to it this time. Although there was some really funny stuff. CDF jumps in again after his massive super chat from earlier.
Super chat.
He says, "Is this their backup quarterback? Quarterbacks are normally this successful after we knock out the starter." They're kind of like they have part-time. I mean, it's like they're splitting time usually at quarterback, but in this case, you know, they're obviously going to stick with this guy. He's been pretty good. Auburn fans looking pensive and vaguely sad. Somewhere behind all of those people sits a quarterback, and his name is Fernando Mendoza. And he's been absolutely killing Auburn today. But could it continue? see why all gastroenterologists say this is best for your gut health. Click here. All right, Peyton Thorne getting out there. Razor Ramon himself, 6 of 12, 106, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. The pick was not his fault. It was a screw up, a drop by Sir Cam Coleman. Auburn's going to take over on the 25. I'm with Matthew Ray on this. Some of you guys are getting carried away, saying the team sucks. Let's just settle down and see what's going on. Oh, nice play there, but 96, 98. Well, I thought was their second best defensive tackle, but he made a damn fine play right there. Boy, he beat Jeremiah Wright. No, it was D-Wade. No, it was Jeremiah Wright. He beat him bad on that one. If they're moving it around a little bit. Is that 72 at left? It's D-Wade. They're going to say that was incidental content on Robert Lewis there. I thought he got hit, but it's fine. Wait, Jolly's mad that Perry's in the game? Why is Perry in the damn game, he says. Perry Thompson? I don't know, man. He's a good player. I look like a little bit more than incidental contact, but whatever. That's fine. Hey, Travis J, what's up, man? This is Jay, what's good? Nah, I'll tell you what, not this defense. Not this Auburn defense. Good to see you, bro. Travis been with us a long time on the in-game drains. We appreciate him being around hanging. Peyton out there running a little bit, fighting a little bit for some extra yards there. Doesn't really help too much on a 3rd and 11 to get 8 yards, but hey, man, it's 8 yards you weren't going to get otherwise. I think I know what the head coach just said. I think he said, fart, yeah. Just trying to see what's going on here. Oh, God bless. Oh, Tyler Johnson got killed out there on the outside. It didn't necessarily... Yeah, Peyton had to step up because the pressure came from his left side. Tyler Johnson just got absolutely outrun on that one. Here comes Oscar. Great kick. Wow, what a boomer. That's an outstanding kick. They're going to be taking over on like the 15 now. Great kick. Yeah, Travis says, yeah, our secondary was a question. I see why, but we'll adjust. I'm with you, man. I am in no way, shape, or form freaking out right now. I mean, things are not going the way that I thought they would so far, but still got a long way to go. And Wizard D says, bring in Hank Brown. I don't see a lot of fault with Peyton right now. I'm not saying he's Joe Montana or Joe Montana, but, you know, he's been fine. He's great on the first drive. Hugh has money on passing prop bets, apparently. Let's try and get a little extra side income, huh? I got you. Ryan says, 3 and out. Awesome. Just what we want. Got him right where we want him. 3rd down, by the way, Auburn Tigers are now 2 of 4. They're 6 of 7. It's an area of, an area where they could be a little bit better. 6 of 7, they're not 100%, so that's good. Chris M says, how about some short passing game? We don't have to go house every time. There have been a lot of throws deep, haven't there? Again, Hugh just feels like he can beat these guys deep, and they have, but you got to consummate it. There's more than just beating a guy deep. You got to get the ball to him. Shane H jumps in with the
super chat.
Says they're whipping our ass right now. Yeah, they've been pretty good on offense. They've been better than I thought they would be. That's the truth. Looks like Penn State did get away from Bowling Green today by a touchdown. Bowling Green was leading that game at halftime, 24-20, I think. Pretty credible game for them. Spicy P has seen enough. This is so bad. We are bad. Bad. Diego says, so far I haven't noticed any adjustments on defense. Still rolling with 3-man front. Hell, they know how bad their secondary is. Let's see what DJ comes up with here. He's going to have to get out of that little stack look. War Tiger just says dog water. Dog water. Water, water, water. Jonathan T, I'm with you completely. He says, in fairness, that was a PI. I think it was too. But that's open for interpretation. I didn't think it was an egregious one, but I would have called that, yeah. This is the throw to Robert Lewis. Well, CJ, come on, bro. I think more of you than this. I've turned it off. I'd be surprised if we came back and won this. You can't turn it off. Well, I mean, you can, but, like, come on, man. You're better than that. I know you're an Auburn guy. I know you like Auburn. You love Auburn. I know that. So it's like with sickness and health. You know, you got to sit there and watch this shit. Because if you don't sit here and take the beatings like this, then you're never going to appreciate it when things are going really well. That's just my view. I could be wrong. They got about 6 yards there on first down and a little play action throw to the tight end. A. Robinson, he's I feel like this is just a joke. He says, season over, Cam and Perry will transfer and Deuce will win the Heisman at Notre Dame. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Well, here we got one. That one.
And I ain't gonna let some smart-ass kid get on this phone and create this stuff. So if you got a problem with it, I don't care, all right?
Give you a little dabo. There's Jay Knott's first fruitful run of the day. It was a first down run for about 5 yards. But to be fair, they got another first down. Julia says, wow, either Mendoza's really amazing or we're helping him look that way. I feel like Auburn's gotten some pressure on him. You'd like to see more pressure, but they forced him to move around the pocket a little bit more than I would have expected, I guess. Because usually, like in the UC Davis game, it was just tempo. The ball was out really fast. It hadn't really been like that today. He's held the ball a little longer, and Auburn's gotten near him, but they right there, they got near him, and they probably hit him a second, after he throws the ball. Yeah, he's on his ass right there. But it's not, hey, man, you either got him or you didn't. Wizard D says this is giving me New Mexico State vibes. I have to agree. That does feel like the tempo that this game's moving at. We got an illegal shift against the hated Cal Bears. That is their 5th penalty of the half on Cab Calloway, singer of I Want to Be Rich, full of love, peace, and happiness. Oh, yeah. I saw that in the SMU game. They were doing that earlier in the week where a motion receiver will kind of round off that motion and start moving forward at the snap, which is some shit you can do in Canada, but you can't do it here. I feel like they've gotten away with that, but he did not get away with it there. So it's 1st and 15. Oh, man. See, that's a great throw, man. It's a really nice throw and a nice catch. Keontae didn't play the ball either. I mean, I don't know, dude. Whatever. Yeah, so Tigre says he's been hit hard 2 or 3 times, and we got to get him to him a step quicker. I agree. It's one step, right? I think there's been probably 3 or 4 times where they've got him, and then he got the ball out because he's been doing this a while. He ain't no youngster. There's another penalty on Cal. I think that's their 6th now, a false start. That's going to put them behind the chains a little bit, but God, the way it's been going, it don't matter. They've been getting about 10 or 15 per throw. Julia says, has this guy missed? I think according to ESPN, he has not. According to the stats that I've got on the stat broadcast, he is 14 of 15, but it don't really matter. He's been terrific so far today. Really, really good. I mean, he's going to be, if he can play like this the rest of the game, he's going to be like National Player of the Week. My guess is that he won't be able to. Oh, God, another missed tackle, guys. Fucking A. Who missed that one? Lord have mercy, that was bad. I think that's Kane Lee. Yeah, it's Kane Lee. Horrible, man. Just atrocious. D. Lucky says the incompletion is from a throwaway. Fair enough. Thank you. Yeah, Kane Lee, number 4. What a mess, man. I thought he wore number 3 last year, so he switched numbers and it's kind of messed me up. And number 4 is always Junior Rose Green to me. Always will be. I know there's been other players wear it, David Irons. That's been more like their typical run play there today. And Auburn's been all. Look at Malik Blockton still playing, guys. Oh, God, he's not a fluke, man. I'm telling you, it is so hard. I know I'm going to keep talking about this probably the whole season, just because it blows me away that there's a true freshman out there, Malik Blockton, number 47, who can play damn near every snap at 3 technique. There he is. Look how happy he is. And can play at a high level. He's effective as hell. All right, they're going to try to. They're still going 3-man front here now. It's 2nd and 11. They're motioning J-Mac in, but see, I think that's offsides too. Bobby Jameson Travis with the pressure, and he's still able to kind of get a little gain out of that. Gets him to a manageable from a 2nd and 11 to like 3rd and 4 maybe. That's a big difference. Cassidy Peace is my kingdom for Coach Cheese. Coach Cheese. We haven't heard that name in a while. All right, this is a fairly big play here. With 3rd and 3, you'd really like to see Auburn get a stop on 3rd down. They've only had 1 today so far. They are playing press. Looks like they're going to blitz Keys from the outside here. This is a big-time blitz. He gets the ball out quickly, and the ball, I think, was defended by Jaron there. Either way, it's an incomplete pass, and there's a stop. Jaron letting everybody know that he played a role in that. They're still 6 of 8 on 3rd down, so you need about 5 consecutive stops to feel like you've actually done anything here. Looks like they're going to go for it on 4th and 3, which is probably something I support because when you're near midfield, you might as well. There he is. The Welshman himself says, "Greetings, Drainers." We love having him here. He is coming to us live. He may be the only person in our chat who's in Italy right now. He's on holiday in Italy because he's a badass. That's what he gets to do. That's the kind of stuff you do. You can't hide money. Let's see, Knox says we can't cover their receivers to save our life. I would argue, and I'd like to know what Ed D thinks about this, I would argue that the missed tackles have been more detrimental than the actual coverage. Ooh, I like that throw right there. Northern Illinois getting a touchdown against the Notre Damers. Oh, they're leading in that game. Wow. Remember back when Northern Illinois was good with Burner Turner? It was like, 20 years ago? Maybe longer? Young Bezos says this is their game to lose so far. They played nearly perfect. I agree. They've been great today, particularly on offense. Let's see. Auburn's, they're going to run this. I mean, this is something I would do. 4th and 3. Big, big, big play right here. If you can get the stop here, you still got about 5 minutes to go before halftime, and you can really get something done in 5 minutes, you know. Let's see. My man. Here, hold on. They're going to go ahead and punt. My bad. I would have gone for that, and it's going to get a touchback. The Welshman says, thankfully not stuck to a Sicilian ceramic in the middle of the night, but in a ridiculously posh bar, and having to donate a kidney to pay the bill and keep Ms. Welshman happy. My man. There he is. It's been kind of a bumpy day today so far, Neil. The Auburn Tigers are not playing particularly well. I wouldn't say they're playing like shit, but they're just not. They've been better on offense than on defense, but like letter grade wise, I'd probably give the offense a B-, and I'd give the defense probably a D+ or a C-. Just throwing ideas out there. Shane jumps in with another super chat. Says, missed tackles and over pursuit have killed us. I think the missed tackles are what really stand out to me. Damari Alston in there, number 0 at tailback. So they got Robert Lewis playing slot, Rivaldo outside. Now he motions into a traditional tailback, a tight end spot. That was a read zone run that Peyton decided to hold, and he gets about 7 yards off it. They'll take that all day. Let's see. Runner 24 says, would say that they're playing like shit on D. I gave them a D+ or a C-. The reason that they're not playing, I wouldn't give them an F. I feel like the run defense has been good, but pressure on the quarterback and obviously tackling and defending balls has not been good. Peyton feels good about that throw, and To me, that's just a missed throw. Dre had a window for a 20-yard gain, and he just overthrew him a little bit. Just a little bit. Led him a little bit too much. Third and 4. You just can't afford to stall out here, man. There's that shift that they do on the defensive line. They do a lot of that. That's a split zone concept with a run attached to it. Peyton's going to go ahead and get that first down. It's kind of an interesting call there. I wonder if that was designed to go that way or if that was a read. Either way, it was a split option machination. Split zone, excuse me. Peyton looking over the sideline like I need a call here. I think Peyton was just going by the numbers there. I think he saw that. He saw he had a numbers advantage to that outside, and so he was going to try to make that run. And I think that's why he bumped into Damari, because his eyes were up to see if he had numbers to that outside, if he thought he could get to the edge. They're going to mark this as a 4th and 1, probably a short one. This is a tough one to go for because, are they going to take a delay of game here? What's going on here? You're at the, 35-ish? That's a tough one. That does not benefit Auburn at all to take a delay of game there. Yeah, this is that one just baffles me. You know, I wrote so much in my 3-2-1 column last week about game management I thought was really good in that last game, and I don't think it's as good today. That was a real fuck up right there. There's no reason to give away 5 yards right there. Boy, that's bad. That's just mismanaged. That's bad. That's bad. Travis J., I think I'm with you there. I'm not fussing about the spot. I'm fussing about managing the game after that happens. I mean, you've got to have a play. Run a fucking play. Let's go. There's no reason for a delay of game there. Aaron Rodgers is an unusual case because he goes to Cal out of junior college, and he was a great student. So he went to junior college for additional exposure. And even after that, Cal was really his only option. That's really something, isn't it? One of the truly great quarterbacks of our time, and he struggled to get a scholarship offer. Jaron with a throwdown right there. Attaboy. That's a nice play. Body slam that tight end. It's pretty impressive. I'm personally not a huge advocate of running your mouth too much when you're losing at home, but, whatever. It's a great play. War Tiger says, I miss the Tuberville days. I'm going to become an alcoholic. AU Taxman says, inexcusable. We should have gotten that 4th and still had the ball. Yeah, the delay of game there is just mind-numbing. There's another run, and they're getting their shit packed in again. Auburn's run defense has been terrific, and that's why the defense hasn't been a complete disaster for me. They've been good against the run, but need more pressure, and you need to get him on the ground. Shane jumped in again, says Hugh gambled his career on this guy. I don't know about that, but Hugh definitely put a lot of faith in him. Repeatedly. Now, it wasn't one opportunity to do that. It was multiple times that he did that. And, you just kind of roll with it. See how it goes. Daniel P., I knew this was coming. Hugh must be recruiting instead of coaching this week. Hey, he opened himself up to that. Not you, Hugh. Travis says, Ott ran his mouth last year. We ain't forget. Nobody's forgotten. And he hasn't had a great game here at all. They've been trying to run the ball a little bit, and he gets killed every single time. 7 carries for 11 yards for Ott, so he ain't getting anything done. Let's see. I'm going to update these numbers. Peyton is now 6 of 14, guys. He hasn't completed a pass in a while. Probably he should have completed one to Dre there on the slant during that last drive, but, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Jarquez is still at 3. He's at 3 carries for 2 yards. This is not Auburn football at all. Damari does have a carry, though, I believe. No, he doesn't. He was in the game but didn't get a carry. Cam still has the 1 catch. The leading receivers, Dre, two catches for 30, but he's been on that for a while. They've been having a hard time getting the ball to any of the receivers here lately. Third down, 2 of 5 for Auburn, 6 of 8 for them, so that was pretty close. So, yeah, from a statistical marker, you're looking at third down defense has been bad. 6 of 8 is no. Don't like the way things have been going since the first drive for Auburn's offense. I feel like they've gotten away from the run game. And it's fine if you're going to try to pass the ball because I think they do have an advantage at wideout now. But it's not working right now. They're going to have to change it up a little bit. And doesn't Auburn have the girth, the experience, the strength to enforce its will with the run game? Because you can argue that Jarquez is their best player. He has 3 carries right now. You've got an experienced offensive line that should have an opportunity to run this. They should be able to win some one-on-ones and get this ball moving on the ground. But I can't really say that they haven't been able to do that. They haven't tried. I mean, Cal has tried, and they're not getting it done. They've got 13 carries for 27 yards. But Auburn's only got 7 carries. I can't really say they've been stopped. They've been not even trying. And Bob C. says, wow, what a poorly coached game plan. I think you might be onto something there. I'm telling you, that delay of game on that last drive just fucking wrecks me, man. What is that? If you want to, hey, what have you got there?
Maybe they'll play better.
Oh. Courtney brought me an Auburn cookie. I wonder if this could be a good luck charm.
Maybe.
Cal has been taking a bite out of Auburn. Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. They've been playing like ass. In case you were wondering. They can't get off the field on third down. They haven't completed a pass in like 15 minutes. I don't know. CJ says there's AA. He knows you. All right, 3rd and 2. Play action. He's open. First down. It's a play you see in the NFL all the time. Little play action to the tight end. Little rollout. Every team's got that play, and it works most of the time if you just get the ball thrown to the right spot. 1st and 10 for the Cal Golden Bears. Kay and Lee now down. Looks like Courtney says he can't miss a tackle if he's down. You're right about that. Looks like he's got an issue either with his calf or maybe cramping up a little bit. My guess is that Ohio State is not super disappointed that they missed out on him. I'm just talking this thing through, guys. All right, he's up. He's up and moving. He's fine. You got Pee Wee Reese. That's the yeah, he's great. One of the great middle infielders. Pee Wee Reese, of course, a native of Louisville, Kentucky, where my wife's from. Buried in that he went to Seneca High School, believe it or not, Courtney. So did you ever play Seneca in field hockey?
Yep.
Were they any good?
Nope.
You beat that ass, didn't you? Cassidy Pieces, JGT, with the super chat here. I'll give you a super chat. JGT of this game continues to sour. Excuse me. Can we pivot to a blend, or at least have Courtney's Corner in the third quarter? Courtney's Corner. Favorite flowers. Courtney loves Gerbera daisies. Oh my God, Keontae got run over, but he did hold on. Man, this is rough, guys. I'm kind of surprised Auburn's only done a touchdown. They've been getting beat pretty good in this game. Yeah, that's a tough tackle. He really felt that. Auburn's sticking with this kind of three-man front thing. Oh, they finally got a sack. Is that J-Mac? Who was that? No, it was Keldrick. Finally got a sack. Finally got a sack. We're going to give him a clap for that one. Hey, King, by the way, he's laughing at my man getting run over. I don't know. Oh, here it is. King says 0 LOL. But he did hold on. He did hold on and get the tackle, so it wasn't a complete loss. But, yeah, it was an L. It was a lowercase L, not a capital L. 1 minute and 8 seconds left in this half. Beef O'Brady's been killing Auburn. He's got 4 catches, I think. 4 catches for 63. He's been eating them up. Peyton 6 of 14. I think he's missed 5 in a row. Their guy is 19 of 21. He hasn't missed 5 all day. They can't run the ball, but they've certainly been having no problem throwing the ball. Recent program history. Ass. Last winning season was in COVID, and that was 6-4. That was when Gus got fired after winning at Mississippi State, going, that's pretty good. So, hey, there's our photographer. That was Robin Kahn. There, right next to Aubie when they showed that. 3rd and 7. Chuck thinks they're going to get 8. Love the optimism. Oh, another sack, guys. Back-to-back sacks. Keldrick Falk with both of them. Bobby Jameson Travis was in there as well. The Auburn faithful, excited, happy to see it. Big time play, man. Young Bezos says back-to-back for Keldrick was a great play. Oh, he just snuck in, man. They had too many people coming. That's what she said. And, yeah, big play. Oh, that was a lick, too. He did not see that coming. Back in the old days, you would have lined up for a helmet-to-helmet crush right there. But these days, you got to go for the shoulder or lead with the shoulder. So Auburn's going to have about a minute left here to see what they can do. I don't know if they might be so far back into their own zone they may just sit on it. It's an idea. I still am just blown away by that delay of game on the 4th and 1. Just don't understand. All right, so the punt's off. Keontae's back there to play it, and he drops it. But he gets it right back. They're going to take over in like the 15 or something. I think that, listen, man, as bad as this offense has looked since the first drive, I think you got to go ahead and run some offense here and try to get some confidence going into the half. I don't think that scoring is even a real possibility. I just think you got to execute and try to get some confidence. Like just some play action run throws, 5-yarders, 7-yarders. Just do something. Doubles formation here. He did complete a ball to Rivaldo for 7 or 8 yards. So that's good. Step forward. I feel like a stranger jumps in with a super chat. Says, there's my dude Falk. Absolutely. What a great series there for him. Had 2 sacks and essentially single-handedly wrecked that drive, and they hadn't had many drives wrecked, so that was big. All right, Tyler Johnson did a nice job on that one. He picked up that rush nicely. And Peyton just throws the ball out. That's really all he's got. All he can do there. We may have a penalty. Marcus Davis standing behind his head coach there. Didn't get to see the signal because ESPN sucks. Looks like Auburn's retreating. No, I did get to see the signal. We got a hold. Oh, boy. Hold on, Mr. Rivaldo Fairweather. Boy, they got to just go in there at halftime and take a nap. Try to come back as a totally different person, you know? Eat a Snickers. Do something. This is a mess, man. I mean, it's not a mess in the sense that, like, they're not down 28-0, but golly, it's just been mushy and yucky. All right, there goes Jarquez. He's out on a zone read, and he probably got 30 yards on that run. But he stayed in bounds for some reason. Yeah, he stayed in bounds. I just don't understand. Oh, God. I thought Peyton was going to die right there. Nah, see, he'll get out of bounds. He runs right into the waiting arms of Dylan Senda, backup lineman. Ambitious engineer. I don't know about this, bro. He says, Hugh thought the Thorn was Joe Burrow. LOL. Got all these running backs, and he want to throw 80% of the time with Thorn. Yeah, they definitely had a passing approach here today. I don't know. I understand he comes into the game thinking my wideouts can beat their guys. But, oh, that was a nice run by Peyton right there. Oh, dang. Slides in around. They got 18 seconds here. Since it's a first down, they're going to wait until the chains get set in college ball. Now the ref has decided he's going to move the ball back 2 yards. Probably spiked that one, right? Yeah. All right, so it'll be 2nd and 10 from about the 43-ish. Now we got flags down. If this is against Auburn, I swear, guys, oh, we got another right tackle in the game right now. Ronan Chambers is playing right tackle instead of Too Tall. Number 74 there on your screen. Oh, my God. They call it intentional grounding. I couldn't hear the explanation. Intentional grounding on a spike? And they're doing a rundown on this? After the ref changed their spot like that? That is unreal, man. What? Hold on. Yeah, they got to get their... I don't understand what happened. What's that? So they didn't get any yardage taken off for the penalty. So there wasn't a penalty? I don't understand. And why is there 4 seconds on the clock? Okay, it's back to 5. Somebody explain this to me. I don't know. I don't understand what's going on. I can't hear I didn't hear what the explanation was. I'm about to go back and listen to this. I'm just confused about how that can go down. So it's a 10-second runoff and a loss of down, but they didn't take any yards off. I don't understand. They're at the same yard marker. 2nd and 11 officially. So Mr. Magoo's going to try to kick this bitch. This is a long-ass kick. 61 yards. Oh, Jesus, man. That was way short. Wait. Why was Oscar Chapman out there? Did he kick that? Why is Oscar Chapman out there? What is Oscar Chapman doing on the field? Oh, he's the holder. I'm sorry, guys. My bad. I wasn't thinking. He did a hell of a job getting downfield, didn't he? God, that kick was nowhere even close. Look at Chapman, dude. He shed a block and then made a tackle. That's amazing. Oh my God. Yes. I just can't believe this. What in the world is going on? I got to get these numbers set up first here. Payton ended up getting a ball caught. Let me say that. 7 of 15 for 113. And then we'll update the third downs. 7 of 10, 2 of 5. So that's what you're looking at there. I mean, yowzers, dude. 7 of 10? I know it was worse at some point there in the early second quarter, but jeez Louise. And I agree with you, Diego, totally. Truth of the matter, 7-point advantage is not that much considering how dominated Auburn was in that half. Yes, that was a pretty ugly half, honestly, I think, for Auburn. Julia says, emergency, out of wine. We need more. Let's bring in the bourbon. Let's bring in the high-proof stuff. Patrick, with an understatement there, says, I have some concerns, plural. Runner 24 says, absolute debacle. Now, to me, that's going a little far, but it ain't good. Debacle is when you lose the game, and they ain't there yet. You could make the argument that may be coming, but wow. I feel like a stranger says, looks like I picked the wrong week to sip and glue. Reference to Airplane, one of my all-time favorite movies. Let's see. Y3 says, completely embarrassing. Hugh better do some soul searching at halftime. Hope they have that on the iPad. Total yards, 222 to 178 in favor of the Cal Golden Bears. Pass yards, 205. So 205 passing yards out of their 222. How about that, huh? 6 penalties for 30 for them. 4 penalties for 26 for the Auburn Tigers. First downs, 12 to 6, Cal advantage. Time of possession, 20 minutes against 9 minutes. Cal ahead, obviously. Yowzers. My goodness. Runner 24 says Airplane reference 2 weeks in a row. My man, that's what I'm talking about. Terrence says, JGT, more importantly, does Love the Cat still drive a Prius? He probably should. Probably should. He's driving a Treep. But, yeah, it's pretty much a Prius. Brandon J says, we're down by 3 touchdowns with this effort against a good team. I tend to agree with that. Boy, I did not know the cornerbacks are going to be this ass. Like, it was just Kay and Lee's had a horrible game. Spoody had a bad miss on that first touchdown. In coverage, just awful. Number 8, Antonio Kite. Good golly, man. Oh, wow, look at this.
Wow, what a super chat.
Jolly Llama with a big super chat. Thank you, sir. Going to go ahead and send you this before the game causes me to get too drunk and rage quit the stream. Thanks for the entertainment during this shit show. I'm glad to be here and to be of service, G. Thank you for that, sir. J.R. Harris just says, what the actual hell? A. Robinson says, I feel like we're down 30. New Guess Who Dis, my man, the legend himself, says, I just got here, missed the first half. Was Hugh Cruton this week? That's pretty good right there. We've had a few of those. Ed D says, Jay, grounding is a spot foul. Fumbled the snap, can't spike it. All right. I got to process that. I don't think I've ever seen that before, Ed D. I don't think I've seen that. Uh-oh. we got one of these right there.
Wow, what a super chat.
It's Patrick D, guys. The legend himself. Why not AU? Says, worse in-game coach, Hankins or Hugh Austin? Uh-oh. That's going to get some people triggered. Wow. Hugh Austin, LOL is what Anonymous says. That was pretty funny. I don't have a lot of happy, optimistic wisdom to dispense right here. I thought the play calling was weird. I understand that you come into a game saying we've got a huge advantage at wideout, and I trust Peyton to make the throws. And on that first drive, they looked great. The advantage was there. Peyton was consummating the advantage with some great throws. The blocking was there. The protection was there. Jarquez had a great blitz pickup to clear the first touchdown. Everything's great. Now then, second drive kind of goes to ass. And then you start having drive after drive of just you're not having the production, okay? At that point, you got to start running the football. Like, Auburn is built to run the football. Auburn's got an all-conference tailback. Auburn's got, in my opinion, an all-conference second tailback. Auburn's got a stud as third tailback. The offensive line's strength to me is run blocking. Run the ball. So I think that Hugh and Derek and Kent have been too slow to change, to bend the direction of the offense. I understand you got a plan, and it gave you some really nice results initially. I understand you bought NVIDIA at $200 a share, and it went up to $400, and you're feeling great. You just can't keep hitting it, man. If the stock goes down, you got to go a different direction. And they're not going a different direction. They're staying in that same direction. And that's why Patrick D has questions. And that's why some other folks have brought up some really good questions. A. Robinson's done it as well in this chat. What's going on? What's up with this play calling? They're not adjusting well. To say nothing of DJ Durkin, although I thought the defense was better the last two defensive possessions of the half. But Cassidy Pieces need number one to return from the half oozing machismo. That would be really nice to see. Yeah, I don't know, man. Let me see if we can get a hold of Kozan. It's ringing. Uh-oh, it's still ringing.
Oh.
Hey, Alex, it's JG. Alex, you there?
Hello. I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hear you fine.
Oh, awesome. What's been going on?
I'm playing behind some senior citizens today. I'm on 17, but I'm watching the game.
Oh, no. Okay. What are your
It's all
thoughts?
good.
What I don't think the play calling's been very good, and the people here on the show with me don't think it has been either. What are your thoughts?
Well, to me, it's what are you trying to do? Is the offensive what you're going to hang your hat on? Is that going to be Thorne and passing the ball, or just a run team and you're going to get some play action there and take some shots when you can? I don't have that much confidence in Thorne that I'm putting the whole game on his shoulders. I mean, Cobb and Hunter have only ran the ball 5 times combined in the first half. To me, that's an area that I would have thought the team would have wanted to build around, and I think they have the opportunity to do that. So I think a little bit more of a little heavier on the run and not so reliant on the pass. I think that would make a difference for them offensively. But that's just what I'm seeing. What are you guys seeing?
Exactly the same. Like, I understand they're going to come out there and they're going to throw the football, and they had a great first drive. But at that point, okay, you're going to keep doing that second drive, third drive. Well, after that, when they start kind of drying up, you're like, hey, let's get back to what we are, which is a running team that passes, when it's necessary or when it's advantageous. And that's not what they're doing. They just keep throwing the ball. And I don't understand that. I feel like they have an advantage up front, Alex. They could run the football, and they haven't.
Well, I've seen some of that advantage as well. I would have thought that the biggest difference in the game is they just can't get off the field defensively. I mean, the guy's 19 for 21. They're 7 for 10 on third down. That makes a big difference, and they're just kind of dinking and dunking and bleeding the clock. And following that drive where they missed the field goal on the long one, and then Thorne threw the interception, had a couple of 3-and-outs, and didn't really get much going until that last drive there before the half. So hopefully they regroup and get back to the basics here. To me, it's just I wouldn't want to hang my hat on Thorne and some freshman receivers. I love Fairweather, but you got to have more than that offensively. Yeah,
I think Hughes showing a lot of love and respect for Peyton that I don't see. I don't think is justified, but maybe he saw stuff in practice, Alex, and he was like, "This guy's ready for a breakout," but I haven't seen it. His first drive was really good, though.
Not yet, but it's more than Thorne, though. That this is on defensively. You've got to get a stop. You can't let a quarterback from Cal come in here and be 19 for 21. That's not. You're not going to win many games if you can't put up more of a stop defensively than that. If they take care of that, can get off the field, I think the rest will flow pretty easily. But to me, it starts defensively. You got to get off the field.
Have you seen anything on the offensive line that's piqued your interest, or good, bad?
To me, what I've liked from what I've seen is they've strained a little bit more. In recent years, when guys lose or they get edged, and you got a guy who's like kind of passing your hip, a lot of times I've seen him give up. What I've seen today is a little bit more strain. You run your feet, you give Thorne that extra half second, and that makes a difference. So I've been encouraged by that. I think, in the run game, I just haven't seen enough. 5 rushes isn't really enough to be able to tell for sure. So
yeah,
they probably a little too early there. And then last week they beat up those guys, but I mean that's Alabama A&M.
Yeah, this is a different level of competition. I don't think Auburn's really stepped up to it yet, but there's still a half to go. So I'm going to hold out hope.
Yeah. No, I think defense gets off the field. I think that's going to solve a lot. But if you let these guys hang around, Cal gets more and more confident, and then you're fighting for your life just trying to win this game.
Yeah. Alex, appreciate you joining us, bro. Hope you have a good 17th and 18th, G.
Appreciate it, JG.
All right, see you, Alex.
War damn. Have a good one. Bye.
There he is. Alex is out on the course, but love having him in there. Some good stuff here. He says, "What are you trying to do?" was the first thing he said. Like, what is Auburn's raison d'être here, right? Like, and we're kind of wondering the same thing. I just wonder why doesn't this? First of all, the next game I coach is the first one. Okay, I'm not doing that, but I feel like Hugh needs someone. And we talked about this last season. I'm not sure we had articulated it this way. He needs someone at 10,000 feet that he trusts to say, "Hey guys, what are we trying to do here?" I think sometimes you get on a script, and you're just working through it, and you get so numbery, and this is probably more on Derek and the quarterback coach than it is Hugh, because Hugh's got more responsibility, and he's not a guy who's stuck on the sheet. Like, you can see him on the sideline. He's watching the game and talking to people, talking to refs. But somebody's in his ear that is too numbers oriented and not looking at the bigger picture. I feel like that happened last year, and I feel like it's happening in this game. And Alex is seeing the same thing, a guy who played a hell of a lot of snaps for Auburn Tigers. And so, I don't know, that makes me feel more justified in my questioning about what the hell is going on with that. He thinks Auburn needs to get back to the basics. Dwight Freeney, I still have PTSD over that shit. The 2001 Auburn at Syracuse game that Dwight Freeney absolutely just destroyed the Auburn Tigers. R.I.P. Monrico Crittenden, former Montgomery legend. Alex Kozan said, "Get back to the basics," which is kind of an offshoot of his first question, which is, what are you trying to do? The Auburn Tigers are a run offense, and they can pass the ball too, and they have some awesome receivers, but when you're dicking around like this, it doesn't matter. Run the ball. And I bet you they're going to get back to running that ball a little bit in the second half. But Alex also doesn't want to give the offense too much trouble because the defense has got to get off the field too. 7 of 10 on third down for Cal. They're feeling really good. The quarterback is whatever it is, 19 of 21 for 150 yards, and he's just been really good in the situations where they got to keep a drive alive. Third and short, he's able to get that throw to the tight end. And let's face it, he's been the best player on the field today, their quarterback. So it's time for a recalibration, and now you've got halftime to do that. I don't think you have to do anything crazy. I think they've been practicing these run games, these run plays, your counters, your powers, your read options, et cetera, et cetera. It's fixable, but it's going to take some soul searching. And I just wonder sometimes if Hugh can do that. I mean, he can do that in some ways, in other ways he can't. Real quick, Cassidy Pia with another super chat because he's a badass.
Super chat.
Again, says need number 1, returning from the half, oozing machismo. Definitely need that. That would be a huge plus. Blake R. coming in from the East Coast, our man. He is a...
Wow, what a super chat.
Says JDT can't join the drain for the first time in 2024 without my obligatory donation. Ward M Eagle, win, lose, or suck, my man. That's the attitude I like. As I told CJ earlier, and CJ has come back since then, so I'm happy for him. He was so disgusted with the way things were going earlier, he said he's going to turn the game off. If you're a true Auburn person and you're truly invested in this school in this program doing well, you've got to eat shit when shit's being served. Because when the day comes and you've got a 2010 season or you've got a 2013 season or you get the middle of that 2017 season when things were rolling so well, then you get to enjoy the feast. Because if you're not eating shit before that, you don't necessarily appreciate the taste of a delicious steak. Sit in it. You have to, in my opinion. I don't know why I'm lecturing Blake about this. It's because Blake's one of the good guys. He takes it. He's not happy about it, but he will do it. Not to say you guys are turncoats, and I don't mean to put it on CJ. CJ's young. CJ has high expectations, and both of those things are good. CJ says, I've been eating shit since 2021. Come on, guys. We got to give him a laugh for that one. He is kind of new on the scene in the sense that he's a youngin'. So he's probably right. Some of us who are a little older, I've been covering Auburn since 98. It has not been, 26 consecutive years of eating shit. But, yeah, you know what I mean. That's pretty funny, CJ. You make me laugh on that one. Let's see, Colby says, y'all the ones been gassing this team up the offseason. I mean, yeah, I thought Auburn was going to win this game by 18. So there's no doubt about it, and I thought they were going to be a lot better, and I think they're hamstrung right now by something I didn't expect, which was not getting off the field on third down. I thought the cornerbacks, at least the first team, KN, Keontae, would be good enough to hang. They haven't been today. Spooty hasn't helped them at all, and they're afraid to go into anybody past that, so look at this.
Wow, what a super chat.
Patrick D jumps in again. Why not AU from the bunker and one of our absolute Hall of Famers? Says, does Austin, I'm talking about Hugh, realize how bad his coaching is? Does Durkin take the stairs? Even without sufficient talent, why are we as soft as my fat ass? We are not physically or mentally tough. That does not require talent. Very disappointed. All right, then. One of the things I love about Patrick D is you don't have to worry about any bullshit with him. He comes straight at you, and you know right where he stands, and I appreciate that. I just want to make sure I don't feel like I have to tell this to Patrick D because he's my age, but let's just not overreact to it. Let's look at it and say, hey, that was a dog shit half, not good enough, and if something doesn't change, you're going to lose this game by 3 touchdowns, okay? At least. So you're going to have to get it turned around. Max wants to know, hold on, man. I got to change this so people can see your shit better. That's my fault. It says, why does the defense look scared to hit someone squarely? I don't know if it's the whole defense, but yeah, there has been some situations there, Kay and Lee in particular, where I thought they made some business decisions. Not Keldrick Fogg and not Keys. But anyway. Diego's correct about this. AU88 with a super chat coming through, a
Super chat.
Says Thorne is Bush League. The line can't block. Another freeze embarrassment is brewing. Do not put your trust in that USM bumpkin. AU88, who's been with us a bunch on this show through the years and is not a fly-by-nighter, so I don't want anybody to sit there and go, this guy don't mean shit. He's invested. He's just frustrated right now, and I get it, man. Right of the line, that is funny, but I'm not going to put it on the show. It made me laugh. AU88 getting an LOL in the chat. I like that. AU Taxman, who's usually one of our voices of reason. Let's see what he's saying here. We're going to be fine and win this game. Do not full bunker and jump ship on this team. Jumping ship. Got a whole bunch of hoes jumping ship. Because it's hard out here for a pimp. Little, what was the name of that movie? All right, second half's kicking off. I was going to talk to B-Matt, but we're already to the half. We've gone through halftime, and we're into the second half now. So we're going to catch him after the game, which we had planned to do. Sorry, I was just texting B-Matt. I didn't want him to be upset. Terrence W. says Step Brothers. Is that what it's from? There you go, my man. We saw part of it the other day. It was the very end at the Catalina wine mixer. All right, so Auburn looks like instead of the 3-down lineman going to 4-down lineman. A little bit of a hold there on number 12. I don't know if you might have missed that one. Had his arms all the way around Mousy. I'm coughing. It's weird. Boats and hoes. Boats and hoes. Yeah, that's what he says when he's drumming. That's a great movie. My favorite. CJ thinks Auburn's going to go down by 14-17. At this rate, yes. And Ryan Deese has got to make them punt on this first possession. That'd be nice. 2nd and 10 is where we're at right now. Auburn's still not getting enough pressure. Oh, that was a nice aggressive play right there by Champ Anthony. It's going to be 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 2. That was a nice tackle, Sam H. I agree. For Champ Anthony, number 25. Hustle and flow. Thank you. Thank you. That is exactly what it is, and I'm sorry that I missed that. I knew exactly, I know they were taping in that house, and they had the fan going, had to turn the fan off, had to go next door and tell the neighbor to please chill out so I could run this track or whatever. Good stuff, man. They got the first down on a little inside zone run. Jay Knott has not had a statistically awesome day, but he's gotten it done when they needed him to. So he gets 3 yards on a 3rd and 1, and they convert again, guys. Like Alex was saying, got to get off the field, and that's an example of not getting off the field. So we will now change the number. They're now 8 of 11 on 3rd down. This girl seems very young. Eight of 11 on 3rd down, guys. Lord have mercy. Did not see that coming. Cass DP jumps in, says, got to bounce. Pull us through, Drainers. We appreciate you, G. Yeah, it's going to be tough. Nice green dog blitz there from Dorian Mausi. And I got the pressure on that quarterback for a change. And, hey, it's an incomplete pass. How about that? Appreciate you, Cass DP, if you're still here. Felix says, I really wanted to ask for some advice on some Brubeni. What is that, something she was talking about on the sideline or something? I don't know. CJ says her name being Stormy has undertones I didn't expect. CJ, you've been pretty funny today. Oh, God. It's a one-on-one. He actually caught that ball, but it was out of bounds. Hey, catching it's not enough, number 83. You got to be in bounds, bucko. 3rd and 10. That could have been interference, honestly. Blake R says, and bottle number 2 of Eagle Rare is 10 years open. I've been drinking this Pursuit United finished in oak or whatever, finished. It's been tasty, but it hasn't been very satisfying in the sense that the Auburn Tigers have not been very good. 3rd and 10, if they get this, I'm going to drink for sure. Auburn with a ton of pressure on a bubble. And Jaron with another nice play, honestly. Pursuit from behind, and they're going to be way short. So that's going to be a 3rd down stop for the Auburn Tigers, which statistically has been unusual in this game. All right. We at auburnsports.com sometimes talk about stuff privately, and we cannot believe that Keontae Scott is being allowed to return kicks. He's just too valuable to this team. Oh, God. What a great punt. It's a great punt, man. Auburn's going to be taking over on like the 2 or some shit like that. I don't know. Great kick. Man, Cal has just done everything really well today. All right, I'm going to go real quick and take a very, very quick break. Where's my break screen? I don't even see it. I know I have a break screen. Where is it? Oh, here it is. I'll be right back. Give me like 45 seconds, all right? Out here for a pimp. Got me singing that song now. All right, we back, yo. Let's see what else we got. Cloches have a nice poop. Nah, that would have been a really quick one. And as Spicy Pieces, we are toast. Haven't even possessed the ball in the second half yet. And he's already ready to give it up. There he is, Justin O, my man, the absolute legend. Aside from the game, miss you, brother. Hope all is well. My Russell's Private Select drops Monday. Oh, my goodness. Well, I guess I'm going to have to be down there. Well, I can't be there on Monday, but I can be down there. I'll be down there soon. For sure. Like this week. Now that you're talking about that. And also, Justin had a chance to go do a private barrel pick this week. I'm not going to say where it was, but it was, I'll give you a hint, it was in Vermont. And just because he's a badass. I'm trying to understand what this would mean. Who does number 2 work for, JG? Who does number 2 work for? You're going to have to rephrase that question because I don't understand what you're asking me. But I think it's a joke, but I'm not sure what you're talking about. Tuesday, yes. Tuesday's kind of tough for me too, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I can make that happen. Not that you care. But I mean, you got much bigger things going on. I'll definitely stop by. Russell says, Jay, letting the bourbon flow. Yeah, you got to do that sometimes, man. That's one of the great things about drinking bourbon. You don't have to go to the toilet a bunch, but every now and then. Oh, Chris M says Austin Powers reference. I'm sorry. I knew it was something. I haven't seen that movie in a while. All right, so it's going to be 1st and 10 from the 2. All right, first play of the half is a run. You thought that would be the case coming off the 2, but it was a good one. Got about 6-7 yards. Wednesday and Friday. Word. I'm going to shoot for Wednesday, then. That sounds good. Courtney's birthday's on Monday. Have to get her some of that brown water. All right, 2nd and 4 is what we got right here. Another run play and another successful carry. It's going to be a first down. They've got Too Tall back in there at right tackle instead of Ronan Chambers. And now Jarquez has, 3 times more yards in this half already than the first half in 2 carries? I mean, the offensive line's done these last 2 runs, blocked well. Got some nice lanes. No problem. All Gucci. Everything Gucci. So this was like they were trying to make Cal think this was some kind of a counter. And then my guess is that was a busted play. I didn't understand. Maybe it was just too high IQ for me or something. I don't know. I thought that spot was really weird. RX Eagle. I did too. I thought he was a couple yards ahead of that. Am I behind or something? No. I've got a 2nd and 7 from the 15. Jarquez with another nice run. Off left tackle or between left tackle, left guard maybe. He gets out to the 20, so it's going to be 3rd and short, 3rd and 2. Felix's advice on some pretty good bourbon. Shoot, man, I don't know where you're at location-wise. I live in a state here in Alabama where there's not a lot available in the store. Well, let me rephrase that. There is a lot available in the stores, but there's not a lot of exotic stuff available in the stores. But you can't go wrong with, like, Russell's. And you guys in the chat are free to jump in here. But for me, like, the Old Forester Whiskey Rose series are really good. The 1910, the 1920, I think are really good bourbons you can find pretty much everywhere. Look at that, man. And they hand the ball off to Jarquez. That's a 20-yard gainer. That's a 20-yard bill all day long. And also, Chris, with the best advice on bourbon is just drink it. Drink it. So Russell's Reserve 10-year. Felix, I like a lot. Old Forester 1910, Old Forester 1920 is my wife's favorite. And you can find those pretty much everywhere. For a little bit less expensive, maybe the Old Forester 100 is pretty good. Evan Williams single barrel's not very expensive, and it's tasty. Throw the ball. Throw the fucking ball. So they run the football to open this half. A lot of success. Then they go to this passing play. They leave a linebacker untouched. Peyton doesn't recognize it quickly enough, and he gets sacked for a 15-yard loss. I'm just like, fucking A, man. Like, what are we doing? Michters, also a good choice. Kenneth says, Michters, I like it. I am not a huge fan myself because to me it tastes a little watered down, but it's good. I'm on board with that call, and you can find that pretty much everywhere. Oh, nice play by Jarquez to bounce off that hit. I feel like if there's number 88 for Cal, my favorite player on their team. If that ball is thrown where it's supposed to be, I bet he gets another 2-3 yards because he can get moving downhill. And as it was, he had to go back to catch the ball and then get moving forward. I don't know, whatever. I bet he's feeling that hit too, dude. That was right on his head. He got some gash marks on his helmet from that one. So 3rd and 10, we got about half the distance back from his sack that Peyton gave up. Not Salty says he scored some Eagle Rare the other day. Haven't tried it yet, though. That's a delicious bourbon. I didn't suggest that one to Felix because are they going to call it targeting potentially on this? Ooh, he did launch. He led with the crown of his helmet. I don't think it matters at that point. That's just going to be targeting. And I do want to say, if that is a targeting call, they are fucked, boss, because that's their defensive leader right there. I mean, that guy is their absolute stud. That's the Cody Uvalde, or I'm not sure how you say his last name, but he led with the crown of his helmet, dude. That's non-negotiable. And if they lose him, that sucks for them. I mean, I don't hate it, but Ulave. What is the head coach trying to say? Hit him in the chest? Get the fuck out of here, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, what? Felix saying, so I can find it in Mobile. All right, Mobile, I got you. So you're in the state. Again, there's ones we're talking about. Michter's, some of the Michter stuff can be a little bit better. Some can be a little bit worse. It's a little light. Old Forester 1910 is probably where I would go. So no targeting. I don't understand how that even happens. But, I mean, he literally led with the crown of his helmet right into the guy's helmet. I mean, I don't know what how's that. I just don't know. But he's playing, right? Yeah, he's back on the field. God, he got so lucky there. Holy shit. Spicy P, I'm with you 100%, G. That to me is just textbook targeting. Third down and didn't go well. A lot of pressure coming up the middle. They had a lot of dudes coming up the middle. It wasn't really a blocking problem per se. It was just a numbers problem. And, 4th and 15. The sack on second down really just wrecked that drive. Man, that was a dicey catch right there, but he got it. Man, War Tiger says quarterback change is needed. I'm done with Thorne. They're not going to Hank right now, unless Thorne's hurt. Yeah, this is an interesting point here. Ambitious Engineer, I think he's correct, though. Ran the ball with success. Oh, well, first of all, ran the ball with success and killed the drive with calling passes. I agree with that completely. That wasn't the one I was trying to talk about. It was what Rob said. Sorry. Thorne looking like last year, not finding open receivers quickly. I feel like Thorne is a momentum quarterback, right? When things are going well, he plays well. And when things are going poorly, he plays like ass, and he has a hard time changing the gears, right? So when, like, he has a hard time going from playing like ass to playing well. Now, I think in practice, they don't let him play like ass. They always set up the situations so that he can thrive, and build up his confidence. And so in practice, I bet he's out there just throwing strikes every day. But in these games, like, Cal ain't going to let him do anything, and so he's a source of frustration. Russell says they're whipping our O-line this bad. Oklahoma by 50 and Georgia by 70. Damn, everybody's so ready to extrapolate, But they are playing like ass right now. There's no line about that. Crocky Poo, dude, we've been talking about this. How is that not targeting? I don't have the first concept how that was not targeting. I have no idea. He literally led with the crown of his helmet to helmet hit. And when you lead with the crown, it doesn't even matter if you launch. It's just, there's non-negotiable. So I don't know. Solo Tigre says, great question, Crocky. We're wondering the same thing. Look, man, here's the thing. So they're playing like ass. We all know that. If they're going to be good, right, they're going to be the team that we thought they were going to be or could be, you've got to learn how to turn games like this around. Cal's not that fucking good. Like, It ain't like you're holding on barely against Georgia. It's Cal. Cal's basically Mississippi State. That's basically what they are. South Carolina, something like that. You got to be able to turn a game like that around. You just got to, particularly at home. So they still got time. And honestly, this kind of reminds me of the Cal game from last year. Now, they were a little sloppier. Cal wasn't playing this well last year. But Cal, for how well they've played, they've only got 14 points. And last year's game came down to Rivaldo making a great catch late. I don't know. This might be the kind of game that comes down like that. Now, you can't let these guys get – you want to try to pin them down here on this side of the field so you can take over on the 40 or whatever. Oh, God. Malik blocked him, was about to kill that quarterback, and he had to get the ball out just a little bit earlier than he wanted to, and that resulted in an incomplete pass. Shane with another super chat. Fourth or fifth of the day. Thank you for your support, G. Says we lose this one and Hugh is Napier next year. Napier, of course, certainly on the hot seat at Florida. I would not be in a hurry to send Hugh packing just yet because he is recruiting at a really high level. And so no matter what happens with the head coach, you want to make sure you have really good players in this system. It's just crazy. Auburn is getting so much pressure, and he just gets the ball out so quickly. He's played a great game. You got to give him credit for that. Colby says, during games like this, I like to ask myself if we're getting better as the game goes on. I think we are, but we better do it fast. I agree. They're playing better. It's just kind of almost incrementally better, right? Like, defensively, I definitely feel like they've got a better hold on this. Well, they got to get a stop here, 3rd and 3. They've definitely ratcheted up the pressure, and they're not sitting back in the 3-man front anymore. Pick that ball off. Either way, it's a stop, though. That's another stop, guys. So they're 1 of 3 on 3rd down this half, which is definitely a step forward. They only had 2. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Roughing the passer. Never mind. Oh, my God. He pulled up. Yeah, I wouldn't give him much grief over that one. He pulled up, and he definitely did not inflict damage on that quarterback. I mean, dude, the kid weighs like 290 pounds. Like, he can't stop on a dime. This isn't a figure skater, and this ain't figure skating. That wideout wasn't even looking. Man, that's not roughing the quarterback. I'm sorry. I mean, you guys know, man, I'm not usually the one that pounces on these calls, you know. Tuberville taught me many, many years ago, whose dad was a really good high school official. And these guys are just trying to do a good job, and I don't like to give them too much trouble, but hey, come on, bro. That wasn't roughing the quarterback. All right, 3rd and long, or semi-long, what, 3rd and 6 maybe? Yeah, SC says everything seems to be going the wrong way. It does have some of that New Mexico State vibe to it, but a lot of these guys on the Auburn side were in that last year. They were humiliated in that game, and you'd think they're going to find a way to dig down a little deeper and get out of this. Still got a long way to go. A lot more... Oh, that was a very creative play by their quarterback, but ultimately unsuccessful. Auburn getting a lot of pressure on him. The pressure has definitely been ratcheted up significantly in this half, and that's going to be a 3rd down stop. And this quarterback better be careful because he's going to die out there if he's going to jump up in the air and let people like J-Mac hit him right in the fucking gut. He's going to die. There's Austin Keys, actually. 3rd down right now. They're 8 of 13. Get that updated. Auburn is 3 of 7. And they're 8 of 13. Boy, another tremendous punt right there. Really, really nice. And Auburn's going to start another drive at the 2. Outstanding work. Taxman says we are getting much better pressure than the first half, and the quarterback's getting a little rattled. He's getting frustrated. You can see him doing some of this, like, what are you doing? Punter's been great, man. Jonathan Taylor says, this punter, man, he really has been good. He's had some really nice kicks. And Young Bezos says Cal's game management has been top tier. It's been better than Auburn's today, in my opinion. Daniel says, at this rate, we really don't have a long way to go, though. Maybe 3 or 4 possessions. What do you have, 4 minutes left? 4 or 5 minutes left in the third. So, yeah, you're probably 3 possessions, maybe. But you're only one score down, so you're not too far behind here. I still think you're in a situation based on the first drive of this half, run the fucking ball and then throw it to offset it instead of getting away from that. Damari hadn't run the ball yet. Jarquez has been good, but let's get in tempo and run the ball, That's what I was thinking. T.A. Irvin, my man, just run. I'm with you, man. I'm on the team run right now. And Chris M says run game going to have to bail us out here. I look at it as run game just doing what it's supposed to do. But got to get down there and do something here. Let me update Peyton's numbers. Excuse me. He's 8 of 16 for 121 right now. Okay. And Hunter is now 8 for 62. That's a big step forward. That's a whole hell of a lot better. Damari, I don't think he has a carry yet. He does not. It says that Cobb has a carry. Do you remember that? I don't remember Cobb having a carry. 121 passing yards for Peyton right now is just not quite good enough, man. Yeah, ultra high limit slot killer. That's an interesting name. Thornton had 100 passing yards in the first quarter. It's been tough sledding, as the kids say. There's no doubt. I don't know. Rustin says, send me some of that bourbon, JGT, LOL. Yeah, I'm drinking this Pursuit United. This is the, I guess, the finished version. It's finished in some American oak barrels. Can't find this in the state of Alabama, but you can generally find this over in Georgia if you happen to be over that way, Rustin. I don't know about other states, but I definitely found this in Georgia, and I've seen it in Florida too. So I'm a big fan of these. The Pursuit guys do a great podcast, and they make some really good bourbon too, or they blend really good bourbon. They don't make it themselves, but we shall see. Julia thinks that Jarquez may have a concussion. He looked a little dazed after that last one. And D. Lucky confirms that Cobb did have a jet sweep earlier, number 23, young man from a Catholic high school in Montgomery, Alabama. So we'll see who gets the tailback here. I guess it's going to be 0, but I don't know that. Yeah, it looks like Damari. I kind of like that call right there. It had kind of a sweep action. That was a designed run for sure. I like it. Used Luke Deal as he was coming across in a sweep action to be the lead blocker. That's pretty cool. All right, they're going back to some of the stuff they were doing in the very early part of the game with that, what I call the 40 formation with the tight ends flanking the tackles out of the pistol. This is a very run-heavy formation here. And Damari gets about, 12 yards on that run. So here we go again. This is very much how the last drive started out, running the football effectively. 7 yards a clip. And, I mean, with 4 minutes left in the third quarter, I think Auburn can afford to just grind this thing out. I mean, they've run the football. I mean, they're probably averaging 7 or 8 yards a carry in the second half. Just keep running it. Make them stop you. You've got time. This isn't fourth quarter. This is third quarter. And it makes me think about what Kozan was talking about. What are you trying to do? That's an aggressive run from Damari, but he only got 3 on it. I like him. I like Damari Alston. I think I might like Jeremiah Cobb more, but I like Damari Alston. Spicy P question, where's Malcolm Simmons? I don't think we've seen him today, have we? They've gotten banged up. I don't know. He was such a big factor in the last game. We haven't seen him much today at all. If we've seen him at all, I don't know. Throw the ball, Peyton. God damn it. He's got to throw the ball. He's got to throw the ball. I'm sorry. The ball's got to go somewhere. I know the pressure on him ain't his fault, but he's got to get the ball out. And he's starting to look frustrated now. Bazoo says he's out. It goes back. I've talked about this already. I feel like you got to stay and watch it. But I'm not you, and I'm not going to tell you what to do. 3rd and 19, guys, no big deal. Let's just hand it off. Fuck it. Damari don't care. He's still fighting his butt off. No, that was Jarquez. Excuse me. Yeah, see, Hughes over there wants. I wish that camera angle would have stayed on it. He wants to know what Peyton's doing to hold on to that ball like that. Galatian, I agree, brother. New season, same thorn. Get rid of the GD ball. That's a block in the back right there. There's no doubt. Dude, how can you? He was looking right at it. There's Malcolm Simmons. He is on the. He's not banged up. He's out there. I think it was. It doesn't matter. This is a really minor call, but I think that was the tight end from Nebraska was on cover there, and he got blocked in the back, right in front of the ref. Nah, it was 44. I'm sorry. I thought it was 84. It doesn't matter. Spooty made a nice play on that. Or was it Cam Coleman? It might have been Cam. Sorry, guys. All right, Cal's got the ball again. 1st and 10 from the, 44. Still not able to run the football. Nice tackle from Champ Anthony right there as the secondary guy on the scene. Looks like Zeke Walker's out there. Trill Carter out there, number 92, playing nose. So you got Rakes and Trill Carter, J-Mac, and Zeke Walker. Wow, that's a great play by Champ Anthony. He's actually had himself a nice game today. 3rd down and long. Defense has definitely stepped up, guys. There's no doubt about it. The defense is playing at a higher level. They've been good this half. But the offense is, I don't really know how to describe the offense. Yeah, they're running the ball fine. Everything else is fucked up. We drink shit. It's just we drink shit. Yeah, okay. It's not Thorne. It's the play calling. He doesn't have enough time to run a play that needs to develop, need quick slants, etc. to pass. I agree with you. And we haven't seen much of that, right? We saw some slants in that first drive, but not much since then. Kieron Crawford excited about that 3rd down stop, and I don't blame him. They've been good in the second half. I think Cal is now 1 of 4 in the second half on 3rd down. I think you're right. We drink shit. And to me, it's not something new. It's something they were doing on that first drive. Just go back to what was working there. God, every time I see Keontae get hit on that stuff, I'm just like, fuck, man. If he gets hurt returning a punt, then it's going to be Spooty out there, bro. Uh-oh, we got a flag. I can agree with multiple people with different ideas. We drinks on something, and I also think AU Taxman's right, which says I still think we can run it and win it. I think you're right. I'm baffled. I don't understand it. Let me see what the numbers are for the second half here. Personal foul on Cal, excuse me. I'm trying to see these. Here we go, quarter halves. Second half, the Auburn Tigers have rushed the ball. Oh, well, they're including sacks. Fuck. I can't. Yeah, I don't know. I can't see the stats the way I want to see them. Because they keep getting sacked and it messes up the stats. But they've been running the ball more effectively in the second half. We can definitely say that. All right, so Auburn's going to take over. This is something they got to get points out of this drive at the 34. Julian says, wow, a call against Cal. They've had like 6 or 7 penalties, but yeah, like a clutch penalty. That was a tough one for them. I like this idea. Oh, for fuck's sake. What was that? Was that ball wasn't tipped, then I just don't know what to do. I honestly would consider putting Hank Brown in now at this point. If that ball wasn't tipped. I mean, I know he was under pressure. This is just like devastating choice after devastating choice, and I don't know if you can win like that. He's flushed to his left. No, he would not get hit. That ball was... For fuck's sake, dude. I think you got to go to Hank Brown now. I am not that guy, but this is... Oh, he's literally... This. Ryan says, God help me. This is like the mantra of any good Auburn fan right now. Just God help us. What is happening? AU Taxman says, got to pull Thorne at this point. I think he's disengaging mentally. That's just my opinion. That's really up to Hugh to decide on the sideline, but that's sure what it looks like to me. Hank, I mean, he's definitely got some things that Peyton doesn't have. Hank is not going to run the football at all. Do not do that. Russell says, arm got hit, Jay. Am I overreacting to this a little bit? Maybe I am. If Russell saw that, my eyes aren't as good as they were. Felix the Cat says, please, Lord, please. Not like this, guys. I wish I could throw up a poll right now and see what how many people thought that Hank should go in now or whatever. Yeah, Not Salty says, where's the machismo that Cassidy DP wasn't predicting that. He was hoping for it, but we haven't seen it yet. Got to update these numbers on Peyton. I hate to do it. 8 of 17, 121, and 2 picks. God bless. Guys, I don't know, man. I want to see what the numbers were on that first drive. I don't even know if I could find that. I guess I'd have to go on plays, maybe. Let's go through Auburn's first drive here, just since we're on a commercial break anyway. All right, first play. Jarquez 1-yard run. Second play, Thorne pass up the middle for Jarquez. Incomplete. 3rd and 9. Peyton throw left to Fairweather for 16. Hunter Jarquez run for 2. Peyton deep down the left sideline for Cam Coleman, 41 yards. 1st and 10 from the 15. Peyton right incomplete to whoever. 2nd and 10, Jeremiah Cobb edge rush for 0 yards. 3rd and 10, hit Keandre there at the cone. So that wasn't as good a passing drive as I thought it was. It was very effective because they were good on 3rd down, but he wasn't throwing the ball necessarily great, although he had 2 really good throws on that drive. And you could argue 2 of the only ones he's had all day. I thought he was really good on that first drive, but he really wasn't. So he's kind of been asked the whole way, hasn't he? BRT3, one of my favorite people on the entire site, such a giving and cool dude, jumps in with a
super chat.
He says, don't blame Thorne for that one. Should be running the ball. They have run the ball, you're right. And then when they've done it, they've been terrific. But they haven't stuck with it. Or haven't been able to stick with it, maybe. I don't know. All right, Cal's going to take over in Auburn territory. And they're going to get about a 10-yard gain right off the bat. I did not expect Isaiah Rakes to be able to run down their number 2 tailback like that, and he didn't get there. But you're probably looking for a defensive end to be able to get some contain on that run, but whatever. I'd like to hear what Hugh's saying right now. Man. They still can't run the ball. Isaiah Rakes pulls that young man back. Jay Nott has not been on the field here lately. I don't know what's going on with that, but it doesn't really matter at this point. Auburn's got to find a way to stick the ball in the end zone. I mean, that's the end of that's all there is to it. All right, so Jonathan T., who was able to hear, a lot of you guys did too, what Hugh was talking about there with his interview with Stormy, said Hugh's blaming the offensive line. It does seem like Hugh finds ways to explain things away for Peyton. That's a really nice play. Quarterback had a hard time getting onto the ball. He had a hard time getting it out. Did get it out quickly, and they caught it for a very modest gain, but that's that moves the chains. They're now 9 of 15 on third down, guys. And, I mean, I'm serious right now. If they get a field goal, that might be enough. Oh! Who was that chasing the quarterback down? Was that Spooty? I thought it was 8. Could have been 6. Could have been Austin Keys. Hugh said he was going to someone else at right tackle. There's only 2 choices there. You can play Too Tall or you can play Ronan Chambers. I think those are your 2 choices at right tackle unless you get creative. Unless you decide you're going to put like D-Wade out there or something. I don't know. I'll be curious to see what the solution is to that. I feel like Too Tall's been not what they thought he would be. Oh, motherfucker. I could have gone to the house very easily right there. Kane Lee. The first real mistake that Cal's made today was a throw directly to Kane Lee, and he just didn't catch it. That ball should have gone backwards, guys. That should have been a touchy, but whatever. 3rd and 10. Look at this Hornatius with a rare show of positivity. He says, we're going to win this one. Oh, my God. All right, 3rd and 10. This goes without saying. You're going to have to hold this. Oh, that's a drop right there for them. You hate to see it. All right, guys. There's another stop. I mean, defense has been better. Defense has been better. The offense has been worse. And this is where things, I think, get dicey for Hugh. We've talked about it in the chat. This is not a new concept, but Hugh Freeze is an offensive guy. Okay, they're going to try to kick a field goal here. It's going to be a long daddy right here. This is what, a 60-year? 58? Let's see, that's from the 45, so a 55er. Looks like there's not hardly any wind there at all. That ain't going. It had the distance, but it wasn't on target. So, more field goal defense, guys. Leading the country in field goal defense. Hell yeah. This is what I say to the cow kicker.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Field goal defense. Thank you, Sam H. He called it. He said, field goal defense stepping up, man. Legit. What's up, man? Glad to see you here. He's like, woof. I mean, Auburn's like 1 point away on defense from losing the game. You think if they were to get to 16 somehow, the game would be out of reach. Rob says, go with Hank and the changing of the guard. I think that the people like me and you who don't have a personal investment in this, you know what I mean, like a career investment in it, would do that. I just don't know if Hugh ain't going to do that. If I'm thinking like Hugh and the way he approaches things and how much emphasis he puts on loyalty and all that kind of stuff. And I know Peyton is a great leader. He's a credible leader. He does everything that's asked of him. And that all factors in for Hugh. Now, for me and you, we're just thinking about performance. And he's playing like absolute ass right now. And he looks like a kid that's bewildered and out of it right now. That's the way it looks to me. But I don't know him as well as Hugh. And William Reynolds says, this started to feel like the Georgia State game. It's amazing how us people that watch Auburn all the time, we've always got a bunch of situations where it's like, hey, this reminds me of a calamitous situation that happened 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 6 months ago, et cetera, et cetera. And we never have the ability to look back and say, hey, man, this is kicking ass like some game that happened recently when we just destroyed somebody, right? It's only Alabama A&M and UMass and shit like that. I mean, it's like, it's just calamity. I was saying this earlier, A256, one of my fellow brothers in Madison. Honestly, amazing how similar this game has been to last year. I know the score is a little different, but and Cal's offense has been it's operated a little differently because they were just basically 3 in and out in a bunch last year, as was Auburn. They haven't been doing that for the most part in this game, but it's about how close the game is, and everybody's kind of scuttling around, and I'm with you on that. I kind of mentioned that earlier. Galatians says leadership only goes so far when you're not getting it done. I agree with you. But if I know Hugh, he's going to find ways to explain his way out of this. He's going to say, well, Peyton, I mean, he already talked about that with Stormy on the sideline. Like the offense, the right tackle has not been helping. This is not a fucking problem with the right tackle. That's probably part of the problem, but that's not the only problem. My shit's froze up again. Oh, no, I'm back. Man, South Carolina's up a bunch on UK. How about that? My UK friend's going to be despondent over that. Is that over? Oh, no, they're just doing the thing. Okay. All right, guys, you got to do something here. I've been saying this for a little while now. Still going with Peyton, as I predicted. Jarquez, another nice run. Gets 6 yards, 7 yards on that. Yeah, I saw that earlier, Travis, about Dre. He looked upset on that last drive on the interception. I mean, I understand. He's probably thinking, I've gone from I'm wide open to the ball just got picked. I don't know what the hell happened there. Good second effort. Oh, fucking A, man.
The danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany. This is where your car gets keyed, you get a bunny in the pot, your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail.
Guys, I got to be real. It is the danger zone. I was about to commend Jarquez for continuing to fight through that shitty run, and then he fumbled the ball. And they got it. Now they've got great field position, and Chris says, to be an Auburn fan is to know despair as your constant companion as you search for moments, brief moments, oh so brief, moments of unbridled joy. They are few and far between, but we continue our search through the valley of darkness. Jolly Llama says, oh no, we suck again. Oh my God. Well, I said on the last drive that if they get 2 points, I think the game's over. Now they're already in field goal range. I did say in the scouting report I thought their linebackers were their best position on defense. They are. They've been playing great. Zero's been good except for the targeting. And Buchanan, number 10, has been good too. Whale makes a great point. Auburn is -4 on turnovers this year, playing Alabama, A&M, and Cal at home. Oh, he got through. Oh, and Jaron Thompson's not going to catch him. Guys, this is getting really, really bad. Fucking A, man.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
When I scouted Cal based on their game yesterday or last week, I just did not think there was any chance that they could do this. They just didn't play very well last week, and Auburn I thought played excellently, and now you kind of see what it's worth, right? What a win over Alabama A&M is worth. The answer is jack shit. It's a long way to go in this one, guys. If Auburn's going to get back in this game. 21-7. There is 11:30 left. War Eagle 0-0-0-8, and I am usually the last guy on earth to say, "Hey, man, I'm ready to pack up anything." I'm not even doing that here. It's a good point, and it's one we got to keep in mind. But you're going to have to turn, not you, but the team's going to have to turn this shit around fast, and they haven't shown any reason for me to believe that's going to happen. Their quarterback is currently 24 of 35 for 226 and 2 touchdowns. He's having a slightly better day than Peyton Thorne, who's 8 of 17, 121, touchdown, 2 picks. Jarquez is now 11 carries for 68 yards. And a fumble, but I'm not going to put that on there. Damari, 2 carries for 10 yards. Cam still has the 1 catch. Third down situations, 9 of 16, 3 of 8. 3 of 8 on third down for the Auburn Tigers is just not good. But there's bigger problems in third down. This is kind of a complicated problem here. My man, BRT3, absolute stud. I don't know what else to say about this guy. So generous. You think Florida State will trade conferences with us? They won out of the ACC, and we look like a mid-ACC team. Shit, we're getting beat by a mid-ACC team right now. Let's be real about it. Christopher B says, JG, you failed to calculate the Hugh Payton effect. I think you're right, man. Terrence says, actually, I think Auburn's going to come back, but I recently had a severe head injury. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Galatians says Hunter's always had trouble coughing up the ball, kind of like Mario Fannin did back in the day, right? Mario, tremendous tailback, but he fumbled the ball a lot. And Jarquez, not quite as protracted a problem as it was with Mario Fannin, but still, yeah, that was a clutch fumble right there. I don't know. I don't know what the solution's going to be to this one, guys. I'm curious. I have third quarter on there. It's fourth quarter, of course. Still got 12-something minutes to go, though. So, in theory, you could get this thing turned around, but excuse me, 11:27 to go. But it's going to take something they haven't shown yet. Well, not since the first drive. AU Tiger 98 says, my buddy called me at halftime and said it's dead in the stadium. If we don't get a quick strike, I don't see much hope. Isn't that unbelievable? It's Cal, man. And Cal's a better team than New Mexico State, but I think to the fan base, it's going to be approximately the same situation, just like Fark. What is this? Yeah, War Eagle 0-0-0-8, putting stuff in perspective. I like it. You go from a drop pick 6 from Kane Lee to then a fumble and then a touchdown. Like, this is a horrendous turnaround. And it's great for Cal. I mean, they've played a great game, guys. We got to give them credit. Now, Auburn's had some screw-ups for sure, but Cal's taking advantage of its situations. Point at you, too, homie. They're going to trot Peyton back out there. I get it. They don't want to have a controversy. Hey, 256, I don't even want to go down that road yet, G. He wants to know, how do you keep the class together when this team sucks like this? I mean, just hold on, man. Let's not get carried away. They've been sold on this concept of we're building. And we still got 11 minutes and 27 seconds to get some shit straight here. But you got to do something with this drive. You just don't have a bunch of time here. Got Ronan Chambers in at right tackle. We were talking about that during the break, what they were going to do over there with Too Tall out. Too Tall, he's just been average anyway. I don't know what Ronan Chambers is capable of, but CFB Addict says, should have directed my OTV to soccer. Soccer's having a great season, obviously. I've got some big wins, and I think they're undefeated. Anyway, they won a bunch of games so far. And CFB Addict's OTV money ain't no joke either. Oh, that's a great catch, but he's going to be out of bounds, isn't he? I felt like Peyton did some kind of a weird double clutch on that throw, and my expectations for the throw were low at that point. 3rd and 7. Now, see, this is a situation with Jarrell Bostrom right there in the background, in the white hat there. This is where you need like a slant or some kind of a quick hitter so you don't have to worry about the blocking. And if you felt like in the first quarter that your guys could beat these guys one-on-one, then get them the fuck out there and let them do that. Nice catch by Robert Lewis. Not a great throw, but a fine catch. And that gets Auburn out to the 40. Thought the ball was kind of sailing a little bit, but who's Peyton looking around at? He just overthrew a guy by 5 yards. Who are you mad at? I know, ultra high. I'm thinking the same thing, bro. Like, what kind of a throw was that? I don't even know what to say about that one. Holy shit. 2nd and 10 for no reason. He wasn't even really pressured on that. Oh, God. It's like Cam Newton out there running, guys. Hey, to be fair, he got a lot of yards on that. I got like 8 yards. 3rd and 2. Very manageable. Run the ball. Get the first down. I mean, it's still got 10 minutes to go. Come on now. Don't feel like you have to go out here and be a hero. No, they're going to be a hero. Hey, there's Malcolm Simmons. He got about 10, 12 yards. Oh, I like the effort. Gets the ball right over to the hash and gets ready. Looks like Peyton might have taken a hit on that one. They finally got an Auburn drive that's got some momentum, though, so that's good. Out of the pistol. He's got time, man. He's got time. Ah, nice tackle. At least I like the play design there, right? He had somewhere to go. I know it wasn't a big gain or anything, but at least he didn't sit there and get sacked. He got the ball out, and they got a couple yards. Percy Lewis in the game at left tackle. That's interesting. Plus Ronan Chambers at right tackle. This would usually be a sign that shit's not going well. That probably means Tyler Johnson's been getting beat a bunch. I'm not surprised to see that Too Tall's not in there. So it's kind of a weird situation here. Oh! That was a nice hit. But Robert Lewis, to give him credit, man, he held on the ball. So it's going to be like 3rd and 4-ish, 3rd and 5-ish. Oh, nice lick. Respect it. Good hit, too. He used his shoulder. Smart. They say they're reviewing that for targeting. Is that what they said? Is that what they said? He went way out of his way to not target on that. Come on now. There's no way that's targeting. Of course, we had like the definition of targeting earlier in the game. Could you argue he's a defenseless player? You might be able to argue he's defenseless. But, I mean, if that's... First of all, I don't... Whatever is called here, in the spirit of the law, that's not targeting to me. That's not a dangerous play, my opinion. You guys are free to disagree, and I might change my mind if you guys tell me. But the first one, where number 0 went helmet to helmet with Jarquez, to me, that is 100% targeting. That was, to me, an intent to hurt him. He didn't go in there saying, I'm going to hurt this guy, but it was like, I don't give a shit, I'm going right at him. I thought he actually used good technique on that one, number 5 did, and I thought he did it the right way. Just my opinion. If that's targeting, I give up. I will never say shit about targeting again. I'll just say, let them figure it out. I don't know. Because I feel like they're just literally rolling dice. They threw him out for that shit. They threw him out for that. I mean, that's fine. I'm fine with him getting thrown out. But I don't know how you play defense in this league. I don't know how you play defense in this league. How do you play defense in this league? It's just random. I'd hate to be a linebacker playing football right now. Or whatever. I mean, I think he's I don't think he's a linebacker, but you know what I mean. Anyway, it's not like I'm cheering for Cal here or anything. I'm just saying that's just insane. I'm glad that Ed D agrees with me on that. Whatever. I'll just let them handle it. Anyway, Auburn's inside the 20, so that's good. Peyton's like, block somebody, bro. I feel like Peyton could have gotten more yards out of that run, too. He's got to run a little tighter to Rivaldo. Now, to be fair, Rivaldo's like running aimlessly out in space. I don't know what he was doing, but if he comes a little closer to Rivaldo's hip, he can probably get 2 or 3 more yards out of that run. But whatever. Tomato. Hell, they're just moving the ball. That's a good thing. Still got 7 minutes left. They're inside the 10. I do not like this call at all. I don't like the call at all. I hate it. And they're going to get PI on it, I guess, but I hate that call. You got, second down at the 9, right? You got a first down at the 8. So just with your offense like this, just get the ball. Just get a first down. You got a first and goal at the whatever. So to me, that's akin to what Jaron Thompson did in the third quarter on that deep route down the right sideline that they didn't call it on, and they called it there. Again, I'm cool with it, but I just don't know how you play defense anymore. Peyton Thorne is not going to take the snap. Please, God, guys, I swear. It's just going to be like delay of game or. All right, War Eagle 008 jumps in and says, let's get this double. Oh. Anyway, that's from earlier. I love that guy. My chats went all the way back to the top, and I'm sorry for that. Let's see. Oh, yeah, here it is. Jolly Llama, my bad. Oh, let me watch this play. Jarquez was like, I'm not fumbling this ball. John Llama says, got to give you credit, Jay. You've been the only one questioning Thorne on the rundown. You were right. Yeah, I've just kind of been like, I need to see this. Everybody's like, oh, Peyton's been so good. I'm like, well, he never was good last year. And, I mean, does a guy like this transform himself overnight? Because to me, he basically looks like the same Peyton. Now, in the first drive, he looked different, but yeah, I don't know, man. Thank you for that, though. Appreciate your support today. It's been great. I'm glad you're still here with me because I know you were tempted to turn this shit off. I don't like this play at all either. I hate it. I hate that play. 2nd and goal from the 8 or whatever, and you run a screen. Because, I mean, make no mistake, you got to have a touchdown here. You have to. Third and goal from the 7. This is nuts, man. He's got to have better plays here. Screen? Into the boundary? A lot of pressure coming. We got a flag down. Peyton got picked off again. Okay, it's going to be against Cal. Another pass interference call on Cal. Dude, they're literally giving them this touchdown, and like the Auburn still won't take it. Just score the ball. Pass interference or not, that's a really bad choice by Peyton Thorne, in my opinion. I mean, I know it's a pass interference and it's fine, but bailout call, that's what Stupo's calling it, and I agree completely. I mean, they're literally giving you the money, the touchdown. Just take it. I feel like they're overthinking this so bad. Run the ball, get the ball in the end zone. There you go. All right, fine. We'll take it.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
All right, we'll take it. D, like he says, we're snapping the ball with like 5 seconds left. There's no urgency. Yes, I agree. And I don't understand why. That's not a Peyton problem. Not that you were saying it was. It's a systemic problem. Like it's the opposite of what we saw in the A&M game, where I thought their management was terrific, and I think it's been fairly dog shit today, honestly. But I mean, Cal did everything to give them that touchdown, and they just didn't even want to take it. Julia says she's never thrown so many things at her poor television. Don't be that person on Twitter that ends up filming it, like you beating the hell out of your TV. I've seen too many of those. As a Raiders fan, I've seen a bunch of that. Throwing stuff at TVs. Oh, God. Are you kidding me, GW? I've seen worse Auburn. You forgot Clint Mosley? How about go back and watch Clint Mosley at LSU? Shit, Peyton is 50 times better than that. Of course, Cam Newton was like 5,000 times better than that, but whatever. AU Tiger 98 says 3 hours later we finally scored again. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Damon says wait until 156 seconds left so that the defense can't have comms, making it more simple for Thorne, because he processes things slowly. 15 seconds left is what he meant. Yeah. So the defense doesn't have comms. That's kind of an interesting idea. I hadn't thought about that. We're going through some other bad quarterback performances. Jeremy Johnson, Russell says, yeah, that was bad. Jeremy Johnson at LSU is one of those. Joshua R gives us some good news though that Notre Dame's about to lose at home to Northern Illinois. That would be terrific. Is that basically a done deal, or what are we doing? It's been 84 years, like from the Titanic, right? Deuce Newton, I love it. I've been listening to a lot of Juice Newton lately, and I love the idea of Deuce Newton. Amazing. Heart of the Night. Oh, what a great song that was. In the heart of the night. Wow, A.E. Robinson, this is a fighting words right here. Jeremy Johnson greater than Thorne. I don't think I've ever seen Peyton Thorne have a butt fumble. Thorne is 2008 Chris Todd. Interesting. Now that is kind of an apt comparison. And the beauty of that comparison is that Chris Todd proved himself later in subsequent year, to be a credible quarterback, even though he certainly didn't look like it in 2008, largely because Tony Franklin stuff just wasn't working anymore, or was doomed for other reasons that didn't have anything to do with his play sequencing or his design. But the system in 2008, I don't think that Aaron Rodgers could have been great in that system the way that it was set up. And then Chris had himself a pretty good year in 2009, right? I mean, he's pretty good. I don't know. I really, Spicy P thinks this is Jeremy Johnson, and I just don't see it, man. I listen, I've given Peyton a bunch of shit, but he ain't that bad. All right, guys, we got 21-14. Auburn's got to have a touchdown to get back in this game. About 6 minutes to go. Something in that range. Yeah, we're at 6:06. So Auburn's defense, which has been pretty good this half, has just got to continue to bow up. Let me update some of these numbers. Peyton is now 13 of 25 for 153. All right, we got that updated. And third downs have got to be better. Auburn's now 5 of 11. They're trying to run the ball. God bless them. It's not going to last long like that. 5 of 11. And I think they are still 9-16. Yeah, they are. They're just trying to run some clock, but I think they're too far. There's too much time left to just drain it like that. So it's a negative play, 2nd and 13 with 5:41 to go. They might be able to get this down to whatever, 4.5 or 4. And on the basis of how things have gone in general, that would probably be plenty of time for Cal to feel good about it. But I don't know. Auburn might have a little confidence here. That's a hold right there. Nice tackle there by, I believe that's Sly. So they're going to have a 3rd and 6-ish, something like that. I feel like Austin Keys got held there, but whatever. Too much time, LOL. All right, I guess that's a wrap. Northern Illinois with the W over Notre Dame. Yowzers. Bazoo, that's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, that was an obvious hold. I don't think there's only been one hold called in this whole game on either team. 3rd and 6, guys. Got to have pressure right here. Oh, their middle pressure. He fell over. Oh, shit. Did he just hurt himself on a non-contact injury? I think he just hurt himself on a non-contact injury, guys. Oh, jeez. I mean, guys, I want to see Auburn win, but I don't want to do it at the expense of a kid blowing his knee out or something. Fuck. Looked like he got the first down, and there's their backup quarterback that they picked up from North Texas. Looks like he got the first down and jumped up, and well, he's up moving, so that's good. Okay, good. I don't want him to get hurt. I never want anybody to get hurt. Oh God, that looked like an ACL or something. Oh. All right, so is he going to be able to play? He's kind of like the galloping ghost here. I don't know what he's doing. It looks like he's going to sit on the sideline for now. So they're going to get their backup quarterback in there. He's a much different situation. So he's a runner. He can throw the football, but last week when I saw him, he's very quick though. His passes were not very good last week. I think that's why he didn't play anymore. But he can run the ball. They can't run the ball, but he can. 4:18 to go, guys. Time running out. Julia thinks he's a faker. Oh, man. Taylor says, never like Auburn's chances against a backup. Oh, hello, darkness, my old friend. All right, 2nd and 9. They're gonna put him in a situation where he's got to do something here. Oh my God, they let him get out on contain. Auburn had no backside contain at all. I don't know what happened on that. Let's see if I can get a replay. Oh, they're gonna show it. It was Keldrick who was outside, and there was nobody else in that area to do it, so he must have made a mistake on that. Because they have to have a plan for contain all the time. And there was none. As soon as Keldrick steps inside, there's no contain. I like this, Neil. It says there's a lot you can achieve in 4 minutes and 18 seconds, sometimes twice. I like that. He's a quick-working man. I like that. All right, Auburn call a timeout. No, Chuck, I'm with you, man. It is kind of a little bit of a clown show out there. It looks like their quarterback's going to be able to get back in there. But honestly, the damage has been done. This backup quarterback got in there and was personally responsible for a couple first downs. Like, jeez. Tornation says we give hand-ups to backups. Yeah, 3-man front against a backup quarterback that won't throw. I'm kind of wondering. Semate says, what is this 3-man front? It's just kind of a stack concept that Auburn used against LSU when LSU was having against Burrow, 5 or 6 years ago. It just gives you a lot of flexibility in the back end to either bring pressure or to drop, and it's, in theory, tougher for the quarterback to figure out what's going on. But he obviously, well, not this quarterback, but the other one, hadn't had much trouble with that today. All right, so it's going to be 3rd and 4, 5. Bob says another fine performance by Freeze. If they lose this, and I think they've got a probably 90% chance of losing this game, if not higher. It's going to be bad. And I'm not going to tell anybody to shut up because, guys, it's not even necessarily that they lose this game, although that surprises the hell out of me. But it's just you feel like the game management isn't what it should be, right? And you feel like Peyton, as experienced as he is, the number of times that Hughes had an opportunity to either go in another direction or to bring somebody else in or whatever, he hasn't done it. He just feels like Peyton Thorne, for whatever reason, is his ride or die guy, and we're all sitting here, those of us who watch the game like us, and just we don't feel like his fealty is justified. I like this formation. I would run the shit out of this formation if I played. J-Mac, Keys, Sly, all in on that. defense did its job right there after the 2 first downs. Took a minute to kind of get straightened out, but they did it. I still think that was a big mistake by Keldrick to chase that run inside when there was nobody else to contain. He don't make a lot of mistakes, at least that I see, but that was one. AU256 says, does it make us feel any better that ND lost to Northern Illinois? Not really.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
It's kind of like we're peeking on these other people to see their problems, but really we have our own. AU Taxman says, don't quit on this team, fam. All right, so Auburn's going to at least have the ball, in theory, for a clinching, a game tying, I should say, equalizing drive. Now, you'd think that, first of all, this punter's been amazing down here on this end of the field. Delay of game, not a big deal. He's been really good on this end of the field, pinning Auburn back. He's had a couple kicks that went, one was down inside the 2, and one of them went out of bounds at the 2. And he'd love to have a kick to the 2 right now. Auburn would much prefer this ball going in the end zone, obviously, and be able to start a little bit out. I don't have high hopes here, guys, but at least Auburn's giving themselves a chance to do something here. And that's it's better than I thought we would have seen about 5 minutes ago. Another amazing kick. Oh, it's a touchback. Oh, shit, man. Woof. Man, that's a break right there. I thought they were going to get that down on the half-yard line or some shit like that, but Bazoo says, this punter, I know he's been terrific, hasn't he? He's been really good. Highlights from the Notre Dame, Northern Illinois game, the field goal. Oh, so Notre Dame and Michigan both take shots on the chin. Oh, they got their equalizing kick, too. Oh, no, go-ahead kick here from, 60? Blocked. Hard times, man. All right, here we go. 1st and 10 from the 20. I'm excited to see how this goes. Uh-oh. Cameron looks like he's got numbness in his right arm or something. But he said play on. Fuck it. All right, that's a first down. Got him out to the 32. Oh, he's going deep. And he got picked off. Fuck me. And Cam's still grabbing on himself. Why didn't they Who are you looking at? Who is Peyton looking at? Who are you looking at? Why does he look on the sideline and do this shit? Who threw it? Anyway. Super chat coming through from Chris H., my man. This guy's a very important person to me. He's my financial advisor. And appreciate that, G. I gotta have a sound for that or something.
Super chat.
There it is. EPW says Thorne, Robert Lewis was wide open, I guess, on the other side of the field. I understand why you want to go to Cam. Cam is hurt. Cam, I thought he was pointing to his arm and was wanting a sub. Yeah, he's asking for a sub, I guess, and they said stay on the field because we're trying to run some shit on tempo. I think his right arm's numb. I'm dying to see what's going on this right side here. Oh, my God, you're so right. Chris H., thank you for the super chat, G. And I appreciate all you do for me and my family. My man. I love that my man, who was it earlier that was staying, we drink shit. Said, here's our chance to get back in this Word Am Eagle, and then, not ragging on you at all, I'm just saying. Fairhope's ass. I don't care about Cal and Fairhope. Let's see. TA says that draws the line. No excuses for that. Yeah, he really was. Runner 24 says the right side slot was wide open. Robert Lewis was open. Definitely. It looked like Cal was playing like some kind of a zone concept over there, which they don't do much of. I understand why they're doing it. There's a long way to go, but he was right in between two zones wide open, and it's like Peyton was completely focused on Cam Coleman, who obviously had gone numb in his right arm. And I know that Peyton maybe didn't know that, but somebody's got to know that. The wideout was signaling, get me off the field, and they wouldn't do it. It's just unbelievable. I've got 3 picks for Peyton. Yeah. Christopher, you're right, man. I mean, I don't know. You're right. They kept the player in the game who was injured, asking to come off the field, and not only did they not let him off, they threw him the ball. Guys, gals, I don't know what to say about this. Oh, that's a good point, Spicy P. 4 picks if you count the penalty, which got, it essentially wiped one off the board there. A horrendous choice that ultimately they were saved from because of the penalty. But he had he had 2 really good throws. You could maybe argue 3 good throws, 2 really good ones on the first drive. And I mean, really not much since then. It's been bad. He's currently 14 of 26 for 165. Man. Good golly, Miss Molly. Yeah, I think you're right, Chaz. And I don't want to give Cam too much trouble because he's 17 or 18 years old, but he says Cam should have stayed down. He should have fallen down. If he indeed had gone numb in his right arm, and that's what it looked like to me, he probably just landed on it wrong, and it's gonna be fine in like a minute or two, but he's not okay right now. You've got to change it. Ay, ay, ay. Patrick P says, I need to see how much worse Hank is at this point. The problem with Hank is everybody's leaving. There's kind of a systemic problem with Hank in that you can't even really run read option with him. Like, he can't run at all. Like, he's not a runner. I mean, he's like literally Chris Todd out there. And so I mean, you can try. I think it's worth considering, but you lose because Peyton can run the ball, and I think the other teams know that. So you have to defend it a little differently. You have to, for fuck's sake, you have to defend the read option responsibly when Peyton's in the game. But if Hank's in the game, I don't think you have to really. And so that changes kind of the run game paradigm where you've got to go, instead of read option, you've got to go to more of a traditional like gap type run paradigm, which Auburn doesn't necessarily love doing. And Jarquez he's a zone runner. And Damari's a gap runner. They're different kinds of tailbacks. So you might have to go to Damari at that point. I'm not talking about if you're running like sweeps and waggles and shit like that. All right, 3rd and 6. Got to stop. No timeouts. So they're going to have to punt this ball away. Auburn's going to get another possession, but it ain't going to be a long one. And the only people that are sweating this one out, honestly, are the people that had Peyton Thorne over or under 3 interceptions, because he might get picked again. Because they're going to punt this ball. They're probably going to get it down at the 1, and then he's going to have to throw a bunch of bombs, and he's going to get picked again. I don't know. Mang. I love the name Mang. Mang says, why not sign Hank then? or why sign Hank then? Because Hank has some ability and he wanted to come over. He was committed to Liberty at a time when Auburn had nothing, really going in recruiting, and so they kind of added him on a whim. I mean, Freeze believed in him, but he believed in him from a Liberty perspective, right? It's a little bit different in the SEC. And to Hank's credit, he's busted his ass and he's moved up the chains. He's moved up the organizational chart here. He's been a great story. Look at poor Cam. He can't even feel his right arm. How's he going to catch a ball with no right arm? Cleveland Brown says, I'm not sure what AI writes the chat summary, but no Knicks with these wide receivers wouldn't be down to calm. What? All right, touchback. All right. It says my scheduled program is finished recording. It's probably best that we just leave it there. I can still see the game, but I'm not even going to record it. I know what's going to happen here. Lena said she had a bad feeling all week that Auburn would have a big head and play horrible, and they did. They've definitely. I don't know if it was the big head, but they played horrible. There's no doubt about it. It's been bad. Defensively, I think they've been a little bit better. They showed some signs of life in the second half, but the offense got worse. Purvis thinks that Hank should have come in to start the second. There it is. I told you guys. I fucking told you. So the only people worried about this are the people that had over under 3 interceptions, and there's the fourth. Guys, we haven't seen a quarterback performance this dog shit. No, let me say that. Let me rephrase that because we've seen worse. We haven't seen a passing performance this bad since Brandon Cox against Georgia Tech in 2005. Now, we've seen worse overall performances. Jeremy Johnson at LSU, Clint Mosley at LSU were abject disasters, and this is too. But remember that Brandon Cox got picked on 4 straight possessions to end the game against Georgia Tech in 2005. And this is on par with that. But the difference between those two situations is that was very early in Brandon's career. This is very late in Peyton's career, and there is no fucking excuse for that. And I don't where was he even going? I mean, there's no chance. There's 4 Cal defenders closer to the ball than the closest wideout. I don't know if he was wide open. Who was it? Someone said number 14 was wide open again. He was open. I don't know that he was wide open because I couldn't see. He was running across the field into coverage over here. I don't know if he would have been wide open by the time the ball got out, but I can guarantee you this. It was a hell of a lot better choice than to throw where he threw that ball. I just can't believe it. I can't believe that. 4 picks. And all of them deserved, and there was a 5th that was deserved too. Thank you, Bazoo. Says left you a like. I'm going to go drink. I've been drinking all damn day, and I still haven't had enough. So that's a final, guys. 21-14, the Auburn Tigers lose at home to Cal. I don't even know what to say. So we'll just end the stream there, and I'm just kidding. We're not going to do that. Hell no, we're not going to do it. We got a lot to talk about. We're on 24 with a super chat with a
super chat.
Says just gross, and he ain't talking about Gabe. Let's see what else is going on. Ed D says, remember Cam Ward? Pay the $1 million. Cam Ward, of course, playing at Miami these days. Let's see what else. Mamadou is in the house. You can't call Hugh an elite recruiter and roll with this quarterback. Yeah, if you're recruiting so well, get a better quarterback, right? TA says dumpster juice. I have not heard that one before, but I like it. I will use that again in my life. Let's see what else we got here. Antonio says if you're Hugh, You bench Thorne ending this project, and you start the freshman. I don't think Walker's ready for this. Now, I understand if you want to make the argument on Hank. I think it's worth taking a look at Hank, but I don't know what to tell you, man. The chat's killing me on this. I like this. War Eagle 0008 says, I've been saying that on Cam Ward since he was on the market. Find the money. This is inexcusable. Let's see. James Taylor Studios, who's been with us a bunch, man, through the years. This is not a guy who's a doom and gloomer at all. Says, I'm done. It's Auburn. It's always second rate with excuses. Here is waiting until basketball season and bye-bye recruiting class. I don't know. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far about the recruiting class. It is a stinging, nasty loss, though. Don't get me wrong about that. And it's taken all I've got to just hold on to some decorum here because it's just a joke. Walker White's not ready. Period. I like Walker White. I understand that he, in a way, to a lot of y'all, 4-star recruit, big-time player, made a big announcement on ESPN or whatever. He's a great story. His mom's been sick. He's been fighting. He's been trying to put that away in his head, compartmentalizing that to really play well and practice well. He's a warrior, and I think he's terrific. He's also 18 years old, and he's not ready to run this offense, and I can damn near guarantee you he will not be better than this. He will make the same stupid mistakes. He's so young. And that's okay. He's 18. He ain't 23. Chris M., another guy. This is not a doom and gloomer. There's no reason to defend Thorne as a starter at this point. He cannot win games. I also want to know, first of all, I agree with you. And second of all, who was it? Somebody called this real early in this game. It was early second quarter. Somebody said, this feels a lot like New Mexico State. And we were all kind of like, well, I don't know, man. Got a long way to go. Ammo Tiger says, how about this non-con basketball schedule? How about it? How about you? Jolly Llama, I can guarantee you, and I know Stoltz pretty damn well. He says, what's Stoltz's excuse going to be? He will not. He's going to let it rip. I know he's close to Hugh, but he also has a responsibility as a journalist to keep his eyes open, and he does a good job with that, I think. Now, on a regular Tuesday in June, maybe he has some excuses, but on a day like this, when they get killed, he won't do that. I promise you. We will have him on. Nick A. So, JG, that's crazy talk. It's not like this offense is intricate. This is simple shit. Thorne can't handle it. All right. I'm not arguing that. I'm not over here defending Peyton. I'm not. I'm saying Walker White ain't the right guy. So, let's try Hank. Hank's been here a lot longer, 3 times as long, I guess. And we know he's got some arm talent. I just don't know that the run game's got to do something different if he's going to be the quarterback because he can barely jog. He ain't a runner at all. And I say this as someone with very short legs, so I can't run either. So, Julia says, honk for Hank. And then everybody's in the chat saying honk. I don't think that's where she was going with this, but we'll take it. Yeah, War Eagle 0008 says, you just said Hank doesn't fit the system. I don't think Walker does either. Well, I mean, Walker's not a plug and play. I don't think. But to me, yeah, like I said, Hank, I think you've got to run. You're going to have to start running gap stuff. You're going to have to start running more traditional, what I would call 80s, 90s run type plays, which is fine. I mean, Damari's that kind of a guy. You've got to have someone who's a patient, discerning runner, which is more like Damari and less like Jarquez. Jarquez he has one speed, right? It's just go. He's good at it. I thought he played a fine game, except for the fumble that led to the go-ahead touchdown that ended up being the difference in the game. But you can't run read option with Hank. You just can't do it. Julia, thank you for clarifying. She said, hashtag honk for Hank. Yeah, I don't think she was looking for votes here. Let's see what Chris M's got here. What is that? I don't know what that's an emoji I'm not familiar with. Is it a horn? Oh, you're honking. Yes, of course. You're a music guy. I should know that. Let's see. Grind says that stat line sitting up there is so nasty. Oh, my goodness. Alpha Tiger's here. He says, sup, swoogans. Oh, my God. This is the guy that shows up at the party where the cops have already busted it and goes in the door and says, where the fuck did everybody go? Geez, this party really died. I love it, man. EU88 says, when is Stoltze's call? I want to be here for the warbloggle level of servile spin. I love it. So Stoltze, we'll definitely get him on the horn. But I want to warn you guys, those of you who are thinking that Stoltze's going to cover for Hugh, I think you're going to be disappointed because we've seen him do this before, and he in situations like this last year, and he let it rip. So, all right, AU256 is basically where do we go from here? Well, let's kind of work through this. Let's pull some of the. Do the stats even fucking matter? They don't matter, do they? I usually go through stats at this point, but we don't really need stats. We just need to have some real talk here. So Peyton had the worst, in my opinion, passing performance I've seen from an Auburn quarterback since Brandon Cox in 2005 against Georgia Tech, right? So I think Brandon had 5 interceptions to close that game. It feels like that's what Peyton did today. In reality, I think it was he went 2 for 2 on the last drives. 3 of the last 4 drives were picks. And I did say earlier that they were all deserved, and actually now that I think about it, he did have one that was a good throw to Cam that went off his shoulder and was picked. So that one wasn't his fault, but 3 of the 4 were 100% his fault, and then he had another pick that was ridiculously awful in the end zone, if you guys remember, that was called off on a penalty. So, but I mean, it doesn't count, but it just goes to show you that his decision-making was ass pretty much from the second drive on, right? The first drive, he was pretty good. My man Reynolds wants to know if Zach Calzada has any eligibility left. Oh, man, that's funny. Jackson jumps in with a super chat, my man. Hold on just a second, Croc. I'll get with you. I'll call you in just a second, all right? He says, Deuce definitely not flipping now, but Notre Dame losing helps us, I guess. If we had a sportsman major, we would have gotten Liberty quarterback. Please talk about basketball rip this season. I like that. You get a lot. Jackson, I'll give you credit. First of all, thank you for the super chat. Second of all, you got a lot of ground covered in that one. I don't think this really affects Deuce very much. It helps that Notre Dame obviously is not kicking ass, losing today at home to Northern Illinois, so they got their own issues to deal with. And I think there's going to be some recruits that have questions, obviously, after a result like this, but I don't think it's over. I mean, the season's kind of wrecked now in a way, but I don't think recruiting's necessarily wrecked. I mean, guys, they put the class that they have right now that's the freshman, they got that put together in a very mediocre season last year, selling hope, right? Saying that you guys, we need you to come in and help us. I think he has said just as recently as Monday, both at his press conference and on Tiger Talk, that to compete with a team like Georgia, they've got to stack up at least 2 more recruiting classes. So he was saying right then and there, before this game was even contested, that he needed at least 2 more. Shit, we'll take Crocky Poo right now. I don't give a damn. What up, Crocky?
Hey, G Tate. What's up, man?
Word, bro. I haven't talked to you in a while, and I missed you being on our lines.
I know. Yeah, I've been kind of busy with work. You know how it gets sometimes.
I do know how it gets, and I appreciate you always doing such a great job on the board, so thank you for that.
But I do listen as much as I can. I sometimes can only listen to a couple hours, but I try to listen as much as I can. It's a great show.
What do you think about this game, bro? I know you're not happy.
And I've always had issues with Peyton Thorne, and it's always been just wait and see with him because you never know what you're going to get. And I hope he had pulled it together in the offseason, but it looks like it's the same old stuff, man.
I know, man.
I don't know what to say.
Can you remember a passing performance as ass as this one? I mean, it's bad, dude.
Since 2012? I don't know. Mm-hmm. It's tough. 2015, maybe? Is that Kyle Frazier?
Oh, God. I've expunged that from my brain. Holy fuck.
I think Sean White with a dead arm was better.
You about right on that, man. I forgot about that one.
Yeah, I will disagree with you on one thing.
All right.
I mean, okay, I think what this program needs and what everyone agrees on is we got to get a quarterback. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Our secondary was awful, but if we have a quarterback, we win that game today.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, the only other way we could win that is maybe if we get that pick six from Kay and Lee, and then maybe we have a shot. But I don't know if Peyton can win it for us. But I've been looking at stats, and I know it's hard to extrapolate a lot from stats. And the one thing you notice with top 15, 20 PFF quarterbacks is in their first 2 years, they win their starting quarterback job. So right now that'd be Walker or Hank. And I know Walker might not be ready, but I think he gives you the same amount of wins this year as Peyton does, honestly.
Really? Okay.
Even if you roll with him, let him go with his mistakes and just take the losses right now. But if he can grow into a top 20 quarterback, you got to bite the bullet, in my opinion.
Wow. I don't know if he's a top 20 quarterback, though.
In the future?
I'm not
like
sure.
Year 4, year 5? I mean, but if he doesn't make it by year 2, you got to find someone else. And, I mean, it's rough. Peyton's not going to be that guy.
No, I
don't think Holden's going to be that guy either.
No, Holden's definitely not that guy.
Is Hank going to be that guy?
I mean, I doubt it. But
so you pick one and go with it. That's where I'm at.
I think he's scared to do that. I really do.
But one thing I have noticed, I think Walker is very comparable to Drake May or Sam Howell at UNC. And both of them started their freshman year, and UNC bit the bullet, but, man, it paid off. That's 2 NFL quarterbacks that they came out with. Their rankings are pretty similar, around 100 to 150 ranked. They played similar competition in high school. And, I mean, similar wide receiver room and offensive line play.
But I don't know. Why do you think Walker's this good? Like, what makes you think he's that good?
I'm not saying he's good right now, but I'm saying the only way you can find out is if you give him reps.
All right, well, I'm on board with it a little bit. Because I don't think Peyton – I mean, we've given Peyton, 15 starts now? I mean, it's the same –
I'm done with Peyton at this point, man.
Yeah, it's the same shit.
You put in Hank or Walker, and you'll get the same result, if not better.
And you get better investment,
at this point, I would just bite the bullet. I would just bite the bullet right now.
Well, at least we got basketball season coming up. You know, that's good.
Yep, I got my Houston tickets ready to go.
There you go.
It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I know you love some
basketball. I tried to get into Maui, but I saved up money to go to Maui because I really wanted to go. But, I mean, it was tough to get a ticket, man. It's in that little high school gym over there.
Yeah.
And they give priority to donors that spend the most. It's tough to get over there.
Well, Stolte's going. I'm just kidding. He's not really.
Oh, come on. Get Henry over there.
Henry would love to go, man. Yeah. Well, so
it's going to be awesome. Let
me ask you this. So does this loss, and it's kind of an obvious question, but it's more of a degree thing. How fucked up do you think this season is now that you've seen the true colors of this team? Like, how bad do you think it's going to be?
Ceiling 7 wins.
Okay.
Could be 5, somewhere in there. 5.
I think I agree with you on that.
Wins.
Yeah, I was thinking 8 wins, and now I'm down to 7 or 6.
Yeah, it's just the losses are just – it's going to be tough to flip those losses. Kentucky on the road might be up for grabs if we get better, but I don't see us beating Alabama, Georgia. Texas A&M at home is going to be rough.
I mean, Arkansas played a good game at Oklahoma State today. Yeah, they're better than I thought they were.
I mean, that passing game, I think their passing game is better than Cal's, to be honest. Because they got Andrew Armstrong back, who is very underrated.
Yeah.
Really good. Tesla out there is really good, too. And then they got another one. And their little running back, the new quarterback, he throws it high a little bit, but I don't know if we can punish him for missed throws with our secondary. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's really questionable, dude. And Kayan had a bad game today, too, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to – Champ Anthony was the only DB that I feel comfortable with.
Yeah. I agree.
I don't know. Jaron Thompson, I think he was okay, but he is slow. Like, if it's a foot race between him and someone else, I don't know if he can catch him. You know, he just has to be in the right spot all the time or else he'll get beat.
Yeah.
And that's tough in this league.
Well, Crocky, we'll just have to kind of work through it together, brother.
Yeah, we're in it for the long haul, man.
I am for sure, and I know you are as well. So we'll just have to kind of eat shit as it comes along, brother.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you go.
All right. Thanks for calling in, my man, and thanks for being a great part of the community. All right.
Thank you for everything you do, Mr. JGT.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye. I love Crocky Poo. He's great on the board. He brings so much to the board, and I love when he calls too. We had a couple super chats I missed. Darkside said 4 interceptions equals 4 shots. We're going to have to set that up for later. I did not agree to that before this game. And let's see what else. I had to ban a Cal account that was on here, and I usually let fans talk. You know, I mean, they deserve to talk a little bit, but I think he was just kind of being a dick. He wasn't cussing or anything, but it was a little much, so I had to ban him. And I don't usually like banning folks, but I don't know. It was just kind of bugging me. And again, I'm cool with fans that come in and just kind of say their thing, but being a little bit of a dick. So Darkside, thank you for that. Also, Stu Pup jumps in with another super chat today. Stu Pup's been with us. I think he was our first ever super chatter, and he's been with us, the whole way. All other super chats had too many cuss words. He had to edit himself. I like that. There was something else. I had posted it on there on the previous screen. Someone had the stats from Brandon Cox's game against Georgia Tech. I think it was Whale Driver. And I'm not able to find it again. I really wanted to talk about that for a second because it was worse than I remembered. Let me see if I can find Whale Driver real quick. Yeah, here it is. Cox against this is against Georgia. Hold on, Flying. Hold on, I just want to talk this out because I had to wait on this one for a second. 2006 Cox against Georgia, 4 of 12, 35 yards, 4 picks, 2 pick sixes, minus 19 rushing. Yeah, that is a mess right there. Yow. I don't even remember that one, dude. I really don't remember that game, and I really should. I really, really should. Listen, we got Flying Around calling in. What's up, Flying Around? How you doing, G?
Hey, doing good, Jay.
Glad to have you back on the air. You were a fixture back in the day.
Hey. So, I'm not going to be like most of your callers. We know what the game was, but there's been something weighing on me about the Breeze hire, and I wanted Lane Kiffin for this cycle and the last cycle, and the reason I say that, Jay, is like in 2007, Alabama, Mal Moore, right? Alabama, one of the best college football teams ever. And what did Mal Moore do when he met up with Saban?
He probably threw a lot of money at him, right?
He bent the fucking knee. That's what he did.
All right.
He bent that knee and said, Saban, whatever you want, blank check, whatever you want, it's yours. And then the rest is history, right?
Yeah.
And that's all Auburn had to do. And listen, I know Kiffin is not Saban. I mean, I know that. But they had a chance to get him, right? Do you agree they had a chance to get him? If they would have bent the knee and said, whatever you want, Kiffin, whatever you want, it's yours.
Kiffin has a much different view of the world than Saban, and I would argue that Kiffin has an unusual view of the world. I'm not sure it would have mattered. He's an unusual case, though. But I think your general point's a good one, though. Like Hugh was not your number one guy, right? Like he's not. He was at Liberty.
But he was a puppet. He was a yes man, right? And that's all Auburn hires is yes man because they want the boosters. They want control, right?
I don't know if he's a yes man. I don't know. That's quite fair. That's just my opinion, though. I could be wrong.
And I know a lot of people were objective of Kiffin because they were like, he's eventually going to try to get back in the NFL or a better team. But I mean, when's the last time a coach left Auburn for a better school?
God, has it ever happened?
I don't think it has.
But there's a lesson there though. That means that Auburn's pretty high on the pecking order then, right? I'm not saying it's the top, but it's pretty high. Like there's only there's not a lot of programs that I think are a whole lot better than Auburn. There are some, but not a ton.
Yeah. But and which Kiffin, that's just something I've been holding in. But now going forward, I really, how much of a leash do you think Freeze has after this year?
They've still got so much to do this year. You know what I mean? I mean, if it continues on this trajectory.
But I mean, we can't just keep on recycling coaches. I mean,
right.
I'm at the point now. I just want to keep him. I mean, he's tearing it up in recruiting. So I hope he has a longer leash. I'm probably. It's weird with me. I wanted Kiffin, but we got Freeze. But now I know most of the bunker. I'm sure is probably looking at other coaches. But I mean, they're always going to hire the yes man, in my opinion. And so just stick with Freeze. I mean, at least he's getting some
players, right?
Momentum with the recruiting classes. He just needs a quarterback. I mean, God, what is wrong with Thorne? I mean, good. I'm not saying he's special needs, but Jay, can you see it? Like, I mean, it's football out there on the field. He's just slow. I mean, he's just not process. I mean, he's just not processing anything. I mean, wouldn't you agree? Just the way he looks.
I don't think he's slow. I think he just gets rattled and he just kind of gets lost mentally. I think that's what we saw today. He just gets lost, man. We started seeing it in the third quarter, and he's just not seeing what he sees in practice. I don't really know what else to say about it. I mean, he's not the player that we think he should be, and I don't understand why Hugh continues to – Hugh had a chance this offseason flying around to change course, to get Cam Ward, to get the kid that went to Notre Dame, to get the kid that went to NC State from Coastal, and he didn't do any of that. And I was shocked at the time. I thought, what has Peyton done to deserve this fealty? I don't know. And here we are. The chickens have come home to roost. He's the same guy we thought he was. He's the same guy he's shown us that he is. So why would anybody be surprised? Me included.
I know. But you look what Thorne did at Michigan State, and you're just like.
Well, now, he wasn't a Heisman contender up there.
No, I mean, he did. I mean, he had Kenneth Walker as a running back.
Yeah.
I mean, but I don't know. You look at the Alabama game, you look at the Georgia game, it seems I'm just not a fan of the RPO. Fits him. When we're running the ball, like the Alabama game, perfect example. When you're running the ball and you're getting 3 or 4 or 5 yards a carry, and you do play action, I mean, he seems a lot better.
Yeah, rather than just kind of putting everything on his shoulders all the time, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And the offense when you're running the ball and you're setting up play action, everything looks like it's just going downhill.
Well, I agree. This is a mess, dude. This game was a mess. I don't think Cal's very good, and I don't think Auburn's very good. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, G,
well,
I love having. Thanks for calling in, though. We missed having you on the line.
Well, I appreciate you taking my call, and Jay, I just texted my nephew. I had to work today. He wanted me to go to the game, but he ended up going, and I just texted him. I said, "Man, I'm sorry
man.
You're having to go through this shit."
Yeah.
The last 10 years. I think he's 20. He's 24. I said, "I'm sorry. This last 10 years you were having to watch this football program because when me and your dad, when we grew up, it was Pat Dye, and it was, teams were scared to play Auburn, and it's not the case anymore.
Not right now. No.
We just had a bunch of soy boys come from California and show their dominance.
Yeah. All right, G. Appreciate you calling in. I hope we can hear from you again.
All right, Commodore.
All right, see you, man.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
There he is flying around. One of our oldest callers. Yeah, not old by age, but old by his tenure here, I should say. We do have some super chats I want to hit because we're going to get J-Head here in just a sec. By the way, I put this one up there because Metallic Aub is going to see Megadeth tonight, and if he gets to hear Tornado of Souls, I'm going to be very, very jealous. He's going to hear it, and I'm going to wish that I was there with him because I love some Megadeth. We got some super chats. Let me see. Okay, I think Sam H. is the one I did not call out. It all just comes down to decision-making. Hank or Walker has to have better decision-making than Razor. I don't know that that's – I don't think you should assume that. I don't. I mean, he played like ass today, okay? There's no arguing this. But I think that it's a mistake to assume that Hank or particularly Walker at his very young age would make better decisions. I think that they're going to be not scared of – like their constitution isn't going to be scared, but they're going to be overwhelmed. I don't necessarily think Hank – I don't know about Hank. But I know that Holden is going to be overwhelmed, or I feel like I know that, and I'm almost guaranteed that Walker White's going to be overwhelmed. It's just too fast, too early. Not for Holden. He's got a separate thing. I just don't think he's a confident player when it's pressure. But Walker's too young, and I don't think you can just throw a dude out there to the Wolves like that. I think you've got a 5% chance of him stepping up and being great, and you've got a 95% chance of ruining the kid. That's what I think. And I could be wrong. I'm open to other opinions. But that's just how I feel about it. I feel like a stranger, one of our all-time favorites, is Hornatius, says Zach Blackerby and Crocky, Sean White is no arms. With no arms is better than Thorne. Hornatius says call Zach Blackerby. And Crocky, Sean White with no arms is better than Thorne. Why would I call Zach Blackerby? I don't understand. Is that a joke I'm getting? Thank you for the super chat, though. You're an absolute stud. AU88 says, what has Freeze ever won? The answer is a lot of games, but not a lot of trophies, right? And flying around, I think, I'm not sure I'll agree with the wording he used, but I think his point is a good one that, because I don't think Hugh's a yes man in a traditional sense. I do think the fact that he had a daughter here helped. It kind of made it look like he was more invested in Auburn than you're just random person. So in that sense, I could see why flying around might say that's like a yes man kind of, like a Jay Jacobs type hire. But I'm just not. I mean, guys, look, dude. I've been covering Auburn since '98. I walked into this program at the time when Terry Bowden had resigned / got fired. It was Bill Oliver. It was all that going on. That's what I walked into. And a lot of you guys who are my age, gals and guys who are my age, early 50s, I mean, and older, have seen worse shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's been bad before. And I don't think this program's sick right now. I think this program's got a Peyton Thorne problem. I think, personally, it's got a play-calling problem. And I think it's short on cornerbacks. But I don't think this program is sick the way it was in 98, the way it was in 08, the way it was in 12. And in some ways, the way it was, this is kind of a hot take, but I think 17 showed some cracks that we didn't see previously. Obviously, Harsin was a disaster from start to finish, essentially. So I think it's in a much better place than that. And I'm not covering over to what happened today. This is an abomination on a lot of levels. I think Peyton played like ass. I think the play calling was dog shit. I thought the preparation on the offensive side of the ball was bad. I thought the adjustments on the offensive side of the ball were negative. I'll give DJ Durkin credit. I don't love the game plan, at least initially out of the gate, but I thought they got better, to his credit. Offense got worse. It started had a great first drive, and after that, it just went down, down, down. It's like NVIDIA stock, just down, down, down. So I don't know. AU88, fair questions. Questionable call, who's been with us a long time. Appreciate you, G. Freeze bet his tenure on Thorne may end up being his downfall. Bad season will kill the momentum. If Freeze fails, it's going to be bad. Yeah, you hate to see that. I would hate to see that. Just give me like 10 seconds. I'm not talking about any communist soccer, but I am going to talk about communist soccer. I'm a fan of Manchester United. It's a very good program over in England. They've won a bunch of shit back in the day. Auburn's won plenty of stuff too. they're in kind of this vortex right now where they keep changing managers like every 3 years. And it's been like this for fucking 12 or 15 years. You just keep changing managers and you never really get anywhere good. And they keep finishing kind of like Auburn. Like, they're okay, but they're not really challenging for anything. And I get frustrated that they keep changing managers, and I'm going to get frustrated if Auburn keeps changing managers. At the absolute minimum, this staff is bringing in great players. I think we can all agree with that. Are they getting coached well? Debatable. Are they being given the best opportunity to win football games? Debatable, at minimum. But at least he's rising the level of talent in the program, and for me, that's a W. So if they take their lumps this year, I don't know. I think they'll be able to keep the bulk of the class together even if they take their lumps because, again, he's selling a 2 or 3 year process here. And he has been all along, and he's changing it. He was talking about that last week, that we got to have 2 more classes like that to be able to compete with Georgia, which don't give us a lot of hope for this year, right? Of course, I didn't ever think that Auburn was going to win at Georgia this year anyway, but I had optimistic thoughts, certainly about the Arkansas game, the Oklahoma game, probably not Missouri. Gave them a shot at Kentucky. Alabama, no. I got that as a home game against Alabama, and it should be at Alabama. That's my mistake. But I didn't give Auburn much of a chance in that game either, you know? But look, everybody's got their problems. And Auburn certainly has a big one. They don't have a quarterback, in my opinion. I don't even know where I'm going with this. I'm just wandering the fucking forest, you know? Kind of like Hugh. My man Will stole my guy's laptop high from Miami Beach. He is from Alabama. How they played today, is this thorn or freeze? Player, talent, or coach, vision/leadership? If I had to put this on one person, I would say it's on Hugh. It's always on Hugh, right? He's the head coach. But in particular, I think that the plan was just ass. I didn't understand. I mean, the second quarter, they just kept throwing the ball over and over and over and over again. And this is a running team. In my opinion, y'all probably feel the same way. Like, you've got 3 what I consider to be either franchise or borderline franchise tailbacks. One of them didn't touch the ball today. Damari got like 3 carries, and hell, Hunter got like 11. That's not enough football running for me. And I think they just get a little too enterprisey. I don't know. Kanuman says, does Peyton have pictures of you with the GOAT? Well, great to have Kanuman here. Kanuman, of course, one of our Hall of Famers and one of the really, really great folks in our community. Thank you for being here, G. I can say that every show, actually. Mobile alum, another one of our Hall of Famers. Says, Hugh looking like Jimbo. Ouch. But Jimbo did lose a lot of games in really weird ways, and this was certainly one of those. So there's no doubt about it. Jack R says we ran like shit. I'm not sure that's true. All right, let's go right now to J-Head. I'm over here just rambling, and I don't even mean to do that. I just want to get J-Head on the horn, so let's do that. I got you, J-Head. I'm getting to you. Where are you? Hold on. I just called him last week. Here we go. We're getting J-Head on the horn right now. And you know what time it is when J-Head's on the horn.
JGT, what's up, brother?
What up, J-Head? I'm sorry. I got talking about this, and I feel very passionate about it. I know you do, too. And I just got time got away.
No. You don't need to apologize for anything. First and foremost, I was listening to you, and I thought you were making some really great points, Jay. So
that was great.
It was...
Bo was great since J-Head is the second best head, and I don't think that's a reference to your brother. Hey now.
Bo is great. It's he's one of my favorites, always will be.
Hey, all right, tell me just your general thoughts about this fucking debacle, man. Like, what stood out to you?
Okay, we'll start negative and then get positive. If I can find any line of positive in this. The offensive game plan from start to finish, Jay, I thought it lacked nuance. I thought it didn't make sense. If I'm being honest, it felt discombobulated from a play calling standpoint. And it looked like the team had kind of read their press clippings all week and then just kind of rolled out there. And some of that is the way they prepared, and the coaching staff has to take accountability for that. And some of that the players themselves have to take accountability before, because at the end of the day, Hugh Freeze is not out there on the field throwing the football, catching the football, running with the football, or blocking someone. So I think people need to be held accountable all the way around as far as that is concerned. I thought quarterback play was as poor as it has ever been. Watching someone wear the orange and blue, that was just that was not good. And I don't think it's all on Peyton. I thought there were other things that were just disjointed within the offense. I thought pass pro was abysmal at points. But at the end of the day, he is the trigger man. And to throw 4 interceptions and just the unawareness. Take even the last series, right, with Cam Coleman being injured. And you know that he's injured. You've seen him hobble over to the sideline. With the new in-game measures that they have as far as it pertains to communication, there had to be someone in his ear that said, hey, Cam's injured. He's a decoy on this play. Make sure that you take him out of your reads or your checks. And yet he threw it there anyway. And so I don't quite understand that piece. And then, I guess at that point you have to stay with your starter. But it just was really a really tough look today. And then beyond that, the defense in the first half, I didn't love the game plan, but I thought in the second half they played with more fire and intensity. I thought the defensive backs played a much cleaner, better second half, and that we got better interior pressure, which was lacking severely in the first half. So I guess if you're looking for a silver lining, it was that DJ Durkin got his guys to play significantly, much more effectively in the second half. And that's what you should have been able to do the entire time against what I would consider a talent inferior opponent in Cal. And I do believe that Auburn is a more talented team than Cal. There's no way we lose this game at home, period, or should lose this game at home.
I agree.
So it's disheartening, I think, for the Auburn fan base to witness this and to have to live through it. Is it the worst loss in the world? No. Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois today. We know what that looks like last year with New Mexico State. So there are other losses that are tougher than this one. But in year 2, you just expected more. And to look unprepared in that way, to me, is unacceptable. And it plays into the narrative that certain fans, not Auburn fans, but other fans have about Hugh Freeze, which is great in big games, fantastic recruiter, but you're going to have letdown games. And I was hoping that he would be prepared and be able to push back against that narrative. But in this one, I think that held to be true, unfortunately. And that's unacceptable and something that I hope that we'll correct moving forward.
There's been a lot of clamoring in the chat, J-Head, about making the change at quarterback, that Peyton was just so ass today, and man, he was bad, that it's time to start considering Walker White or Hank. Would you be an advocate of trying that?
I think if I'm Hugh Freeze, what I do is see how they respond in live game action. I think you probably stick with, as painful as this is for me to say, Peyton as your starter for the first series next week against New Mexico State, but you absolutely probably put Hank in live game situations and see what he can do for you on that front to see if he does become overwhelmed. I think if you're going to make that kind of a move, it's not something that you can do or you can just sell out to right away. You probably split snaps and see what he does against an inferior opponent in New Mexico, but one that's well coached by Bronco Mendenhall, who I think is a fantastic football coach, and they'll come in fired up. But it's a game that I think Auburn can win convincingly, contingent on if we show up prepared to play, and should, coming out of this game. I would think everybody has their attention should be on the next opponent. You shouldn't be overlooking anybody at this point. So I probably would see how Hank performs in the game, in the live game situations that he has against New Mexico State, while also playing Peyton some. I don't believe that Walker White is ready, not from what I've heard and not from who I've talked to. I think his talent ceiling is better than anybody else on the roster from a quarterback standpoint. But I'm with you in that the last thing you want to do is damage a kid before he's prepared to really take the field and play. And I think the speed of the game is just far too fast for him right now. And for whatever the reason, Holden Gerner just has not been able to perform to what his star rating was coming out of high school. He just, for whatever reason, when he gets into live game action, he just gets a little bit tense and freezes up and looks like, Ricky Wild Thing Vaughn throwing the ball to every sideline he can possibly find out there. So it's just, I think you probably do give Hank some snaps, but you might not necessarily start him. And then you'll compare notes after the New Mexico game and figure out what gives you the best opportunity to win against Arkansas.
Yes, God. I can't believe it's gotten to this, brother. I mean, I had questions about Peyton the whole way, and so I'm not shocked by this, but I thought he'd be 4 interceptions. Fuck. And there was really a fifth, dude, that got called back on a penalty.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. I think Auburn benefited from that call. I didn't see much there on that one, and I'm not – being a referee is a really tough gig. I'm going to be honest with you, making those determinations in live game action, because I think they had bad calls on both sides. But I think that's one that Auburn definitely benefited from, and that was more of an interception than it was pass interference on that play.
All right, what does this do to recruiting? People are wondering that this is going to be really tough for them to keep this class together. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal, but you tell me.
I think it's more about the season as totality, Jay, than it is about any one specific game. I think recruits are typically pretty understanding that you're going to have, especially in a rebuild, that you're going to have disappointing moments. But where you can't get is we saw this live last year, you can't find yourself in a Billy Napier type situation where you go 5-7 in year 2, and so you're in reverse by comparison to moving forward. So realistically for me, I think the class as it stands today can be kept intact if over the course of the season you continue to get better. And by over the course of the season getting better, that means you've got to go 7-5 in my honest opinion. I think 6-6, you still hold on to the large majority of this class, but anything less than that, and I think it really does kind of start to unravel on you a little bit.
Damn.
So that said, it's still very early in the season. There's no reason to freak out. There's no reason to think that Auburn can't play better than this, because they've shown it last year, right?
Yeah.
You saw it in live game action where in big games, I mean, they ended up being losses, but they played up to their absolute talent ceiling against Alabama and Georgia this time last year. And they played like ass against Cal this time last year. So one game does not define a season, and not everything hinges on this outcome. But I would tell you that if you're reading tea leaves, that this is not what I would consider a step forward in the right direction. Doesn't mean that Auburn can't circle the wagons and make a more progressive move next week and look better, and then get a big win against Arkansas and set yourself up for being 3-1 going into the Oklahoma game. But there's a lot of steps that go into that, and it starts with taking it seriously in game prep this coming week, making sure that you own your mistakes and that you're accountable for those, and that you try to make solutions for some of the issues that we saw today, specifically on the offensive side of the ball.
That's the thing that pisses me off, is like Hugh is at his core, he's an offensive coach, and the offense is just not good. Like, and why does he keep believing in Peyton so much? What is the deal? I don't. What does he see? He must be a different player in practice. He has to be, J-Head.
I honestly don't know, Jay. It has to be, and he looked great against Alabama A&M last week. I'm not going to take anything away from him for what he did, but Alabama A&M is a team, in my honest opinion, that might get beaten by Thompson High School. Okay, they're not the level of competition that Peyton should be measured against. And so what we saw today was the same Peyton that we saw in the bowl game. It was the same Peyton you saw against, Cal last year. And it's just a continuation of, I think, a lack of awareness at times and poor decision-making. Now, there are also good games that Peyton can point to and say, and put this on his resume and say, hey, I played well in these games. When you saw him against Mississippi State last year, against Vanderbilt, against Arkansas, he was fantastic in those games. But they were probably the 3 worst teams you played all year last year. Let's be honest. The Cal team we played today were better than those 3 teams that he played last year, where he was, a pretty good quarterback.
Yeah.
So I think, again, you have to stay within the moment. You realize that Peyton Thorne is still the veteran on this team, that he must have shown the coaching staff something, because you're not there to cover the team on an everyday basis. You don't see everything that happens in practice. The people that I speak to aren't able to tell me about every nuanced detail as it pertains to what, they're talking about as it goes to, in practice situations and game prep and all the things that are, responsible on the coaching staff. So there had to be something there. But I think if you're trying to be transparent with your fan base, you have to own this performance as being unacceptable. I think you have to open the opportunity to playing other quarterbacks live snaps against first-team players so that you get a real feel for what Hank Brown can do. Again, I think Peyton should continue to get snaps because he is your starter right now. But I think you do have to figure out what you have in Hank. I don't think you can go to Holden, and I don't think you can go to Walker. But I think with your number 2 quarterback, you have to know what you have, because at the end of the day, even if Peyton has an injury, Hank's going to be in there. So you would want him to have that live game preparation anyway, so that he's not completely thrown into the fire and unprepared should a situation like that happen.
Can't believe we're here, but that's what it is, J-Head.
Yeah.
Listen, I know you're working tonight and shit, so you've been awesome to give us some time. And it wouldn't be a show without you, man.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. And I just appreciate you fitting me in. And I'm sorry that I couldn't probably bring a different perspective tonight. I'm like every other fan that I'm a little bit distraught and disheartened in this. But be that as it may, Auburn can get better. They can improve. I appreciate you having me on, and let's just kind of see where Hugh goes from here and what they probably say on Monday's press conference as far as what the plan is moving forward.
Yeah. All right, brother. I appreciate you. I love you, and you're an absolute stud, dude. Thank you.
Appreciate you too, brother. Love you, and I hope everybody in the chat and the administrative assistant have a wonderful night, okay?
All right, see you, man. Bye.
Everybody, bye.
There he is, J-Head, the man, the myth, the legend. Patrick D had, first of all, a great call, and he said it's all not on Peyton, and he's probably right. I was giving him a little too much trouble earlier. He doesn't like the unawareness, which is a good way to put it. Some of these picks today were unawareness, a lack of awareness. And then he talked about Hugh being really good in big games, but not as good in the games maybe where you're not, that's not a big matchup, right? The Alabama game sticks out last year, and obviously we got issues on that last play, but the team was really up to the challenge last year. And in some of the big games, the Georgia game last year, they played great. Lost the game, but they played great. But then you got New Mexico State. You've got this game, and they're just like albatrosses around the neck. You know what I mean? Patrick D had a super chat early and a hilarious response or playing off of that from AU88. Patrick D says, we were outcoached to beat physically and mentally. We were soft across the board and more concerned about buzzwords and platitudes than playing winning football. It's disgusting. Tired of being nice. Time for straight hate and malice to enter into the DNA. He's talking about he wants this team to get nasty, to get dirty, to play some cutthroat football, and he didn't see that today, and I didn't really see it either. I mean, I'm with him on that. Now, again, the defense played with more of an edge in the second half, and I think giving up 21 probably should be enough to win at home against a team like Cal. This is not refuting anything that Patrick said in his outstanding super chat,
super chat.
However, I thought I heard somebody. It's still not good enough. And Patrick D, again, Auburn guy through and through, gives a lot of money, cares a lot, goes to games, has his own tailgate, and invites everybody to come hang out. I mean, this guy he's living Auburn word for word, He ain't somebody who's out here a hater. And he just gets frustrated, like a lot of you guys are as well. Thank you, Patrick D. You've been here all damn day. Bringing it. Also, Don Properdickin, who we love and adore. He's royalty down in the southern part of Holland, and we appreciate that very much about him. We've got another Hall of Famer on the line with us here. It is Sir D. Lucky, one of the absolute all-time greats. D. Lucky, what up?
What's good, JG?
Not much, because that game sucked.
It did indeed. From the beginning to the end.
Pretty much. I mean, the first drive was good. That seemed like a long time ago.
Yeah, that was the only positive. Even that was after we thought we shit the bed with the not interception. Fortunately, that should have been a little bit of foreboding for us. It might be that kind of day. That was even a possibility that was an interception. But yeah, as has been said, a big chunk of this goes to Peyton, but it was a institutional level collapse. The play calling, I mean, just besides being disjointed, it just was ill-timed. We finally start to, we ran too many RPOs to start. I'll say that. So if if the decision making that we've all now seen live with Peyton and going with the ball, he's got the first call as to whether it's a pass or a run. That's probably not the best strategy for us either. So if you're going to run it, let's just run it. Or if you're going to pass it, let's just pass it. But Peyton and RPO does not look like it's a good fit to me. Then once you finally kind of go away from that and you start actually generating a little bit of offense running the ball, you finally decide to throw the ball again. But you say that you're banged up on the line of scrimmage. But it was working, but it was working. So why not just stay with it? If we'd have just run the ball 10 times and ran it into the end zone, maybe it changes the vibe of the game and it works out differently. But it feels like we were planning on coming out here and out-talenting them, and scheme wasn't that big of an issue. And once we got out there, it was an actual dogfight, and we did not have a plan for them. They had one for us. We did not have a plan for them.
It kind of seemed that way. I think that's a good point. Yeah, I see that.
So, yeah. So it's tough to watch. What do we do next? I'm a little bit torn in that I don't know that there's a better option, and everyone says that they are willing to kind of suck it up and just let like Hank get out there and just see what he's got and all of that. But if you're not sure that it's a better option, then is it really worth it making that move?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it a huge upside? Like, does Hank have that much of an upside for it to run him out there? And or is it just better just suck it up, be even more conservative with the ball, and see if you can squeeze out 6 wins somewhere, and then you go get your portal QB and go from there?
He should have gotten a portal QB last time. I know you're not disagreeing with me on that, but fuck.
No, we had that conversation, and that was my thought, was that he had to after the bowl game, and they didn't. And I get maybe what they wanted to get, and the value wasn't there, and so they make a decision that we're going to hold off and go after one a year later and just get Peyton to get us through this season effectively. Win 8 games, get us through this season, keep progress going, and be fine. And that does not look like that's going to work out by a long shot. And I don't know I don't know if there's a 2-year portal guy out there. So is the team good enough to win, that many more games if we did have a portal QB, and then come back and have to get another QB next year anyway?
Yeah. And you're just playing catch up every year, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So if you can invest in, some more high school players and just build up a little bit better team, then get you a portal guy next year. Maybe it's a better end result when it's all said and done. So it's kind of the path we're going down now. So can't necessarily reverse it and try anything different at this point.
It's crazy, man. All the work that's been done on the recruiting trail, and you're in this situation, a quarterback,
Yes. I'm not as concerned about the upcoming class yet, because I think part of what you're telling that group of kids is that we need you to come here to get us where we want to go. And sad as it is to say, you can point to this as an example and proof of concept that, hey, we really need you. We could have used you out there today at cornerback, at defensive line. We could have used you running the ball. So I don't know that it necessarily, fades that quickly. But you got to show them a little bit of positivity between now and the end of the season.
Yeah. And we just surely didn't see that tonight.
No. But you can, as bad as this one hurts, you can undo all the negativity of this one in a few weeks. You hold serve with the next 2 games you got, and then Oklahoma comes in, you squeak one out there, then you're back on track. You're in good shape for the rest of the season. Yeah, now, again. Yeah, go ahead.
You're going to have to unlock a lot of potential out of Peyton in those 2 weeks, though. You know what I mean?
See, that's the thing I've been saying about him. We don't need him to be great. We just need him to be average. And he was ass today. he was beyond bad today. And we don't need him to be spectacular. And if he just understood that I don't have to throw a 30-yard bomb on this play. I'm going to take this five-yard check down and get us a first down and just keep it going, and I'm fine with it. Even in some of the plays where he kind of did the right thing, then we had players, that made mistakes that we're not expecting. That drive or Rivaldo drops what should have been a conversion, and we're rolling. That it wasn't a great ball, but he went to the right place. It was a first down. Rivaldo just got to squeeze that thing, pick up. It would have been a 10-yard gain. We only needed 2. Instead of trying to turn and get up the field so quickly, just secure the ball and see how things go. It's plays like that. The Can Lee pick 6. I mean, that's the kind of play that, in the past Auburn teams, we absolutely we catch that ball, we house it, and then somehow, some way, we get a field goal late with another play somebody late makes, and we get out of there with a win. And we don't have enough of those guys who are ready to make those plays yet.
It's the truth of the matter, man. You need 2 more classes to compete with the top of the SEC, and it's still a long way to go, man. I mean, fuck.
It is. So, we show up again next week and see what we get out of that one, and hopefully we'll see a little bit better. I wish I had a definite answer of what we do with the quarterback situation. I'm just torn at this point between just throwing out the unknown. J-Head's idea of kind of getting some first-team snaps, against a legit first-team defense for Hank probably isn't a bad idea. But you got to be ready to pull the trigger, though. Because if you see positivity out of there and then you don't put them out there, you created more of an issue than you had if
That's
you
right.
roll with Peyton all the time.
You're right.
So if it's something if it's something they're gonna try, then they got to be ready to commit to it.
Yeah, and that's tough. I mean, that's a leap of faith. You know what I mean?
It is indeed.
All right, D. Lucky, you're an absolute legend. You're one of our Hall of Famers, and we appreciate you every single day of the year.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate the drain. Appreciate everybody in the chat. It's a tough one, so just get a little brown water, and sun will come up tomorrow.
All right, brother. We'll see you.
All right, peace.
Bye. There he is, D. Lucky. Thank you, ma'am. Did you almost fall over there? Guess you're a little top heavy, huh? How you been?
Stomach hurts from watching those Tigers.
From what?
Watching those Tigers.
Courtney says her stomach hurts from watching the Tigers. Yeah, it was disappointing. It was an awesome call from D. Lucky. He's our master of measured. You know what I mean? Like D. Lucky don't get carried away with anything negative or anything really positive either. One thing I got to do, I got people calling in, but I got to get B-Matt on the horn. I also have some super chats I got to holler out. Don Properdicken had one earlier, but I kind of mentioned that, but we love Don. Donovan says Pat D is spot on. In 2014, we had a top 5 matchup with Ole Miss. Close win. The very next week, Ole Miss gets spanked by unranked Arkansas 40-0. Which is, kind of a parable, really, for how things go sometimes. You don't want to read into too much into your own success, right? Good stuff, Donovan. Thanks for jumping in. It's the first time I remember seeing you. Mobile alum. Not the first time we've seen her. Says, I'm concerned that, all caps, I'm concerned that if we don't bench Thorne, we will lose the locker room. We need to keep the foundation we've built intact. I don't know about that. Just because Peyton he's a popular kid. He's a good kid. He's a nice kid. He's a smart kid. He relates well with lots of folks. Now, I know that players are going to be frustrated, but players in my experience, they don't react the way that we do. They don't get obviously Peyton had a terrible game tonight, but I don't think they sit around and go, man, Peyton sucks, fuck that guy. I don't think they think like that. They would think like that if he was a dick and was jerky to people all the time, but he ain't like that. That's not the person that Peyton is. So I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think he's going to lose the locker room. We're still really early. We got 10 games left. So I don't think that's a threat. With that said, this was a bad performance, and it's one that you cannot afford to have him replicate, right? I mean, if he does this again, whatever game it is, it's a loss. And if he does it in a game like Georgia, Alabama, Missouri, you lose by 40 in a conference game. And that's the kind of shit you don't come back from, right? So I don't know what the answer is. You've got people in the chat that really want to see Hank or Walker White. You don't see a lot of Holden supporters. And you also see some people that reluctantly want to stay with Peyton for the moment. So I don't really know what the answer is here, but it ain't good. I don't like the choices we've got here, honestly. I did not see this happening. I thought Auburn was going to win this game easily, 18 points, 20 points, something like that. We're going to try to get Sir BMAT on the horn. BMAT is in the Stade. And I got to find the right number for him, though. Let's see. We had him on last week, right? Oh, my goodness. Why is it so hard to find him on here? Oh, here he is. So we get BMAT here on the horn. What's up, B-Matt?
Hi, man. I'm just up here in the press box in the double wide about to write a story.
What was the reaction downstairs, man?
Well, I mean, it wasn't very good. I mean, let me ask you a question. Would you take 7-5 now?
Yeah.
Yeah. This team, this program still has a long way to go. That showed out there on the field today, obviously, especially offensively. You know, I thought the defense played terrible in the first half, but they made the adjustments, and they came out and played much better in the second half. And really the only big play they gave up was the running play for the touchdown after, the play after a turnover, which happens sometimes. But, man, the offense was awful, just terrible. The protections really broke down the tackle positions. Peyton Thorne struggled. I do want to mention those last two interceptions. I don't know how much has gotten out yet, but Cam Coleman got injured on the play before. Peyton didn't know it. They couldn't get Cam off the field, and Peyton went to him in a one-on-one coverage and just I don't think Cam could get there. And then the last interception, I think it was miscommunication. Peyton was expecting Keandre Lambert-Smith to do one thing, and Keandre was thinking about doing different things. So that's what happened on those last two. Not that it necessarily matters that much, but this is really a tough loss for Auburn. When you broke down their schedule, there were 6 games that they should win, 2 they would probably lose, and 4 that were sort of maybe 50-50 types. Well, now they've lost one of those 6 games. So this puts them in the hole of now needing to win at least, 2 of those 4 games to get to 7-5. So that ain't going to be easy. Not at all. And there ain't no guarantee they're going to beat Arkansas.
No, they played
they
good
got to
today.
get a lot better.
Yeah,
and the other thing that caught my the other thing that caught they blew it, I guess, against Oklahoma State. Another thing that caught my eye is this: Auburn made the move Keontae Scott from nickel to cornerback. I think it was the bowl game. Definitely all spring, definitely all fall camp, and they changed it back up and put him at nickel in the second half, and that was partly helped them play better. And it's clear that move did not work. Absolutely 100% clear. They can't go back to that. That's something that they made, 9 months ago, and it's failed. They made the decision to bring Peyton Thorne back and not pursue another transfer quarterback. Has that failed? Maybe. It sure didn't work out yesterday. Today, excuse me. And then the other decision they made was to bring Percy Lewis in to solidify this offensive line. And clearly it was the right move to get Dylan Wade to guard because he's much better there and really makes a lot of good plays there. I mean, he's a good guard, really good. But their tackle situation is a complete mess right now. Percy's not good enough there in pass pro. I don't think Tyler's completely ready to be that guy yet. And then on the right side, you get Tall banged up in the first half. They have to go with Ronan Chambers a lot, and then he's clearly not ready yet. And I guess nobody else is over there either. So that was, to me, if you break down everything on offense, the offensive line issues and the protections was the biggest issues, but there were a whole lot of issues. I would go back to the first play, and I don't understand how Jarquez Hunter was tackled on that whatever play. I don't know where he's bouncing outside. He shouldn't have been run down by a defensive player. I don't know what happened on that play. And then I saw Jeremiah Cobb on early in the game miss an easy cutback that may have gone for 6. So, Rivaldo Fairweather had a big block. I mean, a big drop again.
Drop, yeah, for sure.
Right, and you could see it, especially in the second half, where Peyton would look toward his first. He would make the decision. They run these RPOs. He makes the decision. This guy should be open. This is where I'm going. He'd look, and then he wouldn't throw it. How much is that Peyton throwing? How much is that receivers? I can't tell you that. Even Hugh Freeze couldn't tell you that. He said twice during his very short post-game interview, I think it went 5 or 6 minutes at most, that he needs to watch the film to know exactly what happened with that kind of stuff. So it was just a disaster, I thought, offensively for Auburn. It just killed the momentum in this program right now. The crowd was dead after the first couple of Cal drives in the first half. They just deflated it, and it really didn't pick up there until the fourth quarter when Auburn tried to rally there late. It's just, I've said this before, I'm going to keep saying it, but Florida was in the same position last year, and they fell apart, and Billy Napier is going to be fired within the next 4 or 5 weeks is my guess.
Damn.
Auburn has got to get momentum. They've got to win games. They've got to get this program moving in the right direction. Are you freezing to go next year in the same position? And, I don't know if they're going to hold on to this top 5 class or not.
Damn.
If they don't show more on the field, right? I mean, maybe they will. Maybe they're good enough, right? I think Hugh Freeze is a better recruiter than Bill Napier. I have no question about that. And maybe he can still sell the future of this program. But you got to have results on the field, right? You can't keep languishing like this.
Yeah.
And that's a team, and that's a game that Auburn should have won.
I agree. Yeah. But you can't win it when your quarterback's throwing 4 picks and really a 5th that was pulled back by a penalty.
Right. That's right. And your number one running back, I mean, I know Jarquez made some plays, but that was a big fumble that led directly to the winning touchdown. Yep.
Yeah.
It's just a mess. It was a mess on offense. And all these big decisions, and I know sometimes big decisions with college football programs don't always go well, right? You make big decisions, they work out. If they don't, you figure it out. And sometimes they don't work out, but it seems like a lot of the big decisions made for this year's team are not working out. So there's not a fix.
Would you bench Peyton right now in favor of Hank?
I would think about it.
Yeah.
I would absolutely think about it. I would absolutely give Hank extra reps against New Mexico. I'm not sure that Auburn's going to do that, though. I have a feeling we're going to hear Monday how this and this and that, but I don't know. I don't know. I need to watch the film, right? But I mean, come on, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't understand why the RPO is made for quick decisions, right? You go up to the line, you make the run pass decision, you see how the defense is set up, you're communicating, or you and the receiver are supposed to know exactly what you're going to do there, and boom, that ball's out of there, and you've got at least a 5, 6, 7 yard gain. California destroyed Auburn with that for most of the first half until Auburn finally started pressuring the quarterback more and getting in his head a little bit. Made a big difference. But again, California pressured Peyton Thorne the entire game, right? So that disrupts any offense. So to me, that was the number one problem, was the offensive line. Followed very closely by Peyton, by the running backs, possibly by the receivers. But it's hard for me to see everything when I'm sitting up there in the double wide, right?
Yeah, you want to see the film. I got you.
Yeah.
Either way, this is a mess, bro.
But yeah, I mean, it's not good. It's not good. And I say that. I also know that it is game 2, and they can make a lot of progress after something this disastrous, right? Auburn does have a lot of veterans on his team, a lot of leadership. I think it's good leadership, so I do expect them to bounce back in some way. So just because they lost at home today against California doesn't mean they won't beat New Mexico, doesn't mean they won't beat Arkansas, and doesn't mean they won't have a chance to beat Oklahoma.
Yeah, that's what
you don't throw everything away into the trash just because you played like trash today, right? This is a football season. Teams change. They get better over the course of the season. You figure things out, and a loss like this is going to force Auburn to figure a lot of things out.
Damn. That's what we were saying earlier. I mean, you've got a chance. You hold serve against New Mexico and Arkansas, and then you got a chance against Oklahoma to kind of get things back. But shit, man. I mean, I don't know if I can believe that's going to happen. I mean, with Peyton playing like this.
Yeah, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying you cannot say it's not going to happen. Is what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I know.
We've been covering college football for a long time. We've seen plenty of teams, Auburn teams, play poorly one week and the next week go out there and whip the number one team in the country. Out there at Jordan-Hare Stadium in a night game. It's Auburn got embarrassed by New Mexico State and should have beat Alabama here at home, right?
Yeah.
Nobody would have
Good
ever
example.
predicted that. So,
Yeah.
And that's just 1 year ago. That happens every single year. It's not just Auburn; it's a lot of teams.
All right, B-Matt. Go over there and write out some
man.
more award-winning pros, my man.
Oh, well, I mean, our stories get a lot of reads after games like this. So
Oh,
sure.
yeah.
Everybody's dying
Tons.
to read about it. Yeah.
Tons.
Yeah.
All right, G. Thanks
All
for
right,
jumping
peace
on.
out, brother.
Bye.
Yeah, man.
Stoltze, I just connected with. He wants to come on, and I know a lot of folks have been waiting to hear from him, so I want to do that. We love Stoltze, and let's see what he's thinking about this. You guys thinking he's going to be defending Hugh, but I don't think he will.
Yes, sir.
What up, Stoltze?
What's up, man? How are you?
Well, everybody's been clamoring to hear from you because they think that you're going to go out here and defend Hugh. But
no.
I think you call it like you see it when it comes to football.
Yeah, I do. He got absolutely outcoached. I don't think the team was prepared. Peyton Thorne resorted back to where he was last season. The offensive line was complete trash in pass protection, and it was overall an embarrassing effort against a Cal team. They'll probably end up 6-6, and it's just another defeat that Hugh's known for in the last since he started coaching. He always has one or two a year, and that was one that it snuck up on everyone, and it shouldn't have. But the defense kept on giving everyone the offense chances, and the offense kept on shooting itself in the foot. And Peyton Thorne threw almost laughable interceptions near the end when he could have been the hero, and just it's embarrassing. That's what it is. It's embarrassing for Auburn. It's embarrassing for the SEC to lose to a team that not predicted to do much this year. And it's just an downright shit show.
Yeah. Are you ready to see a change of quarterback? Do you think that's warranted?
I would like to see it. I mean, what would Hank Brown do that was way worse than what Peyton Thorne did today? I mean, Peyton Thorne, granted, pass protection was shit. And he didn't have nanoseconds on when he dropped back. But still, when he had the time, he missed wide open receivers. He threw 4 interceptions or got worse than the last one. And he turned into a mental midget back there. And it's just, it is what it is by now. I mean, if that's what he's going to do against Cal, what is he going to do against a revamped Arkansas team? What's he going to do against Georgia and Athens? What's he going to do against Oklahoma? And if he can't answer those questions, it's time to go to Hank Brown. I mean, Hank Brown's poised, but we have never seen him in against a first team defense. So give him a shot. I mean, what could go wrong? I mean, if he's not the deal, go back to Peyton.
But it seems like Hugh's married to Peyton, though. Like, he just loves Peyton. He makes these excuses for Peyton all the time.
I agree, and there were some excuses, but at the same time, Peyton sucked. Peyton was awful. Peyton was who we thought he was before the season. And now, just open up the competition, make it a fair competition, wipe everything clean, and let somebody prove themselves. If it's Peyton, fine. If it's Hank Brown, fine. It's not going to be Holden, but if it's Walker White, give him experience. I don't care. But what we watched today was a total epic failure by Freeze, by his offensive staff, and by his offensive players.
I agree with everything you said, bro. I just don't know where they go from here. Yeah. I mean, I know they play New Mexico.
I don't either. Yeah. And who knows what New Mexico will bring? I mean, can this team rally and recover? Who knows? They're going to have to rely on some leadership. Luke Dill said it was embarrassing. They're going to have to rely on some leadership. And I don't know if they have that. I mean, they should.
B-Matt said
But-
the press conference was really short with Hugh. Like, what was it? What was going on there? Did he just want to get the fuck out of there, or was it just short organically?
No, nobody asked questions. Nobody had any questions to ask.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it was like 5.5 minutes.
Why were there no questions?
I mean, there was like maybe 6, 7 questions. That was it.
Was it like, why does Peyton suck, or why was Peyton so bad, or what's your role in Peyton sucking?
Yeah, what what's the quarterback situation? And he said, I can't really talk about it until I watch the film, which is fine. But at the same time, you watched him struggle so much that you have to have some comment. You have to have some comment like, yeah, I'm disappointed in his play. Something to the point where fans will be like, okay, that sounds good. But he didn't say a damn thing, and, he doesn't want to throw his players under the bus, but at some point, Peyton's going to owe up to what he is, and that was today. It was shitty.
Yeah. Did y'all guys end up interviewing him? Was Peyton available?
Yes.
And what did he? Were you over there for him? I know it gets really thick in
No,
there.
it was not. B-Matt was.
Okay.
B-Matt was.
It's really, I can't tell people, it's a really small area, so it's like there's.
It's annoying.
Yeah, it's 25 people in seriously 5 square feet. It's just unbelievable.
And they credentialed too many freaking people, and those people try to grab seats from established writers, in established sites that actually fucking matter.
That's a whole different deal there, yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. That's a whole different deal. That's a whole separate argument there, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, but
All right.
that's just my thoughts. I thought the defense gave them every fucking chance possible, and they just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So it is what it is for now. We'll see if they can improve, but
they have
to show something.
They got to get to Oklahoma 3-1. G. They have to.
They have to.
Yeah.
And
all right,
Arkansas not going to be easy.
No, it's not. But we appreciate your candor, bro. I love having you on.
Absolutely. I don't understand people that don't think I'm going to be objective of my job, but I'm going to.
Yeah, I know.
So
I told him that you would be. No problem.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll see you later.
All right, man.
Have
see you.
a good
Bye.
night.
Bye.
Bye.
There he is, Stoltzy. Speaking the truth, he said it was an embarrassment. He said it was a freaking embarrassment. I don't know about saying that Peyton was a mental midget back there, but he certainly looked scared. And I think Peyton's a smart kid. I just think he gets a little. I said this before things got bad in this game, that he's kind of a momentum guy, whether that's up or down. And it's like when things get bad, I feel like he can't pull it back. When things are going good, he's pretty good too. We got Why Not AU on the horn. What's up, brother?
JG, what's up? It's been a while, man.
It has been a minute. I guess it was last football season, right?
Or basketball, bro. We talked during basketball.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I wasn't able to hit your party though, which sucked, man. I love your parties.
Dude, it's all right, man. We'll have more. Let me tell you something. We're gonna have more parties. Auburn is so much more than any of these stupid sporting events that we go to. I'm just kidding. I love the sports too, but it is, man. I'll tell you, I'm in San Diego, and generally when I'm on business or something and I'm away for a game, I usually try to hit up an Auburn club watching event.
Yeah.
Man, we had a great little bar in Cardiff by the Sea. About 50 Auburn folks there. Had a great time other than the game. But, man, it's just always great to see the Auburn family in numbers, getting together, having a good time, just bonding around everything Auburn. And that's what makes Auburn special, and that's why I love it so much. So,
damn. So I bet you're not staying up there, though, right? You had to drive up there to Cardiff?
Yeah, I had to drive to Cardiff. It was like 30 minutes from downtown San Diego where I'm at for work. So,
yeah.
But not a big deal. Getting ready to go to dinner here soon. But I just wanted to call and say I'm so Stoltz. Everybody needs to get off him, man. He loves Auburn too, and he's disgusted as we are. Even and probably Hugh Freeze is, but Hugh Freeze is doing a shitty job of showing it. Last year, I was pissed off about you may remember last year I was mad about his whole mannerisms and just the way he handled himself. Like, he should be apologizing to every Auburn family member at this point. His lack of preparation, they got out-coached. Now, the defense did make adjustments. They did much better in the second half, but the first half, DJ Durkin looked like a damn peewee coach. I mean, they were scheming us, and they had our number. Second half, much better.
Much better.
The offense, I don't even know what to say. It was awful.
Yeah.
Absolutely awful.
It got worse, and it got worse. It literally got worse,
It
Patrick.
got worse, man. It got worse. Yeah. And so look, man, I'm not here's my thing. Any sporting event or anything that we do as Auburn people, we should be doing it in a way that we demonstrate preparation, we demonstrate mental and physical toughness. That's what I learned going to Auburn, going through engineering school. It's what's made me successful in business and in life, and I'm so honored that I got to even go to school there. To watch our teams go out and not even be able to do that, I don't care if we lose, but if we show that, I'm proud of what we put on the field. I'm not proud of what we put on the field today. Not even in the least bit.
Yeah.
I'm proud of our fans. I'm proud of our young men. I want those coaches to run stadium steps. They need to have their ass taken to them.
Take the stairs, bro.
What they did was piss poor pitiful. The lack of preparation, Cal's coaches whipped their ass all over the place. It was a joke, man.
I know.
And so, and Hugh Freeze needs to get his shit together. I'm tired of his damn Joel Osteen act. I want pissed off thuggery. That's what I want, and I want us to start kicking ass. I'm tired of being nice. I'm tired of talking about all these great things we do outside of football. Let's play ball. Let's whip the guy's ass in front of us, and let's stop making excuses for every time we go out there unprepared and not physically and mentally ready to play because we can't coach guys up.
And that's what was true today.
That's it.
Not physically and mentally ready to play today. I agree with you 100%.
So that's it, man. I don't want to belabor the point. I think everybody's got it. I love Auburn. You said, or I love Auburn with all that I have. I will give to that school mostly academics because I'm tired of the athletics department. But I will give everything I got to because I owe Auburn a gratitude for who I am and what I've been able to accomplish. But I will not stand for that bullshit on the field, and I will not stand for a guy who refuses to stand up and apologize for the shit he put us through today. I am pissed off at Hugh Freeze. I'm tired of his act. I'm tired of his bullshit. I know you love your granddaughter. She doesn't need to be doing Tiger Walk. Put her up.
Okay.
This isn't time for grandbabies and shit like that and kissing. This is time to win football games. That's what you're hired to do.
Yeah, I agree.
Do it or get out. Period.
Hey,
that's it, JG.
San Diego's my town,
love
bro.
Auburn. Oh, it is? You like it here?
I mean, I grew up there, on Interstate 15 in an area called.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, my dad was a naval officer at Miramar, and Interstate 15. I grew up in Tirasana up there. Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, a little bit north of Qualcomm Stadium. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so beautiful.
Oh my God, it's so much fun to live there, bro. And the chicks were great.
Oh yeah. Hey man, we had such a great representation of the Auburn family today.
Cardiff is not where I would have expected you to be. You know what I mean? Like I didn't think that's where it would be, but that's great. You found a great.
Well, I think they try to this place. It's called Tower 13. If any of you folks are ever in Cardiff or in the area, great bar right on the beach. Mm-hmm. It is the Auburn bar. Michigan, Auburn, a couple other teams kind of call it home. Interesting enough, Notre Dame does, and they weren't happy either. So, but man, we had the whole back patio. We had, like I said, around 50 folks. Did some stuff for the scholarship drive that they do every year, and just great times. And other than Hugh Freeze being Joel Osteen and not a football coach.
Yeah. All right, brother. Well, enjoy the town. I mean, it's a great place to be.
Yeah, man. Hey, War Eagle, and look, to everybody on the bunker, man, this too shall pass. But Hugh Freeze has got some reckoning to do with himself. and he really needs he better be issuing a formal apology. I'm asking Stoltz to tell him and recommend that he do that, because his lack of he I know he's serious about it. I know he cares as a human being, but the perception from the Auburn family is that he's laissez-faire about it, and it goes into last year. His whole mannerisms and stuff today proved he hasn't changed a bit, and I'm not putting up with it. If you get your ass beat, say, I'm sorry, guys, I didn't have us prepared. Auburn people are reasonable people. But not doing that and just going through the motions, I'm not putting up with it.
All right, then.
So, there you go. War
Thank
Damn
you for
Eagle,
the super
everybody.
chats, G. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man. Bye.
There he is. Why Not AU, calling in from San Diego, CA, my former hometown. And he was up a little north of town at a bar that was playing host to some Auburn folks. I know you guys love hearing from him. One of the great things about Patrick is you get 0% bullshit with that guy, and that's one of the things I love about him personally. We had some super chats coming through. AU88 had one. Hold on just a second with this call. AU88 had one coming through right there. It said, Brian, talking about Stoltze, this is why you can't once cover someone you called a friend multiple times. You obviously you weren't willing to press your friend in a press conference, act like a reporter. So I wasn't there to see it, and so I don't want to give Stoltze any trouble on that. Now, he definitely considers you a friend, but listen, man, I mean, we can be honest with our friends. My friends fuck up sometimes, and I tell them. My friends do things that I think are bad decisions, or they say bad things, or they're doing things that I don't agree with, and I'll say something about it. And that don't mean I love him any less. And I thought he came on here, and Stoltze I'm talking about, and I thought he brought the truth. He said it was an embarrassment. And as I recall, I don't remember, I wasn't writing down all the words, but I think he said Hugh need to do a better job. AU88 is still going, though. He says a 5-minute press conference is the AU beat more servile than that of Tuscaloosa circa 2008 to 2023. Freezes a disgrace and a fake Christian. Now, I don't agree with that. I do not. And listen, man, I'm the first one that'll tell you, I'll give you criticisms of Hugh, but being a fake Christian, I don't believe that. I think that he's, for what it's worth, he doesn't need me to defend him. And I don't know him like Stoltze does, but he does not strike me as a fake Christian. I do think it's a really big part of his life, and I think he is so into it that sometimes maybe it comes off as ingenuine, but I don't think it is. Just my opinion. I could be wrong. I don't know him as well as some other people do. Now, the 5-minute press conference is a little weird. Like I'm not sure about that one, but I would have to see it to understand like what the questions were and where we were going with that. But that seems like a very short press conference for a game like this. Because I bet you if Auburn won, it would have been a 10-minute-er, and they would have talked about how, let's fillet fucking let's say it was a 28-0 win, right? We're going to talk about how great Peyton was. We're going to talk about how great DJ was. Like, it's going to be 10 minutes of just fellation. And then it's 5 minutes when it's a disaster like this. Is a little surprising. But I have sat in my fair share of press conferences through the years, and sometimes you're just kind of running into a wall, and you decide, hey, man, I'm going to talk to players instead, because players generally are more forthcoming. Anyway, Runner 24 says, Miramar, Top Gun pilot. My dad was a naval my dad's a doctor. He's retired now, but he was a physician. He's a radiologist. But he worked on the base at Miramar, and he also worked at Balboa downtown some. But we lived out by Miramar because he was working there most of the time. So, yeah, I spent a lot of time up there. That's where Top Gun is. Not the movie, but the actual group, the flight group. And, yeah, that we would always go on base to see movies, to shop, and all that kind of shit. So, that was a big deal. Auburn Gal 98, I'm with you on that. It says, fake Christian, you can't judge his heart. Nor can I, but I feel like I'm pretty good at sniffing out bullshit. I'm not the best, but, I'm good at it. And I don't think it's fake. But, who cares what Jay thinks about his Christian beliefs? Nobody gives a shit about that, about what I think about it. Just trying to be honest with you guys. Mobile Alum jumps in. Feels like Groundhog Day for the last 10 years. Hugh isn't a fake Christian, but we want to see his hard-ass coach side. Yeah, I don't know that he has it. And I've tried to kind of mention this on the show before, on the rundown. And I think we've talked about it here too. Sometimes I think Hugh has lost his edge. And I would have told you this a year ago. I would have told you this 2 years ago. This isn't like something that's from the Cal game. Like, sometimes I just think like Hugh's too you can be too righteous. I mean, football is kind of a dirty game, and I don't mean that it's like shady. I just mean it's like it's tough. Like it's a dog-eat-dog world, right? You don't win natties without. This ain't tennis. You know what I mean? Like you're out there to defame and emasculate other people every single week, and I don't know that that's Hugh's mindset anymore. Anyway, at this stage in his life, now DJ Durkin, I think that's his mindset, and I don't mean that as a bad thing. You know, I'm not trying to rag on DJ when I say I think that guy's out there to fucking destroy people. He's a good guy too. I like him. But I think he's a hard-edged motherfucker. And I happen to think that Derek Nix is a hard-edged motherfucker too. I do. I think Josh Aldridge is. I don't think Hugh is. And sometimes I wonder about that a little bit. Sorry, I've been getting a couple texts here I wanted to answer real quick. I think I'm up to date on the Super Chats. You guys have been amazing tonight. There's another one here. AU88 is jumping in again. I don't think lying to recruits to the point of getting Ole Miss getting sued by 5 of them is okay is in the Sermon on the Mount. So, Hugh, again, I hate that you're putting me in a position to defend Hugh, but I will do it. Because, I mean, I'm not the guy to do it, really, but I mean, I am Catholic after all. There's like 10 of us in the state, so, you know. I mean, I ask for Mary's intercession all the time, and Jay Jacobs can't understand that, but I sure do. Anyway, like, okay, so he did some shit at Ole Miss that was not good, and it went beyond the whole burner phone thing. He did some other stuff, too, that was not great. But, I mean, I feel like he paid his penance. That's just me. He went to Liberty, which is a huge downgrade, right? And he coached well there. They were good. And, you know, now he's at Auburn, and I think he's a legitimately reformed individual. I don't know why we're talking about this, but we are. But you can't judge his heart. I'm with Auburn Gal 98. I agree with that. I don't know. There's some stuff I want to say, but I will say this. We've had a lot of great callers on. We got Crocky Poo flying around, J-Head, D-Lucky, B-Matt, Stoltzy, and Why Not AU. Great callers. This is a who's who of our callers. A lot of times you guys will say stuff on the air that I completely fucking agree with. I'm not going to go into details, but I can't say it. Because at the end of the day, I do run a website. I am a member of the media. And there's certain things that I don't feel like I can say. You guys can say it, but I can't. But when you guys have a chance to say it, and you guys are right on the money, I want you to know that it does my heart good because I'm happy with it. And I like it when you do it. I really do. And I'm glad that you guys love Patrick D's candor. He's amazing. Canoeman asking again, does Peyton have pictures of Hugh with a goat? He may have a picture of him in Saban, yes. Hey now. That's great hearing from Cleve, man. We hadn't heard from Cleve in a few years. That's awesome. What a stud that guy is. Randy W. just says absolute cluster F. Let's see. Hornatius says, Jay going to get a cease and desist. No, I'm not. Haven't got one of those in years. Not since I was putting those clips of ESPN games up and Disney sent me a cease and desist. This is back in 2011 or something. I was so scared. I was like, fuck, don't get me, guys. And now everybody does that shit all the time. Crazy. Luke Duke, my man, he says, "What's up, JG? I'm disappointed. I just don't know what else to say. I know I'm kind of in that boat too, G. That's the truth. That's the truth. I don't know. I mean, I've talked a bunch today, but 5.5 hours worth, but I don't know where to go with this. Russell's gonna break some hearts with this one. Not mine, but some people. Nebraska 21, Colorado 0. Are you trying to tell me that maybe my guy Prime is full of shit? Are you trying to say that?
Who is swag, baby? Who is? Oh, Prime, preach.
I love the hype that he brings, but now it's time to put up or shut up, and he ain't putting up, and he ain't gonna shut up either. Yo, Malcolm's in the house. What's up, bro? I didn't know you were here. Glad to have you here as part of the crew. Yo, Malcolm's been with us a long time for a lot of games, good and bad. Whale Driver, who's I thought had a great day in chatting. If we were still doing Swoogan glasses, I think Whale Driver would probably get it for me. He says, agree. I'm sick of the religious BS. Just win. We don't ever win big games anymore. We don't even beat the shitty teams. Yeah. As a Catholic myself, I really try to withhold any kind of religious chatter just because, hey, man, I run a site and I've got people who are atheists. I got people who are agnostic. I got people that are all kinds of great folks. I mean, Methodists like my grandparents were, Baptists, et cetera, et cetera. So I try not to get into that, and I'm not going to get into it tonight either. I'll just say that when Hugh goes on his rants that I think are religious, I listen to those too, and I kind of take them as it is. Take it as it is, and, there you go. Runner 24 is with us tonight. What up, brother?
Hey, man, how's it going?
It is great to have you back on our airwaves. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I think about you. I think about you way more than you think I do because every time, I love horse racing, and every time I see highlights from Saratoga, I always think of you, and you don't even live near Saratoga, but for some reason I got you correlated with Saratoga.
We had chatted about meeting out there. And
that's what it was.
I almost actually went out there a couple of weeks ago and decided it's just a little bit too far of a drive, despite being up here in the Northeast.
How far away is it from you? Like, I'm not trying to zero you in or anything, but it's like a couple hours.
Yeah, 3-ish.
Okay. Yeah, I really want to go, G. I really, really want to go.
I do too. I've yet to be there, and I want to. Well, I'll just leave it at that.
Hey, do you ever watch CNBC? Are you into that kind of shit, like stock market shit?
Nah, I invest, but I don't necessarily watch it on TV.
No, that's the right.
To be,
you have the right idea.
Less exciting than like watching sports or horses or something else.
Yeah, you're doing it right. That's the exact right way to do that. Anyway, what do you think about this game today, man? This Auburn Cal game.
As I put up, I think when you had put up the know your enemy piece, I guess, is the one I'm looking for. Like I had replied to that and said, I really expected this to be one of those exercises and views of like you get a rematch, it's out of conference, you don't have to wait till you play in an Arkansas or a Mississippi or somebody else in week 6, and you'll immediately get an idea as to does the proof of concept of the offense work? Does the things that look cleaner and functional and strategic and just not asinine, for lack of a better term, as we saw in the first week against A&M, who's obviously a terrible football team, work? And does all these young wide receivers fix Thorne? And I honestly thought that this was going to be an easy game, and I literally placed 2 bets this weekend in FanDuel, and one was Auburn crushing these guys, and the second was Nebraska, which at least that one's working out.
Yeah,
so far.
Yeah, it is.
But I can't believe that somehow playing this Cal team again, things look the same or arguably worse. Obviously they lost, so you could argue that's easily worse. but like the whole thing just felt dysfunctional compared to what you'd expect to see in year 2. And that's where I struggle a lot. And I do wonder if, as the board has said, and I've, half joked in the board today, as to, do you just need a different quarterback and just roll with somebody else and hope for the best? But I just can't believe that somehow this team, with the talent upgrades at wide receiver, with, in theory, a more functional offensive line, et cetera, that it just looked like the way it was. And I'm struggling to put 2 and 2 together, other than just drinking more. To hope
I know, that's what I've been doing. I know year 1, and this doesn't break my heart, but year 2, it's pissing me off. Losing the cow. So your point's a good one. You have higher expectations, and a lot of folks do, Runner. I don't know what to tell you. The quarterback thing, Peyton. I don't understand why he continues to ride Peyton. I don't understand it. I've never seen it.
No, and after the week 1, fine. Like, it looked like it might work. But today, what I struggled with a lot today was that you could sit there and say, fine, they all thought, and you thought, that they could outwork those defensive backs. And that's probably was a true statement. But every example of trying to outwork those guys was throw the ball deep. And those plays, even if you are better, are lesser probability plays. And there was the 4th down play where you never should have thrown it deep because you had the open spot. There was another play when they threw it deep and I think it was Lambert Smith, and the slot was wide open. So
yes.
I think they were trying to force certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And you sit there and you wonder, is that Hugh being stubborn? Is that Thorne just locking into a guy because it's the first read and he's just who he is? And I think it's some of both, but I do think that if you had a different quarterback in there, that they would quickly realize that maybe the second read might be the better spot. And
I would just say a better quarterback, not necessarily a different one. They need a better quarterback. I don't know that Hank or Walker would make the better decisions, but I think that's on Peyton, G. If you're asking. I mean, I give Hugh a lot of credit for this bullshit. Like, I hold him accountable for this, and I will on Monday too. But like, Peyton's the one throwing the ball. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I keep saying Hank because he's the only other guy. So like, as a fan, like, I have to hope Hank makes better decisions. To your point, he might not be the right guy, and the right guy might come in the portal next year. But, for now, like, it's Hank or bust, because at a macro sense, I think that Walker's going to be too raw or just too new. And I don't necessarily, somebody else called in earlier or put it in the chat, like, rolling with Walker, like, I don't think you get to 7-5. I think you get to something worse just because he is too raw. Even if he might be more talented than Hank in the grand scheme of things, that there's a rawness there that I wouldn't trust to play full time.
I know we've seen that before. I feel like we've seen that play before, and it ends badly. I like when you threw Clint out there against LSU, like 7-8 years ago, he got his fucking ass handed to him, and I don't know. I think sometimes people have a bigger opinion of Walker than I do. I don't know. I think that Walker is maybe 25% chance of being really good. And I feel like a lot of people see him as a 75% chance of being really good. So somebody's right, somebody's wrong. And I might be the wrong one. I don't know.
It's a hard on that one because he played in such a small school in Arkansas, of all places.
And he wasn't great as a senior.
He gets a lot of credit for recruiting and pulling this class together. So it's easy to root for the guy as the savior because, he might be a good leader and he was active in certain concepts of, football, right, or recruiting. And it's easier to root for that guy because he's the unknown and he's tall and he looks strong and I don't know, he's got good calves and whatever other pictures that show up on the bunker. I can understand the hope for that, but at the same time, he was playing in Arkansas Football League that was similar to what you'd find up here in the Northeast, which is,
It's It's true.
It takes time. It takes time to get ready for real football, even if you're legitimately good.
That's how I feel about it too. I mean, shit, you look at Courtney Taylor, who was a fucking stud wide receiver 20 years ago. He played at 1A football. It took him a while, and he wasn't playing quarterback.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I wish that guy was on this roster. If they could recruit Courtney Taylor like every other year, like I would do cartwheels.
Crocky Poo was saying the same thing. He says he doesn't think Walker White is a massive upgrade or something in the short term. He just has more upside. So it's almost like if you're going to put Walker White in there, you're going to get your ass handed to you this year in the hopes that he's going to be better next year.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
They can't go 4 and whatever this year. Like you can't take that risk. This is not. It's not say the Patriots where you play May who's definitely not ready versus like some like Jacoby Brissett who's a scrub.
Yeah.
Like Auburn can't afford to do that and just get pummeled. Like
can't do that. Then you really do lose your recruiting class at that point. Yeah.
And you feel, and then you feel like Napier, which I don't think Hugh is Napier, but like I don't want anyone to draw those parallels ever. Like even if they're false parallels.
Yeah. Word. Well, we're gonna have to try to. You got to win these next 2 games to get the Oklahoma game. Just have a chance at redemption. I mean, that's the only chance. That's the only chance left. I think.
I
get
agree.
out of this shit.
I agree. Yeah. And I don't. And earlier today, someone's like, "Oh, Arkansas was up," and I was like, "Who cares?" I might care more now, but I still think you get through those next 2 games, and then we'll see what Oklahoma actually is. I mean, I haven't seen them play yet. And I don't really know, but there's nothing more than I would like to see. Auburn push the shit into Brett Venables. Like I could not root for more than that. So we'll see what happens in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that game big time. But shit, I'm looking forward to this next New Mexico game even more because I don't know what to expect.
Yeah. Let's hope that's an easier one. I think that like the bigger question is like which quarterback plays more, but I'm going to just knock on some wood and go get some more booze to think that it can't be any worse than that.
All right, G. Hey, man, I appreciate you being with us all night tonight. Thank you. And also for the super chats, G.
Yeah, no worries. Take care. And if, like I said, whatever summer you decide to make it to Saratoga, I'm going to take that drive out. So you just let me know.
All right, bro. Appreciate that. See you, man.
All right, take care. See
Bye. There he is, 124. How would I rate the quality of this call? 5 fucking stars. Absolutely. Love having him on the air. Great poster, great caller, great chatter. I love him. Glad to have him as part of the site here. Let's see. We got one of them. This is a Bears fan that I can deal with. Just says, Cal Barrister, go Bears. I can deal with that. I like that. We're welcome to other fan bases. We just don't want to have that nasty stuff going on. Oh, look at this, man. This is just dirty right here. Check this out. So AU Duck Hunter from the site sends this picture along. This is where he's at. He's up in Montana, and this is his view. Look at this, you guys. God, this looks like an AI image. I want to be sitting at that fire pit, man. This looks like a good time right here. So we're all worrying about Auburn football, and he's out here looking at this. My God, look at that. It's so majestic. Unbelievable. I'm so jealous, bro. Now we got Stu Pup on the line, the legend himself. What's up, Stu?
Hey, Jay, man. First one today, but really good to hear your voice and to be back training with you guys.
Hell
man.
Yeah, man. I know you had kind of a topsy-turvy year yourself, so I'm glad to have you back on the line, too.
Yeah, man, it's been a minute. I want to, you know what, I want to cut the wrestling promo, brother, but I'm not going to tonight, man. Brother, yeah. I'm not going to cut the wrestling promo tonight. I like you said, me personally, and I'm sure there's other people involved here, man, we've had our rear ends kicked all year. And honestly, just to, even have it back right now, have drain back, I'm just going to try to enjoy it, man. I'm not going to worry about who the coach is and what I don't like and don't like. I'm just going to try to enjoy it this year, man. And to hear all the callers, J-Head, Why Not, D-Lucky, Runner 24, Crocky Poo, all these guys, it's like melody in my ear, man. It's just really good. And I'm going to start it out on that. So thank you so much, man, and hear your voice as well, man. I appreciate you, man.
Shit, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for being part of the show, always, and the site too.
Thank you, man. I do. I think a lot of you, Jay. I think a lot of the coverage of what you guys do there, and so we'll kind of get into it a little bit. And I don't want to run. We can run the who should be the quarterback and all that stuff. I'm trying to look at it from a more holistic point of view as I sit here on my back porch. Jay, I think we know what Peyton Thorne is. He is who we thought he was, and he's not good. There's nothing about him that pops. He doesn't have elite arm talent. He's an okay runner, but he's half the time he looks like a wounded gazelle out there. I think he's a good kid. I wish him well. I'm not gonna talk bad about the guy, but we know what he is. We don't know what Hank or Walker are, and we need to find that out going into 2025. And I think that becomes the number one focus for the quarterback room. And I am pro pulling the plug on Peyton and starting Hank, because you're not going to the playoffs this year. You're fighting for 6 or 7 wins, really no matter who the quarterback is. You have an opportunity to just take a look at it and see what you have. And you have 4 games with Walker White that he can play before you pull a red shirt, that he can play and not lose his red shirt.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they can play him, but he's 18 years old, Stu.
He is. I agree with you. But start him in a package. Give him 12 personnel and run some of your base sets. 3 handoffs and a rollout. I don't, and just get his feet wet and see if he looks like he knows how to play football. Okay, you've got a little something that you can at least build on. Not that that's everything, but you've really got to he's kind of at what you have right now, he's kind of your set. You talk about the stocks, right? You have the asset there, or you have a company like you said, NVIDIA. They have something there. They have an asset or intellectual property they're trying to protect. In your quarterback room, as of right now, that's Walker White, and you've got to develop that asset. And if you have to, throw Hank to the wolves and Hank or Peyton get thrown to the wolves, it's kind of the unfortunate part of it. But you also have to build the program a little bit, and Thorne's not it. You got to get something else.
Yeah.
And that's just where I'm personally at. And as far as that goes, I'm more trying to look at holistically into, all right, what do we have going into next year, keeping the class, not being Billy Napier, and going from there. And I think that would be what I would do. I thought Jay had a pretty good idea. I think a lot of people are kind of on that, start Peyton, but play Hank. I'm for playing Hank, man. It's New Mexico. Hank can throw the ball. Line up in 12 personnel to start with, try to run at him and try to be too physical for New Mexico, and then open it up a little bit and see what you got and put some things on film and go from there. That's just my opinion.
I'm on board with it, man. I mean, that's cool.
That's just me. Yeah. And, and then and then I don't want to freak out about this one game, because we really and truly, I'm not always one to preach patience or temperance, but what if this is the weird game we lose, right? I mean, I remember an Auburn team losing to South Florida and Mississippi State, and then making wholesale changes and winning in the swamp against the Gators, a long time ago. It's a long shot for that to happen again, but you don't know. You could be, there's just so much out there in the next 3 weeks are going to be going into Georgia. It's going to be so critical for this program, man. It is. I've kind of got my popcorn ready. It's going to be really.
He's got his popcorn ready, huh?
I got popcorn ready, man. It's going to be a show, whatever it is. So,
yeah.
And I'm okay a little short now. I did want to say something. There's a member of the bunker that did something really cool for me, Daddy Four, when I was going through some personal challenges back at the first of the year. And a couple guys on the WWE thread. My son had gotten into wrestling a little bit, and they hooked us up with something right when I had a really kind of devastating personal event happen. And we got to go to Birmingham, and my son and I got to make some memories that night that we still talk about, and it really gave me a lot of hope. And I just want to say a public thank you to him and those guys on there. And I don't remember everybody's name that was a part of that, but I want to say a public thank you to them. And
that's amazing.
What they did for me gave me a lot of hope. And good news for me, I've been back super chatting because I did find a home employment-wise just here recently. I had been working somewhere, and then it really wasn't a fit. And then I think I've kind of found a home again, so I'm really excited about that. A lot of good things in my life. I'm going to not let Auburn football worry me right now. I'm going to try to be positive here, and just kind of wanted to just try to bring some positivity to it. But also, I am also very positive that Peyton Thorne should not be the quarterback next week. So that's just where I'm at. So, and I just want to say thank you to you guys, Jay. Thank you.
No,
man.
you're a badass.
I'll let you guys go.
All right, Stu Pup.
Thank you, brother.
All right, man. See you, man.
Have a good one, man. Have a good show. Talk to you later. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. There he is, Stu Pup. He was here for us. I think he was our first super chatter. If not, he was on our first show. And it's amazing. Like Stu Pup, I don't want to give too much away, but like he mentioned in the call, like he's had some tribulations this year that a lot of us haven't gone through, and the fact that people on the bunker reach out and do things to kind of help each other. I'm moderator. I'm chief moderator. I'm the publisher. I'm the owner of the site. Like I know a lot of the stuff that goes on that you guys don't necessarily know about. Like some of it's bad, but a lot of it's really good. And one of the things that blows me away about the site is the stuff people do for each other on a positive note, in a positive way, literally brings me to tears, like sometimes, because there is so much love and appreciation for each other. Like you guys have no idea. Like Courtney's always getting on me. She goes, "You need to write a book." I say, "I don't have anything to write about." She goes, "Well, what about all, because I tell the stories about the shit that goes on off the board about, folks helping each other and supporting each other and doing some crazy good stuff for each other. Like, I mean, I'm seriously tearing up right now just thinking about it. And a great example, and I can talk about it now because he's gone, unfortunately, but Deezer used to call in a lot here on the show, and Hornatius and him were buddies for sure. And some other folks were too. Deezer did some shit, and Deezer was sick. Deezer died of cancer in 2021, I think it was. Could have been 22. And he did some shit, even when he was sick, that is going to resonate for fucking decades in some of the families here, some of the folks and their families here at auburnsports.com. And I know Hornatius, he likes to joke around just like I do, but I think if we were talking about that honestly, he would tell you that guy, Deezer, did some stuff that would literally melt your brain if you knew what he was doing for folks. And Hornatius really kind of stepped up for Deezer at a time when Deezer really needed some help and was a huge... I'm going to get choked up, so I'm going to stop talking about that shit. But anyway, there's a lot of really good stuff that goes on in the bunker, and the reason I'm bringing that up is that Stu was going through some stuff that was not fun, and he had some people reach out and work with him too. So we joke about a lot of the dumb shit that goes on and people saying and doing mean shit sometimes, but there's a lot of really good stuff that goes on. And see, we got SR71 is talking about how Deezer helped him out as well. Had a bunch of calls with Deezer. Getting kind of choked up about it, but anyway. Let's get over to Caleb. I was texting with Caleb earlier. He's good to go. I haven't talked to him on the horn lately. So let's get him on the horn. Shit, we talked to him last week. I totally forgot. I'm so used to texting with him, I forgot. So we'll get Caleb on the horn and we'll talk about some recruiting.
Hello.
What's up, Caleb? How are you doing? My name is JG, and I run AuburnSports.com.
What's up? That's crazy. I work for that place.
Oh, do you?
I think so. I hope so.
I hope so. Listen, some folks were asking, like, how, obviously a stinging loss today against Cal. How do you think it's going to affect recruiting? And everybody's like, oh, it's going to ruin the class now. What do you think?
I wouldn't say it's going to ruin the class or anything. Now, I do think, like, with a loss like this, every kid is different, And so, like, maybe some kids look at this loss a little different. I talked to a bunch of commits. I talked to a bunch of recruits. I think there was shocked, there was surprised. That was a pretty, general consensus is that this is not the outcome that any commit, any recruit was expecting. I think a lot of them expected what we all expected, which was Auburn's going to go in, they're going to handle business against Cal, they're going to be 2-0. Now, I do think you got to look at some things if you are a recruit. You look at Sam Turner, the wide receiver commit today. This is not a good game to have Sam Turner at a game where your quarterback goes and throws 4 interceptions. Your receivers aren't really involved. Your offense is very stagnant. But he'll be back for the Oklahoma game at least, so you have a chance to redeem yourself. But it does kind of raise a question for some of these commits as far as, especially like wide receiver, like, okay, well, who is going to throw the ball to me? Because Peyton Thorne looked like he was throwing the ball to the other team a lot.
Yeah,
and,
for real.
The thing about Sam is he mentioned, hey, look, if Deuce Knight does come here, that does change things for me. It changes the way that he looks at Auburn, as it should. We've talked a while about when you do have a guy in your class, right? If you do get a Deuce Knight, when you have somebody of that caliber in your class, it changes things. You look at what it's done for all these other classes around the country when you've got a really good elite quarterback leading the class, right? So if Deuce Knight does indeed flip to Auburn at some point or another, you'll look at that, and maybe that does change things for some recruits. Maybe this, we talked to commits like Ryan G and Cale Ellis who are very confident that this is why they're bringing us in. It's just stuff that as just 25 to 26s, we've got to go in and we've got to be the ones to help change and fix this program, so that way these losses don't happen. We talked to some other commits like Malik Autry and Tavares Dice who are being pursued by other programs, and they both kind of said the same thing. Hey, look, things went wrong. That's football, and this doesn't necessarily change the way that they look at Auburn, but it's one game. If this becomes a consistent problem, maybe that conversation changes a little bit. If you come in, you stink it up against Arkansas, you stink it up against Oklahoma, you squeak out a win against you got to be very careful. If you're Auburn, you've got to start winning these games.
Yeah. So here's what I was talking about earlier about recruiting, Caleb. So in the press conference, or it might have been Tiger Talk, whatever, is on Monday, he was talking about we got to stack 2 more classes before we catch up with Georgia. And so to me, he's kind of selling to these recruits. It's not this year. I got to have 2 more years of recruiting. Yes. So from that perspective, I don't think he's worried about game by game. Like, oh shit, we lost the Cal game. Deuce will never come here now. I don't think it's like that. But they still got to show something.
I don't think you lose. Like I said, you don't lose one game and that. So I'm not looking at Auburn anymore. I think a lot of recruits want to see improvement, but I think a lot of recruits also know there's still not there's not really that many elite playmakers on that roster. Yeah. There's the whole roster isn't Cam Coleman. The whole roster is not your Perry Thompson or anything like that.
Damn.
It's you're gonna have to get in a couple classes. The 24 class is good, right? But they're still very young. Some of them are seeing the field, some of them aren't, and that's just because they're still adapting to the speed of the game and the rate at which football is played at this level. So you do need you got to start stacking classes. That's the only way you get. That's the only way Georgia did it. That's the only way Alabama did it, is by stacking classes.
You got to keep doing it. Win, lose, or draw. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Did you hear anything crazy tonight from any recruits? Anything like really good?
I mean, for some of them, it was their first Auburn game. Sam Turner was talking about how the atmosphere was great, as it always is. Jordan-Hare Stadium always provides a really good atmosphere for these recruits. That's something they could take away. But there wasn't really anything crazy after tonight, and I wasn't really expecting to hear anything crazy after tonight, just because of the way that the game played out.
Yeah. All right, bro. You've done a hell of a job today, Caleb, in my opinion.
Well, thank you.
Look forward to seeing you on Monday.
Absolutely. We're going to have a lot to talk about.
Oh, damn right we will. All right, bro. Be good tonight.
Will do. All right. Thank you.
See you, man. Bye. By the way, we're almost 6 hours. We're at 6 hours into the stream, and I haven't even mentioned that last week, if you guys remember, the power went out, and I lost the stream, right? And it took so long for my power to come back and my internet to come back. I said, fuck it, we're not going to do it anymore. On the advice of people from the bunker, I did buy some power, like battery power-ups, whatever the fuck they're called. And so now, if the power flickers, we're not going to lose the stream because I got one for downstairs where my modem and router are. So that's going to have like a 10-minute battery power. And I got one here for my computer, my microphone mixer, and then also one light. And we'll have 10 minutes on this. So if we get flickers now, our shit won't go haywire anymore. And I want to thank my peoples that come up with that. I know that there were several people. I gave them a shout out on the rundown last week, but I went out and got it done. Cleve jumped in with a big super chat there. He says, JGT, look at the dominant teams that have won national championships the last 10 years, and not many of them would have come out on top without top-tier quarterbacks. So it seems confusing for the quarterback position not to be a top priority in recruiting, basically. Thanks, JGT, for all you do. Yeah, it has been. So they feel like Deuce Knight, who's the quarterback in Lucedale, Mississippi, 4-star, but he'll probably be a 5-star before it's over. Notre Dame commit. They feel like he's the answer to their solution. Let me rephrase that. He's the solution to their problem. And, they're obviously trying to get him. I feel like they've got him. I feel like they're going to get him. I've had it on the bunker at 95%. It's good that Auburn – it's not good that Auburn lost, but it's also good that Notre Dame lost as well because it's really Notre Dame and Auburn for him. And I think Auburn's already got him, but, I mean, that's a solution there. And maybe they still go out and get somebody in the portal next year. There's a lot of people on here that think that Walker White is going to be the solution. I'm not sitting here and telling you that he's not. If you're asking me my opinion, I get a 25% vibe from him. That means he may be a stud, but I just don't necessarily think. I feel like the minute Cam Newton walked on this campus, right, everybody that played with him said, that guy's a fucking badass, and that guy's going to win us a lot of fucking games. Now, Cam Newton is a special player, okay? To me, it was the greatest one season ever in college football. It'll probably be replicated at some point, but it hasn't been in my lifetime to be that dominant as one player one season. Tim Tebow was a badass too. I'm not trying to say that, but like Cam Newton literally carried them to a natty. Him and Nick Fairley and some other really good role players, but you know what I mean. Walker White didn't have that effect. He didn't show up on campus and everybody go, that guy is fucking Aaron Rodgers, or that guy's, who the fuck ever. I mean, Brett Favre, or I don't know. And it doesn't mean that you can't be that person. But to me, it's 25%. Unconfirmed source. My man, I love this. But did Cam get paid? That's the question. Hey, man, like they say, it's an ongoing investigation. Also, Stu Pup, where is he at? Here he is. Stu Pup says, I wholesome cried on the bunker this week. I probably do that every other week. Something comes across my proverbial desk that makes me either like cry or like get really emotional about shit, because there's a lot of stuff that goes on, like positive stuff that you guys don't know about, don't hear about, and it's good that it stays that way. But we got literally some angels that work on the bunker, like a bunch of them. It's not one or two, it's like 50, and they just out here like helping shit, helping people, trying to help people, trying to assist people in situations that need it. And shit, y'all came through for me this week because my friend Nelly is going to have a pretty serious heart procedure next week. He's my age. He's way thinner than I am. He don't drink. He's going to have triple bypass surgery, and they've told him he's got a certain percentage to live, And he's gotten a lot of prayers from the bunker, and I appreciate that. That's what he really wanted. That's what his mom really wanted, as many people as possible praying for him. And anyway, I don't know what my deal is tonight. Jesus, what's going on with me? I don't know what's gotten into me. This Cal game's got me all askew. Let's see. Jacob G was asking about if you can call in. You can. Right now, the line is open. I have eschewed calls from some esteemed people tonight. I know I ended up having to turn down Ruxy Poo, which makes me sick to my stomach because I love Ruxpin. He's one of my favorites. I eschewed a call from War Eagle 0008 against better judgment, but I had something else going on. I don't remember what it was. MW Deve, who's had some absolute legends calling in. But anyway. Let's see. A. Robinson says that team was Cam and Fairley, talking about the 2010 team. Oh, my God. Patrick B. says, JG, why didn't you let the Saints know that Derek Carr was so mid? Dude, I would have told you anytime you asked me. Anytime you would have asked me, dude. I love Derek Carr as a person. He's a great dude. He's a great teammate, and I would... I'm saying if in a theoretical situation, my daughter could marry that guy any day of the week. He's a credible human being. He's a great guy. With that said, he's got a particular issue where he can't fucking finish in the red zone. He was that way the whole time he was with the Raiders. We kind of, we cut bait on him, basically. I didn't appreciate the way that it went down, but we did cut bait on him. Y'all ended up giving him $100 million guaranteed, and I was like, the fuck out of here. Like, you take your money and go be average, which is exactly what you are. So, anyway, I feel like anybody that watched the Raiders for the last 3 years, or, the last 3 years he was here, would have known that he was mid. That's what he is. We got MW Deve in the line, one of my favorites. What up, brother?
What's up, JG?
Word. I think you are the tallest caller we've got.
That's possible.
It is possible.
Although, I have met some people I was short next to. There's that one guy on the bunker one time that tried to say Shaq wasn't really 7'2" or 7'1" or whatever.
Who the fuck said that?
Said he's really about 6'7", and I'm like, he said he saw him. I'm like, you didn't meet Shaq. You met somebody else. Anyway.
Man, what these people? They talk out of their ass all the time. I don't know what the deal is.
I've stood next to Shaq, and yeah.
Anyway. Oh, you look like a dwarf next to him, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It happens.
We probably weigh about the same, but he's got more vertical. I've got more, what width, whatever.
Word.
Dude.
This game pissed you off, didn't it?
Yeah. But it's, you and I talked about it at the end of last offseason that if we wanted to win this year, we had to have a quarterback, and that wasn't the direction we were going. And, I don't want to. Everybody knows how I felt about hiring freeze, and I see some shortcomings, but I don't want to get into that right now because we have to be bought into this thing working. And the only thing I'll say, and I think people brought it up, is teams just have a history, and it's at some point it becomes a reflection of the head coach of playing to the level that they think the opponent is at instead of playing to the level that they're capable of. And we saw that today. It kind of had the same vibe as that New Mexico State game last year, like where you're thinking our team's more talented. At any point we can flip a switch and come on and win this, but the switch never flips. We play with the same going through the motions that we did at the very beginning of the game. And that's the way it felt at the stadium today, that there was never a moment where the switch flipped.
Yeah.
And guys came alive. There
Yeah,
was never
well-
anything. Defense a little bit, but, you know.
Yeah, better in the second half, but the offense I thought got worse as time went on, MWD.
That's kind of I get the feeling sometimes with the head coach that when the initial game plan doesn't quite go the way they want it to, he's sort of or someone in the play calling, in the scheme and the play calling on the offense, they kind of just throw their hands up and just start, we're going to try and, chunk it deep on here, this play or that play or whatever. There's no, okay, we're going to commit to the run, and I'll tell you, one thing that's going to frustrate, that's going to give the fan base, and I'm not talking about it being on the hot seat or anything like that.
Yeah.
But the Auburn fan base is going to have a shorter fuse with Hugh Freeze than they did with Gus Malzahn, because Hugh Freeze is a pass-first coach, and the Auburn fan base wants when the grind starts and the game's on the line, it's in the forward of Pat Dye's book. It's just one line. It says, "Run the ball, play defense, knock the hell out of folks." It is ingrained in the DNA of Auburn football that a coach should turn to running the ball when everything's on the line, and that's not the way Hugh Freeze coaches his offense. And I'm not saying the fan base shouldn't adapt or grow or change, but it's going to be a shorter fuse mentally with a lot of fans if we continue to have games like we did today. And do you have the run pass splits up? I didn't see what it was, but it seemed like it was extremely pass heavy today.
It did seem that way to me as well. Let me see if I got the stats up here.
I mean, Peyton, some of it's going to be Peyton scrambles are going to be credited as runs. So
yes. Officially, it's 27 passes and 30 runs, but that sounds like bullshit to me. 15 runs from Peyton ain't right.
Yeah.
So it was probably more like
Peyton had
60-40 passing, yeah.
Yeah.
Like actually.
And, I mean, a normal, even NFL, until the last few years, a normal game would be maybe like, by a good balanced team, was probably still 53% run, 52-3, somewhere a little heavier. So that's kind of how far we are up on that. I'm not saying we need to turn to that, but, I mean, we've got good running backs, and we're not using them. And I thought there were opportunities for that in the game, and they didn't go to it. The play calling after the first two drives gets a little bit predictable. It's kind of a broken record with when games go in this direction with this offensive staff. That's kind of how it happens, and I don't see it as any different from last year, even though some of the coaches are different. But I mean, just one game, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It was a shitty game, but it was one game. I mean, if they play well against New Mexico, Arkansas, get to Oklahoma, win that game somehow, they're back on track, really.
But I mean, like if you're let's say Alvin Henderson, it's a top running back that's got good options, and you sit there and you watch the way the game played out today, and at no point do they turn to Jarquez or Damari to, try. They would get a couple first downs, and they start chunking it again. Or the quarterback would get sacked. Both times I think of those, the two drives I'm thinking of, the quarterback got sacked, and they got him behind the chain. But if you're, a running back recruit, and you're looking at this, and the staff's telling you, "Oh, we feature our running backs," and when the game's on the line, you're just there to pass block.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of message is that sending those guys?
Terrible.
Or not just pass block, be the check down, whatever. But
yeah.
We thought about it last year. I just fundamentally, I think Peyton's a good kid. This is not a knock. Some people will interpret this as saying he's not intelligent. That's not what it says at all. He doesn't have the mental reaction time to play quarterback when the speed of the game is at this level. And when he gets flustered, it just gets worse.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not something that can be coached. It's not something that can be changed, as far as I know. I mean, it's a hardwired psychological thing. If you or I went out there, we would be even more dazed and confused, because it's not a matter of intelligence. It's a matter of a certain brain being wired a certain way to, without even having to think about it. When you see the progression, you're instantly going through it, and you're moving quick. There was the play where the pass where he got hit and the ball kind of wafted and got intercepted. everybody in the stands was yelling to throw it to the guy he eventually threw it to for 3 seconds before he his mind clicked to move the ball forward.
Yeah.
Like it's just that interception he threw against Vanderbilt last year where he threw it right at the guy. Like he doesn't process what he sees quick enough to act. He gets lost between the brain and the arm at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not an intelligence thing, right?
Brain, arm.
Like you said, it's not an intelligence thing. All right.
And I was almost too uncoordinated to play offensive line, which is really saying something. There's no way I could do it. I'm not saying he's, he's not intelligent or he's just not. Not every good high school quarterback can be an SEC quarterback, and not every SEC quarterback can be an NFL quarterback. I mean, you're always going to get to that level where the game gets too fast for you, and after what we've seen now for this number of games, it's not going to change. There's not going to be. He'll have good days and bad days, but there's not going to be. It's always going to be. Oh well, there he is again. Everybody talked about bad Bo. Well, bad Peyton is much worse than bad Bo.
Whew. You're damn right about that, man. Woo.
Yeah. But, okay, Bo Nix did have it. He had the intangibles, and that's why everybody was trashing him all those times. I said, guys, it's not him. You got to build it around him. You got to run an offense that fits him. It'll click, and now look where he is.
I know.
But,
he's playing for the worst team in the fucking NFL.
Well, but
he's getting paid, though.
That's kind of always the problem with being a high-drafted quarterback, but I know how you feel about the Broncos, so.
I hate him.
Actually, we never talked about the Broncos, but I know enough to know how you feel about.
Fuck them.
Right. Everybody talking about Walker. I'm with you. Like the 25% chance he's going to eventually, be successful. Like I think folks just get lost. They see we signed a 4-star quarterback and think that means he's going to be great. He's going to be a starter, whatever. First of all, you don't throw a kid like that out his first year on campus because you will ruin him for life. Unless he is on a just absolute elite innate level, he's already mentally ready. Very few true freshmen are going to be that way at the quarterback position.
Yeah,
and
true.
I think something everybody probably needs to keep in mind, and I don't know this, I'm just kind of speculating a little bit. The hype that there was about him within the Auburn fan base, like that I think in private conversations and stuff that Coach Freeze let get out there, like, oh yeah, this is our guy. Just remember he was also trying to recruit 5 receivers and was trying to make sure that Walker White was working with him to recruit those guys. So there can be a bit of banter and bluster. It did not mean that Freeze really thought Walker White was going to come in and start this year. He definitely didn't think that. I mean, that's showing. He's probably playing scout team right now, right?
Yeah. He's absolutely doing that right now.
He wasn't even legitimately in the race for number 2. It was between Holden and
Hank.
Yeah,
for sure.
So now Hank, I kind of disagree with you a little bit. I think the idea that he couldn't run this offense, I don't think he's got to be mobile or agile to run it. I think there are RPOs that rely on the quarterback being able to run, and then there's RPOs that rely on the running back or a bubble screen or something like that for the running side of it. I think Freeze can tailor his offense to a quarterback like Hank. I think with Hank, it's the offensive version of Joe Lee Dunn's old quote about what happens when you blitz them all. Somebody's band's going to play, but you don't know which side's band is going to play.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a little bit of that. What kept Brett Favre from initially being a starter in the NFL and why he was at Southern Miss instead of a bigger school.
Alcohol?
He's going to chunk it up.
Oh, word, yeah.
and right now, that's probably better than what we saw today. But, I mean, can you imagine if Hank had been in there and he had, every time the pass rush came, he just chunked it up, and maybe 3 times it's a touchdown and 3 times it's a pick 6. I mean, that's the kind of game you would be playing with him at quarterback.
I know.
But he definitely has an arm, and sometimes Peyton looks like he's got good arm strength, but some of the throws, like that one down the sideline, the second to last interception there, maybe that was supposed to be a comeback route by Cam, but it looked like, I know everybody was saying Cam was hurt the play before, they didn't know it, whatever. It just looked like he underthrew a fade route, and you can't do that. It's going to be picked.
Yeah, he threw it to the wrong side of the defender too. Like there's no, I don't, even if he was fully healthy, Cam wasn't going to get to that ball.
And the interception in the end zone they called back from the penalty, I mean, like, he literally, all he had to do was throw it to the other side where our receiver was and their guy wasn't, and it's a touchdown. And instead, he throws it right to where the defensive guy is. I mean, it wasn't anywhere near on target. He had several today that were like that. And he goes some games where he has no throws like that. It doesn't really make rhyme or reason, but I think something just kind of gets in his head at some point in the game, and he's still trying to run a Pentium 2 from 1998 when it's 2024. The processor just, if you ever tried to run a modern program on a really old computer, it just sort of shuts down and freezes and does nothing.
Yeah.
That's what I see happen to him on the field.
A Pentium.
And I know he's still trying, but
yeah.
I mean, like it looks like it's a 20-year-old processor trying to run, a modern programming. I mean, it's like it's not clicking for him when he gets into those situations. And I think that's gonna keep coming back. They should have, in my opinion, I told you before, if it was okay, we got $1 million left and we can either get a quarterback or we can get these 5 other guys. You get the 5 other guys, and then you go to whoever Mr. Booster is, and you say, hey, if you can get me 1 million more, we can compete this year. And that did not happen, or it did happen, and he got told no, there's no more 1 million. But either way, we're stuck with what we got, and what you just got to hope is that we're not like Florida a year from now, that the fan base, no matter what happens with the record this year, everybody, stays together and stays committed to the fact that we are recruiting really well.
Yes. Just got to keep the class together,
Yeah, and I don't think recruits go to a game like today, and I mean the atmosphere was still good. They don't go and sit there and say, "Wow, these guys suck. I'm not playing here." That's not the sales pitch they're getting. But maybe some guys do. But if we get Deuce, I think everybody's going to feel a lot more comfortable. If for some reason that falls apart, it's gonna shake a lot of confidence with folks that do follow recruiting. But I don't think it is. You know better than I, and I'm trusting what you think. So.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it too. I wouldn't get too carried away, and I don't think the kids do either. That's what Caleb was saying too.
Even that's kind of, and I'm sure they probably are telling him he can. But even a recruit the caliber of Deuce, do you really want him to come in and start as a true freshman next year? I mean, I kind of think you still are going to have to go get a transfer.
Yeah, I 100% think that. So I was saying that earlier, like 2 hours ago. Get Deuce and then get a transfer guy for 1 year to go over him and give him a year, But then that kind of ignores Hank, that ignores Walker, who I still think has a 25% chance to be good,
I would say your quarterback depth chart next year, if we get Deuce, is a transfer quarterback, one of the 3 guys that's in the backup spots now, one of the 3, and then Deuce. And that's your 3 guys at the top of the depth chart. And they compete. I don't know if Deuce will be an early enrollee, but they compete in the spring and into fall camp. Somebody's named a starter, somebody's named a backup, and that's what you roll with for next year. But I would expect there's only 1 quarterback on the roster this year that returns next year. And it's possible that they all decide to go elsewhere, and you got to find 2 transfers.
Don't put that negativity on me, Ricky Bobby.
Right, but I don't think you roll. I mean, to be honest, some of those guys, Auburn's probably as good. Being a backup at Auburn is probably as good as it gets. That was a good life for like Neil Caudle and people like that we all love and appreciate.
Yes.
Would you rather be part of a program like Auburn or transfer down to like an FCS school where you would still be competing for a starting job, like that kind of thing? So that's the reality. Walker still has time to be tested out. We know what Peyton is. I feel like at this point they know what Holden is. Hank still probably deserves a few opportunities to see how things go. But Walker will get, he's not going to be. They're not going to make the decision on whether he's going to be part of the future or not this season. Like that's going to be next year. If he, obviously wants to stay around.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. It's kind of complicated, but at the same time, it's kind of clear what needs to happen. You know what I mean?
But it's also going to be, this is the new reality, the new normal. There's nobody's going to be stockpiling quarterbacks the way Georgia and Alabama did, 4 or 5 years ago. You're gonna get your one guy that is kind of like the ideal situation is you got your one guy that is the starter going in, and then you've got a couple folks that are probably competing for the future, and they're either going to get to be the starter for you next, or they're going to go somewhere else. And nobody's going to sit around and be a solid number 2 for 5 years.
No, they won't do it anymore. No way.
It's going to be really hard to have a reliable. What happened to Florida State last season? It's going to be really hard for any team to have reliable second and third string quarterbacks that can still compete for championships. That's the new normal.
Yeah.
But the real issue is you got to get a number 1 first. Worry about 2 and 3 later.
MWD, you had a lot of fans in the chat saying this is a great call. You did a hell of a job.
Just calling it like I see it.
I know. That's what I love about you.
I'll see you, man. Where are you going?
All right, man. See you, man. Bye. There he is, MWD, the longest call of the night, and also one of our best. Certainly one of our 2 or 3 best of the entire night. MWD, very introspective individual. Knows the game, play the game, may have family members who are outstanding coaches. I just said may. Super chat coming through from my man Jacob J. It says, big time lack of coaching on O. Why so few check down routes and barely any, if called, screen passes to tailbacks or tight ends, outs or slants to counter the blitzes? These are good questions. We were asking that in real time during the game. There were some check downs, but not enough. And then I didn't understand. The slants were great in that first drive. And really the second drive, too, even though he missed one. Some good ideas there. I'm not sure why they didn't continue to kind of hit that. But that's kind of here or there. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I got a text from CBT earlier. It said, you need to wrap this bitch up. And then now she's in the chat saying it's about that time. Not that MWD did anything there. He had a great call. Might be the great one to finish it up with. Blake R says, hi, Courtney. Blake, of course, one of the dudes, folks, who hangs out with us on the Bourbon Blend, the show I do with Courtney, my wife. I wonder why Courtney, why does her, oh, no, okay, I see it. On the chat, it doesn't come through, but on the thing I see, it's got a picture of her, yeah. She's a cutie. I like my wife. We've been together like 75 years. War Eagle 0008 says, administrative assistant is here. Honestly, don't blame her. We've been doing this for 6.5 hours. You're right. We are coming up on the 6.5 hour mark. Hornacia says, don't wrap it up, Jay. 2 a.m. beaches. Brandon J also says, this sucks, JG. Better days ahead. I sure hope so, G. Because this one really licks, man. I thought Auburn was going to crush in this game, man. I really did. Tim the Tool Man has a great question. Tim, of course, one of our favorite folks from the Bourbon Blend, who also comes over here as well. When are we blending again? My mom's house. Let's see. We have a hearing. Today's the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. So we have our hearing on the 10th to ask the judge for permission to sell my mom's house. It's already sold, but we're hoping the judge will let us do that. And at that point, we will no longer have possession of the house. We took all of our stuff out of there, and we don't really have a place to do the show. In our house here, this is where I do the show in the office. We got my daughter's room where she lives when she's here. We have the D. Lucky suite, the D. Lucky and his wife's suite, Mr. and Mrs. D. Lucky. We don't have anywhere else to do the show. Not Salty, this is a really, really nice thing for you to say. He says, you're as sober as I've seen you after a loss and a 6-hour drain, LOL. Here's the secret, though. I'm not sober. I would definitely not drive right now. Your boy's been drinking a little bit. Seriously, this thing was damn near full when we started. I drank about half a bottle a night. Probably should have drank more over that fucking loss, honestly. Probably feeling it a little bit here. SR71 Blackbird says, not wrapping it up is exactly what we got JGT a child in the first place. Let's get a laugh on that. Also, Alan, this is pretty funny right here. Courtney should give a super chat in order to call time. Yeah, maybe you should, Courtney. Maybe you should send me a super chat. 'Cause,
Super chat.
you know, 'cause, 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 you know She says, I do my super chatting in kind, if you know what I mean, homie. Hey, speaking of that, there was a thread on the bunker. I was really glad to have this. That posted, Katy Perry was on a podcast recently, and she said, she's, I don't think she's married to, but she's living with Russell Brand. And she said something along the lines of, if Russell cleans the kitchen, dries everything, puts everything away, and basically has all that shit handled on lock, he's going to get his dick sucked. That's not what I said. That's what she said. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair trade. Courtney says, super chat this. Wow. I think that she's throwing it down here, guys. SR71 Blackbird says, Ayo. Hornation says, Jay told AA it was just the tip. Quan says, hey now. We need to get a Orlando Bloom. Thank you. Runner 24. Thank you. I got it wrong. Not Russell Brand. That was a long time ago. Orlando Bloom. Thank you for that. I'm glad to have you guys watching my back because I would that pop culture shit gets away from me sometimes. Cleve. Guys, are we stoked to see Cleve tonight, man? I am stoked to see Cleve tonight. This is great calls and chats. Thanks, JGT. Remind me again sometime what's your top 3 bourbons you like most. Number 1, Cleve. Number 2, Cleve. Number 3, Cleve. Those are my favorite. Not Salty said, play that for Mrs. Not Salty. Did not have the intended result. I wonder what she said, bro. I mentioned that to Courtney, and she kind of looked at me like, hey, man. Whatever. And also, Hornation says super chat on these. So SR71 says, go spend some time with AA. She has earned it. I don't know, because Courtney's home. I'm sorry, Maddie's home this weekend. Courtney says, good night, everyone. Our daughter's home, and also my second favorite Taiwanese American's home, which is my daughter's boyfriend, Andrew, who's a badass. I love him. I love him, but he's not Jensen Huang. He's definitely not Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA. Oh, yes, Hornatius, thank you. He says pokeable. I know what that means. We're going to go with it. I got it ready. I actually thought about this the other day. Gals we adore. So those of you who are kind of new to the show, when we did this show during COVID, and we got some COVID guys here with us. I know Hornatius was here. Cleve was here for sure. Runner 24 was here. There's a bunch more. Blake was here, I believe. I feel like a stranger, I think, was using a different handle. Quan was here 100%. We were doing shows during COVID, and we didn't even have any sports to talk about. We would just do Gals We Adore. These are girls that, obviously, we respect their skills and ability and all that kind of shit. Girls we would not ask if they're a man I could talk to. And so these are some of the gals that we had pulled up. Obviously, front and center on left there is Jill Arrington. I will not even hear disputes about her being the hottest girl in sports ever. Had an opportunity to have lunch with her at University of Georgia many years ago, and she was the hottest girl I've ever seen in my life in person. She was super, super hot. This is Jenny Dell on the far right. And then I don't remember who this is in the middle. That's somebody that I think Ruxpin came up with. Looks more like a girl that Ruxpin's probably into than what I'm into, but that's fine, whatever. And we can kind of work our way through here. I mean, I've got literally like 75 girls on here that we talked about or whatever. I don't even know. Like, oh, I remember that girl. Yeah, hold on. I don't know. There's too many. Yeah, that girl's a cutie. Apparently, I think she was on the Golf Channel, maybe? Yeah, Golf Channel. Biscuit says he wasn't mentioned as a COVID drainer. Okay, we'll mention you as a COVID drainer, Biscuit. We're glad to have you, bro. And also, you're a badass guy to party with, by the way. Oh, let's see. Biscuit thinks Jenny Dell wins. Jenny Dell's a hottie. There's no doubt about it. She's a hottie, for sure. Let's see. SR71 says Salma Hayek is the GOAT. No, I respect that. She's a hottie for sure. Let's see if we can work through some of these. Some of these are kind of like I've literally got like a million on here. Like I don't even know how we're gonna do this. Oh, this is the pole vaulter that I believe Hornatius was really into at that time. It was a long time ago, by the way. Oh, that's Tommy Lahren for sure from Fox News. She's a serious hottie too. Let's see. Hornatius says Jill is not the hottest sports boobs. Wait, what? What if she is? Maybe she is. I don't know. Let me see what else we got here in the middle. Yeah, some of these I don't. Oh, that was a JG right there. That's a Shannon Spake right there. I know who that is. Stokey. That's exactly right, Hornatius. It was Stokey. I forgot what her first name is, but she's the pole vaulter back when I had her up there. I think that's Jeff Hornacek's daughter, as I recall. Guys, I'm just shooting from the hip here, man. I think it's Jeff Hornacek's daughter, though. She looks hot to me. I don't know. It wasn't really somebody I would have picked out, but that's fine. Here's one that I'm a big fan of, Ross Gold, who does basketball like reporting. Amazing. Let's see. SR71 Blackbird says, honorable mention, French pole vaulter that's hot dog knocked him out of medal contention. Wait, was he from France? I thought he was Ukrainian. I don't know. Can't say that I'm really big on, I don't pay a ton of attention to guys whose dongs knock poles off, but, whatever. That's cool. Let's see. Blake R says, Tommy Lahren is overrated. Not ugly, just overrated. I wouldn't say she's the hottest girl ever. I just think she's cute. One man's opinion, though. I mean, that's the thing about somebody being hot, guys or girls. Like, it's all different, and that's what's great about the world. Now, I know who that chick is. That's Wayne Gretzky / Janet Jones' daughter, which really isn't even fair. Like, her mom's a supermodel, and her dad's the fucking greatest hockey player ever. Like, come on, man. That's not fair. That's not even fair. I think that's one of Ruxpin's girls, like not his girlfriend, but like some girl that he thought she was really hot. Oh, that's the chick from AT&T commercials. Don't even know her name. Same girl there. I don't know. We must have been working on that. Milana something. I don't know. That's definitely one of Ruxpin's girls right there. Let's see. Ammo Tiger says, how about the girl from the old TV show Jag? She did a Maxim spread once upon a time. There was a show recently that had Maxim. They were talking about Maxim. Let's see. Jag TV show girl. Let's see what we got here. Oh, is this her? Let's see if Ammo Tiger's onto something here, because I think he might actually be. Let me put this one away. And put this one on here. We got a new one for the first time since COVID, I think. That girl on the right, I think we're good with that, yeah. I think, guys, are we cool with that? Ammo Tiger, that's a good pick right there. I don't really need the one in the Army outfit, but the one on the right there, I think we're good with. Is that who we're talking about, Ammo? We'll go ahead and leave Jenny Dell up for you guys, for you fucking miscreants. Bob Herman almost went up my nose on that one, G. Hornatius says I would PIIHB AT&T lady boobs. Now that's funny right there, man. Blake says hot, not salty. He's down. He's down. Okay. Either way, man, we're good. Ammo. That's a good call out right there, G. And the fact that she's got this military thing, it probably is on brand for you too. I'm not throwing. I mean, I don't know, but I'm just throwing ideas out here. Ammo says, "Yep, that's her." Former ESPN reporter Sage Steele. Everybody knows Sage Steele. You don't have to give that. The thing about Sage Steele is, and what I really like about her is that she's not you got zero bullshit with her, right? Like she's fucking bringing it. She's not out here doing those silly interviews where she's soft and everything. She's a fucking tough ass chick. I like her. I don't see the kind of pic that I would like to post here though. Does she have any bikini pics out there? What the fuck? well, we can just appreciate her for who she is, I guess, you know. It's all about talent and, you know, skill. There's Sage Steele right there. You guys might recognize her from ESPN. She's a fit individual, and she's also tremendous. Let's see. Auburn Gal 98 says throw up a picture of Liam Hemsworth. I do not know who that is, but I am going to pull that picture up for you 100%. My wife is a huge fan of George Clooney and Matt Damon. So those are really the only guys that we're paying attention to in this house, but I'm open to other ideas. I pulled that picture over. Let me make sure this is the right one. No, that's not the right one. Man, these websites make it hard for me to pull pictures over sometimes, and it really pisses me off because you know what? He's a pretty handsome guy, though. Auburn Gal. I think you're onto something there. So here we go with the guy that Auburn Gal was thinking was a cutie. I mean, guys, we can acknowledge that guy's good looking without, compromising our own values. He is pretty handsome. I don't think Thor's brother. I don't know who the fuck that is, bro. I don't know. I don't watch these movies. In fact, I just watched the first Deadpool recently, like in the last 2 weeks. The first one that came out 15 years ago? Oh, Not Salty says Sydney Sweeney. I am not into her personally, but I respect that. I respect it. And the problem with that is that, to me, so I'm 52 years old, and I'm just not into, really young girls. I like girls my age. So she don't fit into that. But she's a pretty girl. I'm not going to lie about that. I love that we're doing this. This is exactly like it was in COVID, and that's the kind of shit I'm talking about. It was fun, man. All right, so goodbye, Liam. Hello, Sydney. There she is in all her glory. Yeah, I think that she's gonna end up being hotter at 40 than she is currently. That's just my opinion. I feel like a stranger says Wooderson. I love it. The thing about that is I get older and they stay the same age. Hornatius says, I dream of Jeannie Lady Boobs. You talking about Elizabeth Montgomery? Really? Runner 24 says Sydney Sweeney has some serious cans. And the great thing is she's willing to show them, too. You got to hide from that. Russell says, score update, Tennessee 27, North Carolina State 3. I guess Grayson McCall's not having a great game. I'm just throwing things out there. I haven't been watching. What else we got here? Oh, that's Isla Fisher, isn't it? She recently dumped Borat, which doesn't surprise me. If you're into small red-haired girls, I think she'd be a great choice. One man's opinion. I do not know who that is at all. I have no clue. She's my age though. I like that. I like that part of it. Let's see who we got here. I don't know who that is. She's probably my age though, so I like that. She's kind of trying to be Kathy Ireland, but she's not Kathy Ireland. Oh God. Sorry guys, I'm going backwards here. There's a lot of shit on here. Oh, that's Marissa Tomei. She's a hottie, yeah. She would definitely count. She's a hottie. Auburn Gal 98 says Barbara Eden was Jeannie. Who was Elizabeth Montgomery? Oh, she was Bewitched. You're right. JP Tiger says Sweeney all day. Kate Mara. Ooh, Kate Mara. So the only thing I know her from is she was in the beginning of that Netflix show about politics. I don't even remember. The Kevin Spacey was in it. I don't remember what it's called now. Yes, she's a cutie, man. Again, you got to be into really thin girls, which, it's cool. If that's what your thing is. It's not really my thing, but, if that's what you're into, that's cool. I also kind of House of Cards. Thank you, SR71 Blackbird. That's exactly what it was called. I was really into that show at the time. Haven't really been into it. I mean, it's been over for 4 years now, but whatever. I feel like a stranger says Kathy Ireland was the GOAT when I was 10. She's the GOAT now, bro. That's a girl who's like smart, savvy, hot. Like she's ticking all the boxes. Sometimes I kind of wonder, like, if you guys are, because I watch some of these threads you guys have on the bunker about hot chicks and whatever. I feel like some of you guys don't want smart women. I think you want dumb women. That ain't my shit, man. I got to be. I'd be coveting smart women. I mean, I'm married to one. My daughter's one. I just don't have any interest in dumb girls. But if you guys are, that's fine. I mean, I ain't hating. I'm glad that we all. I mean, shoot, I'm a cross-eyed fat guy. Like, I'm lucky to have a girl anyway. Let's see. Whale Driver says she was in Pokeback Mountain, too. That's pretty cool. Oh, feel like a stranger saying they meant that as a compliment. I got you, bro. I know you're on the right track here. Not Salty said House of Cards died a horrible death when Kevin Spacey got canceled. Yeah, it did. Because, like, they had to kind of promote Robin Wright into the, like, lead role. And even though she was great, like, you kind of wanted her as, like, the Scottie Pippen role, not the Michael Jordan role. Yeah. That's all good. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, I'm sorry. I gotta kind of work my way back. There's so many girls on here. Oh, fuck. I know who that is. That's Pat Summitt's son and his awesome wife that he ended up having to, or she dumped his ass because he was banging somebody on his team or something. Like, what an idiot, man. Guy's an idiot. That's another one of Ruxy Poo's girls. I'm not exactly sure who that is right off, honestly. Oh, I know who that is. That's the chick from Mad Men. Christina Hendricks, maybe? Something like that. Look at this. Courtney says, Jay. I guess she's telling me to get off the air. I don't know. Whatever. The hardcore people know. They remember what it was like back during COVID when we had nothing else to do. I do have a full depth chart on basketball. I'm going to show you guys just to prove to you that I actually did it. That's the depth chart on basketball. We still got a little ways to go. And also, BP hadn't worn a suit in a long time. Wait a minute. Hold on. Don Robertican says, Maddie Freeze is harsoning her ex account. I don't even know what that means, bro. That's a complicated situation there. Madison is like young, isn't she? Yeah, I don't know. That probably sounds like bad news, though, Don. But yeah, the depth chart's there. They're too deep. They're at least too deep everywhere. So that's good. And also, Auburn Gal 98 says, hush, Courtney. Wait, was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Stop it. He's on a roll. Anyway, I also figured out a way to keep our chats going when we weren't on our page. Like last year when I would switch over to this page back from wherever we were, the chats would be 0 and it would have to pick back up from where we were at. Now, like, it stays with it. I've been able to figure that part out. See, guys, incremental progress. One day at a time. Oh, Auburn Gal 98 says Maddie's pregnant. Wait a minute. Isn't she young? Well, everybody's young compared to me, but you know what I mean. Anyway, first of all, congratulations to her. That's a great thing. Having kids is great. Having kid, in my case, or our case, me and Courtney, great. All right, guys. I was thinking we would go to 7 hours, but fuck it, we'll just go to 7. Can we go to 7 hours? Do you think I can pull this off? Because, I mean, seriously, like, if Courtney's not actually up here, then she's probably not that mad. Let's see, Damon says, I don't care that there's only 144 people on here. I don't care that we're only at 40% of what we had. I don't give a shit. David says, I will say this. When you had some drink behind you and the show went to Gals We Adore, it was hella funny. Wait a minute. I got to process this. When you had some drink behind you, which I do now, and the show went to Gals We Adore, it was hella funny. I thought it was always funny, bro. I don't know. I thought it was funny. We'll go back to Gals We Adore. I don't care. I can do that all night. Hornation says, is Courtney sitting in her huge chair at the bar with breadsticks? I wish I had them here. Hey, man. Hey, are you guys okay? So those of you who are Jessica Alba fans, right? I'm not personally a Jessica Alba fan, but we were watching a show one time. I believe she was in it. And it was the weirdest show we've ever seen. Like this shit where she started like making out with her sister. Have you ever seen this shit? Was it Jessica Alba? Like she was living in like a weird house. Like her parents were weird. Her sister was like semi-learning disabled or something like that. And like she was looking after her and like they started making out and stuff. And it was really, really weird. I don't know, man. Maybe I just messed that up. I don't know. I mean, we're the last 8 minutes of the show. So, I mean, things get weird. Let's see, MWD says, this always ends with you as Peter Griffin in a cardboard fort and Lois telling you it's time to shut it down. Hornatius thinks I'm going to get internet banned. Guess what, bro? I got power-ups now. My shit stays on even when there's a flicker in the electricity, allegedly. Damon says he liked it almost as much as Pissed Off BMAT. There's nothing better than that. All Trades says good game. Hey, man, I appreciate you being here, All Trades. I know you've been jumping in the chat, and I appreciate that. Oh, Auburn Gal says Maddie Pruitt is pregnant. Well, Maddie Pruitt's like, yeah, she's like, whatever. I don't want to guess on her age, but 25 to 30, I think. So she's Gucci, and she's married, too. Not, I mean, I'm saying, as a dad, and as someone who knows Chad real good and love Chad, Chad's almost like a brother to me, man. I love Chad Pruitt. Great member of the basketball staff and also Maddie's dad. Also husband to his wife, Tanya, who's a badass. And also incredibly hot for her age, right? I mean, I hate to say her age, but like she's really pretty. I don't really know how Chad pulled that off because I love Chad, but he's not necessarily the most attractive guy ever. He got some shit done. There's no doubt about that. He's a great dad too. He was hilarious on the. It's so funny because I know him, and then he was on the Bachelor. I guess it was the Bachelor, yeah, when Maddie was competing, and it was just like when he was on the show, he was like this disapproving dad, like and I was like, that's not you, bro. What else we got on here? Hornatius says old Iron Lung Matthews. Yeah, he didn't sound too bad tonight. Let's see. Not Salty says, Jay, Whale Driver mentioned a great one. Kay Adams from NFL Network. I do not watch NFL Network because they're never going to talk about my team. So why the fuck would I watch that? Okay. Let's go ahead and pull this picture up. We'll definitely take a look at it. Let me go over to Gals We Adore real quick. Again, this is about girls that have a lot of talent. I mean, that's what we're really interested in. I mean, yeah. Again, you guys have a type. There's no doubt about it. You guys like these thin girls. By the way, and Chris M says, South Florida out here, only 1 point down to Bama going in the fourth. That was a 44-point spread in that game. Okay, 40-4. 44 points. And it's what did you say, 1 point? And I've been telling people, I say it quietly because cousin Becky from across the street are Bammers. I try to be quiet about it because I don't want to start shit. But like, I don't think this Alabama party is going to continue, right? Because Saban is a really good coach, possibly the best ever. And Kalen DeBoer can go out there and recruit his ass off all he wants, and he's done a great job with that. But is he the coach that Saban is or was? I don't know, man. I don't think so. Hey, man, you guys have a type. I'll just say that. I mean, I appreciate it. I'm glad that we all have a different type. Candace Cameron Bure, is she married to Pavel Bure? Ooh, I like that girl. Is she married to Pavel Bure? She is, isn't she? She's pretty. I don't even know who that girl is. She's gorgeous. She is married to Pavel. No, Pavel Bure is her brother-in-law. And Kirk Cameron is her brother? I had no idea. I have absolutely no idea who this girl is, but she's gorgeous. I like that. That's a great call right there. I'll go ahead and pull her up here. Well, that's kind of just a basic shot of her, but she's pretty, man. Well, that's not a great picture of her. I'm sorry. I can probably find better. Yeah, here's a better one. I wish I could. Yeah, I can't do that sharing thing on the board or whatever. Yeah, she's really pretty. Well, that's what. Yeah, we're on board with that. Yeah, 100%. Ornatius says, "My type is breathing." That's funny, man. I love that. Yeah, that's the thing. She's the Full House girl. Like, guys, I'm not. I didn't watch Full House. I'm sorry. I was in college at the time, and I was not interested in watching Full House. I hear somebody coming up the stairs. I know where this is going. I can hear it already. This is not going to be good, guys. I can already tell. This is not going to be good. Fuck, here it comes. Wait a minute. That would have been Maddie going into her room. I'm good. Whale Driver says that's an amazing picture of her. She's not that hot. She looked really pretty in these pictures I saw. Nah, I think you're wrong on that, G. She's pretty hot, man. Like, here, hold on. Let me take this picture. Let me show you this picture of her. Wait, what is this? Okay, there we go. Again, I have no idea who this girl is. You guys are telling me she's on Full House, whatever. I'm sorry, that's a hot chick, dude. I mean, yowzers. Good call on that. She's a hottie. Guess what, Blake? You said, uh-oh, Courtney's shutting us down. Nope. We got power-ups, bro. We got 10 minutes no matter what. I got him. We'll be all right. Kayleigh McEnany, the former, was it the Trump press girl or whatever? Yeah. She's pretty hot, man. I'm happy with this call. That's the best call we've had in a while on the Candace Cameron Bure. She's a cutie, man. I completely agree with that. Let's see if we can find Kayleigh McEnany. I don't really remember that much. I'm not a big politics guy, so I don't watch a lot of that shit. But yeah, she's cute. I'm trying to find a full thing. Most of these pictures are just kind of like, face or whatever. Here, I'll just kind of pull this over just as a placeholder. I don't know. But yeah, good call on the Cameron Bure girl. That's Kayleigh McEnany, by the way, former press secretary for Trump. Wow. Whoa. Let's see. SR71 says JGT and Candace is 48 years old, not much younger than you. No, I could tell, man. That was she's on the list for sure. She's a cutie, man. Thank you for sharing that one. That was a great one. Press secretary. Thank you, Renaissance man. Yeah. Oh, no. Chris Majors says number 77 for Bam Bam. I'm sorry, number 7 for Bam Bam just blew a knee. Fuck, I hate hearing people getting hurt. Let's see what's on their roster here. Number 7 would be... God, too much crap on this site. Either Deshaun Jones or Cole Adams. I hope it's not Cole Adams because he's from where I'm from. He's from Tulsa. Probably not him, though. It's probably Deshaun Jones from Baltimore, MD, over where Blake's at. Blake's from out that way. He's from the East Coast, I should say. Auburn Gal says Kayleigh is a Harvard law grad too. Wow, that's a W right there. Huge. You're not have to worry about any dumbasses there. I like that. Huge plus. It was Adams, Chris M says. Cole Adams. It was the wideout. Redshirt freshman out there playing, huh? He's from Tulsa, from Owasso, which is like the first, I guess you could call it, suburb north of Tulsa. My man Nelly, that I've been asking for his prayers, he lives in Oologah, which is the next one up from Owasso, where that kid's from. He's right on the edge of the lake up there. Eva Green, I don't know who that is. We'll take a look, though. Ooh, I like her. What's her gig? So she's going like full eyes on you is what she's doing, yeah. She's very thin, though. If you guys are into that. Yeah, let me go ahead and pull this over. She looks like I don't recognize this girl, though. What does she do? It says she's a French actress. I mean, I'm not hating on you, but if you guys are really into thin girls, that's cool. But she looks like she's got big ears too, but she may be really smart. And she may also be a great painter. You never know. Let's see, Blake says he's in Maryland, just about 2 hours from Baltimore. Interesting. Blake says he likes them thick. Hornacious, Kate Hudson and Almost Famous. Yeah, she was great in that movie, wasn't she? She went by Penny Lane in that movie, right? Is that right? Oh, SR71, you're so wrong on that, bro. He says 2 more minutes, JG. I'm currently at 7 hours and 2 minutes right now, and I only took 1 bathroom break, which is pretty impressive in my opinion. All right, so the kid that got hurt earlier, looks like he's walking on his own power, so that's good. That's a good start. That's a very good start, no doubt. Jacob G says, you got to get the right picture. So we talking about this girl right here, this French actress? There's no way this girl's thick. There's no way. This girl's like 110 pounds. There's no way. Wait a minute. I think I know who this chick is. Was she in 300? I think she was, yeah. She's like doing that. She's going all in on the eyes thing. She's doing a lot of eyeliner. But she's pretty, though. I'm not going to lie about that. Tell me this girl's thick. Are you kidding me? Like, this girl's like literally 110 pounds. Like, there's no thick about her. Look at this. How thick is she? What are you talking about? Renaissance Man says, JGT here from Baltimore. I spent 1 year in, no, definitely not Baltimore. I was in Silver Spring, Maryland. So that's kind of like north of D.C., but south of Baltimore, kind of in that middle area, but closer to D.C. I was there when I was a kid. My dad was in the Navy. So he got, deployed is not the right word, but he got put there at Bethesda Naval Hospital for a year from 79 to 80. And then we moved back to San Diego. He got moved to the Naval Hospital in San Diego. So we kind of moved around wherever they wanted him. And then, yeah. Hornacia says we're going 12 hours. Yeah, we're not going 12 hours. There's no doubt about that. Whale Driver says she's got to be too young for that movie. I think she was in 300, bro. I really do. I'm pretty sure I saw that. Maybe it was like some other 300. Is there like a follow-up to that or something? I don't know. What do I know? I'm not a big movie guy either. I mean, I like watching movies, but whatever. Jacob G says, Jay, she may not be as big a gal as Doc once, but she's perfect, dog. No, she's pretty. I'm not trying to say that. Yeah, Blake R says Montgomery County, Maryland is where Silver Spring is located, just a little bit north of D.C. That's correct. It was at the time, this is 7980, it was the last stop on the metro was the Red Line. So it would have been the one stop past Tacoma Park, I think it was Silver Spring. Now the Red Line goes even further north, but at the time we were really fired up because we could drive to the last stop on the Red Line, which was Silver Spring at the time, and then we could kind of ride in downtown on the Red Line. which is good time. Good time had by all. Jacob G says she was in the 300 sequel. Yes, okay, very good. I think she may have been a very aggressive girl in that movie. I'm just saying, I don't know that. I had a friend tell me. I'm just saying she may have been. It says Bama just fumbled on the USF too. Oh my goodness, they're kind of shut up, aren't they? You'd hate to see it. All of my friends are Bammers across the street, so I'm not trying to give them trouble. Emily Deschanel, we'll take a look. Oh, she's pretty too. Ooh, she's like close to my age too. I like this. Let me try to find a picture of her. Oh, that one's not a good one. That's a pretty good one. Yeah, she's a cutie. I would agree with that. Yeah. Emily Deschanel. I've not heard that name. You could have made that name up about an hour ago. Would have known. But yeah, she's cute for sure. I like girls that are my age. That doesn't mean you guys got to like that. I'm just saying me. SR71 Blackbird says, JGT still going as strong as a gas station boner pill. Hell yeah. We still got literally dozens of people on the show, so I don't give a shit. Whale Driver says Lena Headey, who played, her name was Cersei, was a smoke show on GOT. Yeah, I don't know about that, bro. There were some hotties on GOT, but I'm not sure that Cersei was the hottie. Amelia Clark was the hottie, right? Khaleesi. She was a hottie. Although I was kind of into Greyjoy, the girl Greyjoy, because she was such a badass. Like, she was so tough and like didn't take shit off people. I like that. That makes up for a lot. Makes up for a lot for me. Let's see. JP Tiger says, I like Emily better than the other one. Rich girls are the best. You're talking my language now, bro. Now, Not Salty is on the money here. Alexandra Daddario, I'm not even going to put a picture up of her because we don't even need proof. She's extremely hot. Yeah, I knew her from the White Lotus. My goodness. Oh, Jacob G says girls from the House of the Dragon. Allison is beautiful. Allison is definitely the hottest girl on that show. Like, no doubt about it. And here's the disappointing part. The names are getting away from me right now because I've been drinking a lot. But the girl that's like she's the queen that has the red dress, right? How do I not remember her name? But she's not cute in real life. She's cute on the show, but she's not cute in real life. Alex Curry, FS1 analyst. Mm-hmm. Wait. I don't know what happened there. Oh. Oh. Wow. She seems like she's really good at her job. That's what I like about her. Look at her. She looks like she's really good at her job. Look at that. She seems happy. She seems ready to interview people. Seems competent. I like that. Rhaenyra. Thank you, Jacob G. Rhaenyra Targaryen. Exactly. I love Rhaenyra on the show, but if you see her in, like, not that I hang out with her in real life, but you look at a picture of her from Rhaenyra, she's not hot. Her name's like Emma Darcy or something like that. She's not cute. She's not at all. But Rhaenyra, the character Rhaenyra, is definitely cool. By the way, those of you who are House of Dragon fans, that next to last episode from House of Dragon, when the random dude came and flew the dragon over the keep, and the guy with one eye, I forget his name now, got on his dragon to go whoop his ass, and then he shows up at Dragonstone, and she's like fucking sitting there with like 3 or 4 dragons. Was that not the best moment of the whole show? When she's just sitting there with her hands on her hips going, mm-hmm. Come on. If you want some, bring it. It's just an idea. I don't know. All right, guys, we did it. We made it 7 hours. One single potty break. Not too bad. Blake says, Jay, spoilers. Come on, man. That came out like a month ago. Anybody who wanted to watch House of Dragon would have done that. Runner24 says, Marjorie Tyrell, a.k.a. Natalie Dormer, was the GOAT top tier. I would agree. She was really, really pretty. Again, if you're into, like, thin girls. Whale Driver says, yes, she's a lesbian who's the male in the relationship. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Of course, we're not judging. But she's not pretty in real life. But she's gorgeous on the show. Unbelievable. Darkside says, JGT, one last sip. Of course. I've been sipping all freaking night. SR71 said, did you subtract the potty break from the 7 hours? We are currently at 7 hours and 11 minutes, and that wasn't no 11-minute potty break, my G. So I think I've given you guys a solid 7. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to wrap it up for real. Auburn Tigers, disappointing loss. However, we still have Bourbon. We still have Girls We Adore, and we have more games. We have 10 more games this season, in fact. Starting with the New Mexico game next weekend, which I'm not really that excited about, but whatever, because they're going to beat their ass, and then we're going to be like, does it really matter? I don't know, whatever. I don't care, whatever. Anyway, guys, we got Sunday coming up, first NFL Sunday, really. Raiders are going to play the Chargers at 3 o'clock. I'll be there watching if you guys care. You probably don't. I don't know why you would. I'll have plenty of content tomorrow. We'll do the PFF stats early. I'll do a 3-2-1 column for you guys later in the day, and then we'll also work on the plays for next week. I couldn't do them last week because it was only on the internet. I couldn't really get the plays, but I got it taped on the thing tonight, so we'll be doing plays during the week. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do. Check us out at auburnsports.com. I know you guys are all subscribers anyway, so it don't matter, but I'm going to go downstairs and hang out with Courtney and Maddie and my second favorite Taiwanese American, Andrew, and we'll just see what kind of trouble we get into tonight. Anyway, guys, it's been a pleasure hanging out with you guys. Thank you for the super chatters. Thank you for our chatters. Thank you for our callers, which include, going all the way back, Crocky Poo flying around, Jay Head, a.k.a. Alan Head, D Lucky, B Matt, Stoltzy, Why Not AU, Runner24, Stu Pup, who also gave a great shout out to Daddy 4. Caleb J, which you may know as CJ, or maybe you don't, and MWD, who had a tremendous call at the end of the night. And also Whale Driver, I thought, had a great day in the chat. Outstanding. And Auburn Gal's been great tonight, too. I've shouted you out a bunch of times on the bunker, but it's great to have you here with us on the show as well. So until next time, we will check you guys out next Saturday. It's going to be a late night show. I think it's, 6:30? Yeah, according to the schedule that's on my fucking screen at 6:30 on the ESPNU. Chris jumps in with a super chat here at the very end. We love that. He's been with us all day. Thank you for being you, JG. Appreciate you for being you, my man. As someone else who also is authentic to their authentic self. And also to you and Mrs. Number 19. I know her real name, but I'm not going to say it. As part of the One Child Club. I am part of that as well. Solo Tigre says it takes an extra good show for such a shitty game. Well done, Jay. Thank you, Solo Tigre. You're a badass. Check you guys next week. Blake, thank you for being here too, man. You're a bad man. We love having you here. Lots of content at auburnsports.com through the week. Might as well check it out. Till then, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Let's make some great decisions. Peace, love. See y'all next week. Peace.